And I'm back. Sorry it took so long. And let's see, let's go check out some this here while I have my dinner here. Table debate. Andrew Wilson. Okay, yeah, feminist. Let's check it out.
Going for like, so you're going for like Metallica fangirl over Diddy fangirl?
It would be like, who's like a, I don't know, who's, do you listen to rap music?
Yeah.
All right, who's like a big rap artist right now?
Kendrick.
Kendrick Lamar.
Kendrick.
Kendrick Lamar's a sweet.
He's married.
Or like Drake or
And
something.
oh yeah,
Or
okay.
Lily
If a
Chopper.
girl fucked Drake, yikes. Yeah, because then she has at least good taste in music. Like if she fucked, like Axl Rose from Guns N' Roses or some shit. Like yeah, I'm gonna give her. Although man, he's been around since the '80s, so that's a rough one.
I have a question. Is it different for you if she actually like was in a relationship and dated a like famous musician and then they broke up? Like it wasn't just a one-time thing.
Well, the body is still grimy.
Okay.
Because they still slept with the dude. I don't know if it really changes that much.
Oh, but here, okay, but hang on. If
Oh
we get,
boy, all right. Go ahead.
if we get back to the B question here, right? If they blew one of the island boys, wouldn't you consider that the same thing in that case?
Yeah.
Nah, it's
No?
still bad. Don't get me wrong, it's still bad, but it's like, it's the it's like the progression of worseness. So like if they just like held hands, then kissed, then like second base, oral sex, full sex. It's the progression of disgust.
Oh.
The disgust progression.
I think that shit's just as gross, dude.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah, I think it's just as bad. I'm putting them both in the same category.
Okay, no, but so when we were talking about like, is it a body? I wasn't even attributing necessarily to, is it as bad or not? There could be some dispute over whether oral sex is, in terms of the disgust response, is as bad as sexual intercourse. It's disputable, I guess. The girls are loving this conversation.
Go for it.
Here is the.
I mean, it's dating related.
Yeah.
Wait, Spyro did a algorithm here. I can't even parse this. Okay, Spy. This.
Hey, where's the
Oral times body
where's this
count
chick?
is
She can
greater
probably
than 3.
parse it.
Oh,
Bro.
well, maybe.
She's that's linguistics. All right, one night stand.
Thank you, Spyro, for the updated math.
Right,
He did the updated.
Yeah.
Thank you, Spiral. I can't even parse that. I don't even.
Yeah.
Wait, did he include it for the grimy? Was there a grimy?
Pull back
for
up.
it?
Just use your order of operations.
I lost
Brian.
it. It got. Let me see. It got unstarted.
Cosine.
Yeah, use your order of
Cos.
operations. We'll figure this thing out.
So look, ladies, me and Andrew here have just been talking about grimy dudes and body counts. Are you guys gonna push back at all on?
You guys seem to really love it. You seem very entertained by
I'm not
grimy
pushing
guys.
back because I think we're all kind of in agreement.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, how are you gonna know if somebody who's maybe not famous but still equally grimy? Like there are men out there who sleep around crazy and don't talk about body count. So like, I get you're having the discussion about it, but it's like I don't know how to like.
Well, women
interject or-
don't have the same intuitive disgust about it that men do. That's the interesting part.
You think?
Same
Well, I know
intuitive
so.
disgust?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is.
In what way?
Yeah. So, paternity tests. Those are pretty recent inventions, right?
Yeah.
How would men assure paternity before a paternity test?
The way that they looked when the baby came out.
How else? What would be the best way to assure that the child was yours?
Make sure that you're the only one having sex
Right, you're
with
the
her.
only one. Right.
Right.
So, for the assurance of reproduction, for the purposes of survival, right? It makes sense why men have this kind of like revolt carriage to women with multiple men. They want to assure that that's their offspring. If they can't assure that it's the offspring, it also is detrimental to the mother, because then they can just deny it, right? It's not mine. You slept with multiple men, so that's it. That's why that revolt or disgust is there for men. It's not
You don't think
always
that
there
that's
for women.
societal in there too?
What do you mean?
don't know if there's.
This is just what you find socially when you
Yes.
when you give different polls and different questions between the sexes.
Correct.
It's not that women don't care about it. I'm not saying that, right? And some women really care about it. Just that they seem to care about it less than men care about it with them.
Or a different reason why. Like for women, it'd be protection or safety, because if you have someone that's
Yeah, it's
sleeping
not
around a lot,
revulsion.
right? We might, yeah. So if you use that terminology with someone, a guy might go revolted. A woman, we might forgive more or something, or we might look at a
Which,
different angle.
Well, that would tell me that it's just not as prominent of a deal breaker as it is for men.
Or if you just did how you ask, because I do think that there's women that are going to be like, I don't want a guy that's sleeping around too much because I don't want to catch something, or I don't want to.
Yeah, but
whatever.
let me here. I'll show you a big distinct difference that I think will maybe change your view on this. So, if you tell a guy, well, there's a woman and she's 28, 29 years old, right, and she's still a virgin, they think, well, that's a pretty good catch, right? 28, 29. But the flip side is that women will often reject men at 28, 29 who are virgins because they think, what the fuck is wrong with this guy that no woman wants him? So that happens often to men.
I don't know. I've seen it in coaching. It just depends on different societies. And then also, I have a lot of clients that are 30s and 40s who are virgins.
Mostly men, though, right?
Just
I coach women too.
just 1 sec. We'll come right back to
yeah.
it.
Jungle.
Yo, Jungle, guys, W's in the
$1,000.
chat for Jungle.
Pop champagne. Yo, Brian. What up? Pop that bottle. Andrew is gonna need it with all these lesbians.
Thank you, brother.
Mystery
Thank
and
you,
Bubba
Jungle.
Jake
What the
bringing
heck?
all the race jokes to life on the other side.
Who here
Hilarious
wants?
party.
Who here
Let's
wants
go
champagne?
Crucible.
Champagne? Champagne?
Yeah, no,
Yes.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
No?
I'll take some.
Yes. Sorry, you
not
can't have
grabbing.
any. Yes.
Yes.
So wait, yes.
Yes.
Wait, yes. Okay, so 5 total. Yo, Jungle, thank you so much for the champagne pop, man. You're a legend.
By the way, they better not be. And if they are, they should probably shut that stream off and be done with it. If they were to do something that stupid, they should probably not do that. Just saying.
Because it's on your channel.
Yeah, just saying. Probably
Probably,
shouldn't be doing that.
But Jungle, thank you so much for the champagne pop. You're a legend, sir. Thank you so much. All right, we'll get this pouring. Sorry, you guys can continue on with your conversation. So you were talking about your clientele and how they don't really care.
I think it just depends. As far as for being a virgin, if the guy's insecure about being a virgin, he'll naturally go towards and by accident date women who will say something like that, right? But the more he heals from that insecurity, the more that all of a sudden he's naturally around people that really don't care. But as far as societal, we've noticed that certain countries don't necessarily consider body count or care, like Spain. Spain, for instance, women are very much so more sexually dominant there. They even go half on the bill or pay the bill is usually that kind of. So some of it's societal, some of it's very primal, of course. Like you want to make sure that you're procreating, that your seed that's yours. So of course there's something to it on that one. So I think it's also how you phrase the question to someone.
All right, let's do a really.
I don't know if it would be how you phrase it. What do you mean how you phrase the question?
If you ask a woman, hey, would you care if you were dating a guy and he was sleeping around with a whole bunch of women, while you guys were in a relationship? I'm sure she's going to have like a repulse factor in that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
But that's not really what you would ask, right? So
Right.
What the question determines, like, if you're asking previous partners, right? So I think if you were to keep all things equal, right, and you were to say to any number of different women, there's a man here who has a 100 body count, right? Versus there's a woman here to the same equal amount of men who has a 100 body count, that the men would be far more revolted by that than the women.
Sure, and I'm just saying with that one, sometimes we notice that has a little bit to do with society, like in Spain compared to here, for instance. But yes, you have that for sure.
I'm picking up on a lot of words. Like you said, primal. I think you said something about like when you're selecting a mate to
in
procreate.
1929.
Like for me, body count and like putting value on anybody, male, female, whatever, based on who they've touched or not touched. Like we're making equations and trying to figure this shit out, but like at the end of it, like we're not in BC era. We don't have to pick mates on
We
how
do
much
still
they
have
said.
to. Because
Well, you can go get pregnant by yourself as a woman without a man even being involved. So I just feel like we're at this
well,
point
no, man,
in our
you definitely
society.
can't get pregnant without a man being involved.
Well, you got to have some sperm somewhere.
Right.
I guess what I mean is without intercourse or without worrying about how many persons that man or woman have
This
been.
one's boring. Let's watch this.
In
instead.
1929 in Chicago, people kept mysteriously dying inside their homes. It took 15 deaths for the authorities to realize that these people were getting killed by their fridges.
Oh.
Because fridges back then were no longer just boxes of ice. Instead, they relied on a chemical, looping through the back to stay cold. And the best chemical for this job was methyl chloride, a toxic and virtually odorless gas. So if it somehow leaked from the fridge, it could kill you without warning. Other fridges used flammable gases instead, so a leak combined with a spark from the stove, and your house could suddenly go up in
Oh,
flames.
jeez.
So one company tried to solve this problem, but in the process, they accidentally created a seemingly magical substance. Soon, it made its way into a huge range of products, which were so popular, they ended up in nearly every home in America. But what people didn't know was that these products came at a price. The chemicals used to make them were being released into the environment, slowly poisoning everyone on the planet.
I think I know what this one is. Yeah, so it's Forever Chemicals, PFOA, also known as C8.
Including me.
You have high levels of a chemical you never heard of.
It shocks me. Like, where could this have come from?
Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, massive worldwide contamination by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple.
See? C8. C8, I knew it. Also known as PFOA. Like right now, I have this chemical in me. You have those chemicals in you. Newborns have them. Animals have them. It's pretty much in everything almost.
Both companies.
This is a video about one of the biggest chemical cover-ups in history. For legal reasons, I want to note that this investigation is based on publicly available documents, recordings, and third-party opinions. All sources are linked in the description. The story all began with an attempt to save lives. In 1936, a chemical company called DuPont set out to find a safer alternative to the gases used in fridges, one that was neither toxic nor flammable. Their lead scientist on the project was a 27-year-old chemist named Roy J. Plunkett. He was experimenting with a gas called tetrafluoroethylene, or TFE. It's a pair of double-bonded carbons, each bonded to 2 fluorine atoms. One morning, as Plunkett was setting up a test, his assistant picked out a cylinder full of TFE and twisted the valve. But nothing came out. Plunkett thought the gas must have leaked, but the cylinder still weighed about as much as a full one, so he grabbed a saw and cut the cylinder in half. Inside, he was shocked to see it was full of a white, slippery powder. So what happened to the gas? Well, what the chemist reasoned was that under the high pressure of the cylinder, one of the double bonds between the carbons in TFE must have broken. And now those 2 carbon atoms each had a bonding site free, so one of them probably grabbed onto a carbon from a different TFE molecule, breaking its double bond, and then that molecule did the same, and the process repeated again and again until all of the TFE was trapped in these long chains. The gas had polymerized into polytetrafluoroethylene, forming this slippery powder. Plunkett just wanted to get rid of it because it ruined his experiment. But before throwing it out, he decided to do some tests on it. So he tried pouring water on it, but the water just beat it off. So he tried acid. Again, nothing happened. Then he tried the strongest base he had, but that wouldn't melt it either. Plunkett went through all of the solvents in the lab, but the powder remained intact. It wouldn't melt, corrode, or react with anything. It was seemingly indestructible. The reason it was so indestructible was because of this bond, the carbon-fluorine bond. See, out of all of the elements, fluorine is the greediest, the most electron-hungry atom. Its outer shell is a single electron away from being complete, which would make it perfectly stable. So fluorine really, really wants that electron. And because it's so small compared to most other elements, the protons in its nucleus can get close to the electrons of other atoms. And because of their positive charge, they pull on them really hard. So near a carbon atom, fluorine grabs onto one of the carbon's electrons to complete its outer shell. And this keeps the two atoms bonded together. But the fluorine isn't done there. It keeps tugging on the carbon's electrons, pulling them closer to itself, which makes fluorine slightly negatively charged and the carbon slightly positive. So now there's an electrostatic attraction that makes this bond even stronger. Now, in reality, electrons behave more like fuzzy clouds than the orbiting points in this animation, but the principle still holds. In terms of energy, this is actually the strongest single bond a carbon can form. So if other atoms or molecules get close, they're essentially ignored. And Plunkett's magic powder was completely covered in carbon-fluorine bonds, so it hardly reacted with anything. Okay, so he's got this incredibly nerd stuff. Was he really trying to get rid of it?
He actually didn't know what to do with it, because, like, what do you do with a material that doesn't, react with anything? But luckily, his employer, DuPont, they were actually working with the US Army on the Manhattan Project. So they were refining uranium and plutonium, because of course there's a World War II reference in a Veritasium video. You just have to have it.
To get the fuel for nuclear bombs, enriched uranium, you first have to turn the uranium into a gas, uranium hexafluoride. It was a nasty chemical that corroded everything. So all the gaskets, seals, and miles of pipe in the plant at Oak Ridge had to constantly be replaced, slowing down production.
But then DuPont was like, listen, we have this seemingly indestructible chemical, right? It doesn't react with stuff, it doesn't corrode, so maybe we can try and use it against uranium hexafluoride. So they get a bunch of this powder, they cram it together under high pressure to create these cakes, essentially. Now you had a solid of this material that you could machine into gaskets and cylinders that you could push into these pipes. They put these tube linings into the pipe, and boom, it works like magic, like a charm. The uranium hexafluoride was no match for this magic material.
As Gordon Fee, the manager of the nuclear weapons plant, put it, there was never a substitute considered, as far as I know.
The material worked so well that the Army wanted to use it for everything.
The same gaskets and seals were installed into fuel tanks and airplane engines to protect them from oil and water. And weapons manufacturing plants no longer had issues with the corrosive nitric acid needed to make explosives. DuPont saw the potential too, so they trademarked the material in 1944.
They didn't trademark it under the name polytetrafluoroethylene, because admittedly, that name kind of sucks. So they took TE from tetra, FL from fluoro, and then they had a bunch of these other miracle materials, rayon, nylon. So they took ON from the end of those, and boom, Teflon.
Nice. Okay. It's a good name. Under the Army's order, DuPont ramped up Teflon production at their test plant in Arlington, New Jersey, giving their whole supply to the government. But DuPont struggled to produce enough Teflon to meet the military's demand. As their Arlington scientists put it, the major advantages of polytetrafluoroethylene, solvent resistance and high thermal stability, offer obstacles from the standpoint of ease in fabrication.
You could only really mold Teflon into solids, so gaskets, seals, pipes, but you couldn't put it into water to make a spray because it doesn't dissolve in water. They actually didn't know anything that dissolved Teflon, but there was an even bigger problem at that point.
To polymerize TFE into Teflon, you can add a reactive atom or molecule that will hijack the first carbon double bond and start the reaction. This is called the initiator, and the bond formed between it and the first TFE molecule releases a small amount of energy. Then a bit of energy is also released when the next TFE molecule joins the chain, and the next, and the next. And if the process isn't controlled, the reaction gets very hot very quickly. And if it gets above 200 degrees Celsius, TFE rapidly decomposes into carbon and tetrafluoromethane, which releases even more energy all at once. This caused a massive explosion at the Arlington plant in 1944, killing 2 workers.
You need a way to dissipate the heat, take the heat away from the reaction without it staying in there and therefore expanding and creating that explosive force.
Yeah, and one of the ways to do that was to have the reaction happening in water, because water can absorb a huge amount of energy before it ever heats up.
But if you inject TFE into a water cylinder, the gas doesn't dissolve. Even at high pressure, most of the TFE just stays on top. So if you add an initiator, the polymerization is triggered in one place, and so it can still cause an explosion. What you need is some way to disperse the TFE throughout the water first, and to do that, DuPont needed help. In 1951, they purchased a special acid from 3M, the company behind Scotch tape. This acid, called PFOA, looked almost exactly like Teflon. It had a chain of 8 carbon atoms covered in fluorines, but at the other end, there was a double-bonded oxygen and an OH group. That's what makes it an acid. And since there were 8 carbons in the chain, DuPont also referred to the acid as C8. The tail end of C8, like Teflon, was hydrophobic, but the acid head group loved water. It was hydrophilic. So when you add C8 into water, the molecules rearrange themselves so that the heads touch the water, but the Teflon-like tails don't. They create little bubbles all throughout the water, which are virtually dry on the inside. If you now inject TFE and stir the whole mixture up, well, the hydrophobic gas ends up in the middle of these C8 bubbles. And those bubbles are dispersed everywhere, evenly throughout the water.
You know what this reminds me of? Is soap.
Yeah.
So it's the great combiner that allows like oil and water to mix.
And now if you sprinkle in initiator molecules, the initiator molecules also go into these bubbles. They start the polymerization reaction. So from TFE to Teflon. But now, since it's happening spread all throughout these bubbles, the heat is evenly dissipated throughout the water and no one explodes.
And since Teflon is now suspended in a solution, you can spray it onto surfaces like a coating.
This thing doesn't stick to anything. How do you stick it to the gaskets? You know, how do you actually use it?
Yeah. That's a good question. So the trick was actually the surface had to be really rough. So what you do is you sandblast it to create grooves and imperfections at this like nanoscopic level. Now, if you spray the coating on, what happens is if you heat it up, the water evaporates. The C8, it also evaporates, but Teflon, instead of it evaporating, it just softens up. So although there's no chemical interaction here, now it's mechanically stuck to the surface. That's how they got it to stick.
With the war over, the Army lifted the secrecy bans on the Teflon patents, and DuPont was allowed to sell it commercially. And suddenly, people all over the world were coating everyday items in Teflon, trying to create a world-changing product.
One day in 1954, a French engineer, Marc Gregoire, tried putting Teflon on his fishing gear to prevent tangles.
But then his wife saw him doing that, and her reaction was that this is absolute nonsense. No one is ever going to use this. You should do something that someone's actually going to use. So how about you put it on a pan? Make a pan non-stick.
And once these pans hit the market, it was a cooking revolution.
Teflon, Teflon,
Teflon.
And DuPont knew exactly how to market it.
Even oatmeal won't stick to Teflon.
Hey, neat! Let me try.
And it wasn't just non-stick pans. Teflon, C8, and chemicals like it were used in everything.
Slip-away contains the magic of DuPont Teflon.
Suddenly, we had Teflon stain-resistant carpets and stain protection sprays like 3M's Scotch Guard. Jackets lined with Teflon were waterproof and breathable.
Gore-Tex is the brand name.
Teflon was so inert that medical implants made out of it wouldn't be rejected by the body. It was used to coat the Statue of Liberty's steel framework to save it from corrosion. And even bullets were coated with Teflon to minimize the damage they did coming out of the gun barrel. The term Teflon was so ubiquitous that when the Italian mobster John Gotti was being prosecuted in the late 1980s, none of the charges against him would stick, so he was dubbed Teflon Don. By the late 1990s, the Teflon business generated roughly $1 billion in yearly sales for DuPont.
Teflon has a great future, and its uses will be many.
The chemicals were everywhere, even where they shouldn't be.
There's something wrong with this water. They won't tell us what it is.
The man behind the camera is Earl Tennant, a farmer in West Virginia.
And this is what they expect a man's cows to drink on his own property.
He suspected that something in this creek was poisoning his cows.
This is 153 of these animals that I've lost on this farm.
Damn.
You can see the discoloration in the hair here on her neck. And they keep trying to tell me there's nothing wrong with these things. I can call the West Virginia State Veterinary, and the only thing he asked me is, do you have a good attorney?
Earl was desperate, so he hired a lawyer.
He came to our offices armed with boxes of VHS videotapes. Started watching these videotapes. You know, there was a serious problem here.
Something wrong with this cow. Slobber's running clear to the ground.
The animals were wasting away, and they were skin and bones, and they had tumors and black teeth, and you could see on the videotape
Poor things.
white foam coming out of this pipe on this landfill next door with these animals standing in the white foam. The hair on their hooves was being eaten off by whatever was in the water.
This is a lower pipe. You can see what's coming out of it.
It was a discharge pipe, and it had the marking of E.I. DuPont de Nemours and Company.
And the landfill that pipe was draining from belonged to DuPont's massive factory complex outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, just 6 miles away.
Jesus.
That factory was Washington Works, the first commercial Teflon plant. It provided jobs for almost 2,000 people in the town, and DuPont's presence was felt everywhere.
I have been a resident of Parkersburg for 48 years. I do not work for the DuPont Company, but I have seen how their people have done much for the cultural growth of this community.
There are facilities for tennis, camping, swimming, softball, and more than 20 areas equipped for cookouts and family picnics.
DuPont took care of the community. So when the town folk got word that Earl Tennant hired a lawyer to investigate, they shunned him and his family.
As his sister-in-law put it, we'd walk into a restaurant and everybody in the restaurant would get up and leave. But Earl wasn't scared off, and neither was Rob.
I thought this was going to be pretty straightforward.
See, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, dictates exactly which chemicals are safe to be disposed of in a landfill and in what amounts.
We would get those records and permits, and it would tell us which chemical was causing this problem. But none of those records were really showing anything that was really causing a problem, nothing that would explain that white foam.
Whatever was in Earl's water wasn't on the permits. Now, already in the 1950s, people knew that Teflon, specifically PTFE, was pretty safe. It's a long and extremely inert molecule, so if you ingest it, your body just flushes it out. However, if you heat Teflon to 350 degrees Celsius, it starts releasing fumes that make people sick. This often happened to workers in Teflon plants. Stray PTFE powder would fall onto their cigarettes as they were working, and then later they would accidentally smoke one of these cigarettes. Luckily, the symptoms were mild: fatigue, tightness of chest, headaches, and they would usually pass within 48 hours. It was called polymer fume fever.
And even though it rarely happens today, it's why you should never overheat your Teflon pan to these temperatures, especially if you have pet birds at home, because the fumes are much more toxic to them. But Teflon couldn't have poisoned Earl's cows. There were no fumes or high temperatures, so there must have been something else in the water.
Rob filed a legal request for all of the Washington Works operational records, and DuPont sent them over. More than 60,000 documents.
A lot of folks would try to say, okay, you want a lot of documents, we'll give you a lot of documents, and hope that there'd be no way somebody could actually wade through all of these files and all of these materials. But I am the kind of person that I do dig in, and I do want to go through those documents, so I actually did read all of that.
And in those files, a certain chemical kept popping up everywhere. C8.
I never saw the kinds of things I was seeing now in these documents from DuPont.
In 1961, the same year Teflon pans hit the US market, DuPont's in-house scientists tested C8 on rats. Ingesting as little as 1.5 milligrams of C8 per kilogram of body weight caused the rats' livers to grow abnormally, and a dose of 570 milligrams per kilogram was lethal. For reference, sodium cyanide, one of the most dangerous poisons, is lethal to rats in doses of 5 to 15 milligrams per kilogram. But even though C8 was less fatal, it was concerning for two other reasons. First, like Teflon, its tail is made of carbon-fluorine bonds, which makes it incredibly stable. So C8 wouldn't break down in the environment for decades. And second, C8 looks like the fatty acids that humans and animals need for normal functioning, just with fluorines instead of hydrogens. So the concern was that C8 could get into the bloodstream, hitch a ride on the proteins that transport fatty acids around, and get almost anywhere in the body. And because of the carbon-fluorine bonds, humans and animals have no way to break down C8, so it could slowly build up, mimicking those fatty acids and potentially disrupting the systems they regulate, like the liver.
Toxic, persistent, bioaccumulative. So the concern was, it's like a ticking time bomb. It's got more opportunity to cause harm.
As a safety measure, that same rat study suggested that all these materials should be handled with extreme care, and that contact with skin should be strictly avoided. In 1962, DuPont redid the study and confirmed that high doses of C8 kill rats through injury to the stomach, intestine, brain, lungs, and pancreas. Then in 1965, they found those same toxic effects in dogs. The evidence was mounting.
They were even studying monkeys. Some of the monkeys were dropping dead. These chemicals were causing toxic effects in multiple organ systems, in multiple species. All these studies weren't being shared with the scientific community.
And likely, no one outside of DuPont would have noticed something was wrong if it was not for
tooth decay, the most widespread of all diseases.
In the 1950s, tooth decay was a nationwide problem, so the US started adding inorganic fluorides like sodium fluoride to the public water supply. This helped fight cavities.
16 years after fluoridation, all children will have 65% less tooth decay.
In 1975, researchers wanted to know if that inorganic fluoride was getting into people's blood, so they sampled blood from around the US, and the results were as expected. More fluoride in the tap water meant more fluoride in the blood.
But they found another type of fluorine in the blood too, which was organic fluorine, carbon-fluorine bonds, and it didn't
more fluoride in the blood.
Yeah, so they were finding a lot of fluoride in the blood of people. But what does fluoride do to the human body? That's the thing too, because it's extremely toxic before, like even after when it's added into water. It's extremely toxic before and after it's put into water, especially drinking water. But yet they say it's good for your teeth as long as it's in small doses.
Blood.
But they found another type of fluorine in the blood too, which was organic fluorine, carbon-fluorine bonds, and it didn't follow the same trend.
Well, these researchers were wondering, where's this coming from? Because this is not a naturally occurring substance. Yeah. And they did research and they found that 3M was making these organic fluorides, the things like PFOA, all right? So they approached 3M in 1975, asking them, hey, we found this stuff in the general U.S. population's blood, could it be yours? And 3M pled ignorance.
But just 3 months later, 3M compared the spectrum of organic fluorine from the study to their own chemicals, and it was a match. Their chemicals were getting into the blood of people all across the United States, but they didn't tell the researchers.
Oh, jeez.
3M and DuPont were worried, so they checked their own workers' blood. And they found that they too were contaminated with C8 at levels 1,000 times higher than those in the study.
Jesus.
And when DuPont checked their medical records, many of these workers were showing signs of liver disease. Meanwhile, DuPont was dumping almost 10 tons of C8 into the Ohio River each year, and they were piling up thousands more tons as C8 sludge that would leach from the landfill next to Earl's farm.
Jesus.
All while showing commercials like these.
And the water that eventually flows to the river is collected at 5 points and analyzed to make sure we don't pollute the Ohio.
And by the early 80s, the first cancer study is done in rats, and it confirms PFOA causes, not just might be linked with, but causes testicular tumors, all right? That sends alarm bells off within the company because the concern is, of course, we're putting this in the air, we're putting it in the water, it's in Teflon.
DuPont collected samples around Washington Works, and C8 wasn't just in the river, it was in the public water supply.
So in 1984, DuPont officials met to assess whether C8 should be swapped for a safer chemical. But their conclusion was that currently none of the options developed are, from a fine powder business standpoint, economically attractive. So C8 stuck around, and DuPont just came up with a safe dose for drinking water.
DuPont scientists are the first people on the planet to say what would be a safe level for humans. They calculated something like 0.6 parts per billion, which they rounded up to 1. And the importance of that is, at that time, that was about the lowest level you could detect in water. Essentially, if we can detect it, it's too high.
So to put that into perspective, here is
sneaky bastards, man. Fuck.
2,500 liter tank of water, if filled to the brim. Now imagine you take 1 drop of PFOA, 0.05 milliliters, and you place it not in one of these tanks or 2 or 3, 20 of these tanks. That's 1 part per billion, and that's the number DuPont thought would be unsafe for humans to drink.
And after determining its own safety metric, DuPont tested the landfill wastewater leaching into Earls Creek. It came back at 1,600 parts per billion.
Jesus. Oh.
They didn't tell anybody. So at that point, I thought I had figured out what had finally happened to the cows.
Rob compiled all the evidence into a 900-page letter and sent it to the EPA, the Department of Justice, and even the U.S. Attorney General.
And just a few months later, DuPont settled with Earl Tennant and his family for an undisclosed sum, although they didn't admit to any wrongdoing.
But this stuff wasn't just in the water the cows were drinking. This was in the surrounding community's public wells, right? People around Mr. Tennant, the tens of thousands of people in that community had likely been drinking this for decades and didn't know.
So Rob sued DuPont again, now on behalf of the 70,000 people around Parkersburg who were unwittingly exposed to C8. And it wasn't just Parkersburg or West Virginia.
In the year 2000, researchers analyzed blood samples from thousands of Americans all across the country. And 100% of those samples came back positive for C8, at an average of 5 parts per billion. But if virtually everyone in the US is contaminated, how harmful could C8 really be?
This is exactly what Rob had to find out to have a fighting chance against DuPont. So in 2005, he spearheaded a medical study of everyone around Washington Works.
Scientists need to know if the chemical C8 causes any health problems. By completing a health questionnaire and having your blood tested, you can help.
Analyzing the blood samples and medical records took 7 long years.
And many in Parkersburg passed away before a verdict was even reached, including Earl and his wife Sandra.
But finally, in 2013, an independent science panel had the results. They confirmed a probable link between C8 and 6 human diseases, including thyroid disease, testicular cancer, and kidney cancer. And these findings were based solely on the nearby community, with an average C8 blood level of 28 parts per billion.
Damn.
So, for example, an average American male has around a 1 in 43 chance of developing kidney cancer. It's around 1 in 73 for females. But a person with more than 30 parts per billion of C8 in their blood serum might have about double the odds. So roughly 1 in 22 for males and 1 in 37 for females. But the data in many of these studies only included survivors, not people who might have already died from C8 exposure. So the verdict was that the findings must be interpreted with caution. The true risk of C8 might be even higher.
Luckily, once these studies were published in 2013, DuPont was pressured by the regulators to phase out C8.
And by 2017, they had to pay out over $600 million to victims of C8 exposure.
Good.
Which is a pretty small price to pay for a company that made almost $80 billion.
Holy shit, $80 billion. They should have paid more.
In sales just that year.
And all throughout, DuPont denied any wrongdoing. But that wasn't the end of it for Parkersburg or anyone else, because DuPont separated its entire Teflon business into a spin-off company, Chemours, that agreed to use a different chemical. So what was it?
They simply took C8 and knocked 2 carbons off and started making C6.
They called it Gen X. Because it was shorter and had an oxygen atom interrupting the carbon chain, it was expected to be more degradable. So Chemours claimed a dose as high as 70 parts per billion of Gen X in drinking water would still be safe.
That chemical gets shipped to the same plant in West Virginia, so now Gen X goes into the air. Gen X goes into the Ohio River. Gen X is found in public water supplies. So Gen X is allowed to come out into the world, be used in Teflon. Then the cancer study is done, which shows Gen X causes the exact same 3 tumors in rats that PFOA did. Liver, testicular, and pancreatic.
And the fact that its chain is shorter also makes Gen X more mobile, so it could contaminate larger areas. The truth is, we just don't know enough about it, and that's exactly the problem.
It took us decades to get to the point of finally addressing C8. They simply tweak it a bit, change the chemical name. All of the science and all of the concern, that's on C8. This is C6 or C9 or C4. You don't have enough evidence that these other ones are bad. This is whack-a-mole. We get to the point we're addressing one and the new one pops up and we're told we have to start over.
And it isn't just C8 or Gen X.
They belong to a family of over 14,000 different man-made chemicals, all covered in carbon-fluorine bonds. And companies can make them however they want. C7s, C9s, branched, polymers, acids. The generic term for all of these substances is PFAS, per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances. And like Teflon, they have almost magical qualities. They repel liquids, so PFAS are used to make clothing waterproof. They're also grease resistant, so we coat things like fast food wrappers and microwave popcorn bags in PFAS to prevent stains. Waterproof lipstick and mascara, hygiene products, and even contact lenses have PFAS in them.
Even the screen you're watching this on likely has a PFAS
Waterproof lipstick and mascara, hygiene products, and even contact lenses have PFAS in them.
Damn.
Even the screen you're watching this on likely has a PFAS anti-smudge coating.
The trouble is that the same carbon-fluorine bonds that make PFAS so stable and useful in consumer products also make them incredibly persistent in the environment. Which is why you might also know PFAS under a different name, forever chemicals. They have been found everywhere, from bustling cities to untouched areas of wilderness. Every continent, including Antarctica, has PFAS all over it.
Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, I mean, this stuff is being found everywhere. So, massive worldwide contamination, but by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies.
Even though companies knew how dangerous these chemicals were 50 years ago, they decided not to inform the public and the regulators. So we're only finding out about this global contamination now.
Damn.
And there have been many cases where important public health information doesn't get widely disseminated for years. And whenever that happens, media coverage can be inconsistent, which is why I've partnered up with Ground News as the sponsor of this video. Their platform reveals how stories like these are covered across the media landscape. For example, a recent study suggested that 23 million Americans were exposed to forever chemicals through wastewater. But you probably haven't seen the story since fewer than 40 outlets even published it. And take a look at how different some of these headlines are. With Ground News, you can also see that government-funded sources had limited reporting of this story, and only 9% of the publications were right-leaning. So Ground News flagged this as a potential blind spot. It's highlighted on their blind spot feed, where you can see stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. The whole point of Veritasium is to make videos that get to the truth, whether that's explaining misconceptions or getting to the bottom of potentially dangerous chemicals. Ground News helps us do that, and they can help you too. So if you, like us, care about getting to the truth, go to ground.news/VE or scan this QR code. Our link gets you 40% off their Vantage plan. And now, back to PFAS.
Okay, now I want to find out how much of these chemicals.
It's fucked, man. Yeah, we're all poisoned. by C8, but now C6, basically just a little variant of the first forever chemical. Still just as deadly, but it's even more. It can spread around more easier now. Holy shit! Damn.
It's actually in my blood, so I have a little test here. Ugh. I hate the idea of drawing my own blood. Okay, that was pretty easy actually. I was really worried that there was not going to be enough blood coming out. But no, there's plenty. So the question is, how much of these dangerous chemicals are in my blood?
Has anyone ever come back with blood that has 0 PFAS whatsoever?
I've been doing blood testing on PFAS since 2007, and I've never seen a non-detect.
No way.
So I hear that 98% of the population has PFAS in their blood, but I'm looking for that 2% that doesn't, because I've yet to see them.
That's incredible. I mean, very, very bad incredible, but wow.
But if everyone on Earth has trace amounts of these chemicals in their blood, how much harm could they really be doing?
I want to make a distinction because it turns out not all PFAS are equally dangerous. You can kind of split them up into 2 groups. First up, you have long, repeating chains of carbon-fluorine bonds that are tens or hundreds of thousands of atoms long. So stuff like Teflon. These are so big and inert that even if you do ingest them, your body's just going to flush them out. They can't be absorbed into your bloodstream, so you're pretty safe.
Yep.
They're called fluoropolymers because of the long, repeating chains of carbon and fluorine bonds. But the catch is, to make these fluoropolymers, stuff like Teflon, you need to use processing aids, things like PFOA or Gen X, and those are the nasty ones. These molecules are 5 to 10 carbons long, which makes them small enough to actually enter the bloodstream. They have functional groups at the ends that are usually acids. The most common ones are perfluoroalkyl acids, which means that they can bind to the proteins in your blood and be transported anywhere in the body. So they slowly accumulate and build up over time. Now, there are more than just 2 groups of PFAS and even different definitions of what PFAS.
Sorry.
Now, there are more than just 2 groups of PFAS and even different definitions of what PFAS even are, but most of what we know really relates to just a handful of chemicals from this group here, to these perfluoroalkyl acids.
Perhaps the most comprehensive document on PFAS toxicity was published in 2022 by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, and it looked at only 7 perfluoroalkyl acids. These are sister chemicals to PFOA, and some of them, like PFOS and PFHXS, were used heavily in the production of stain and water-resistant products, like 3M's Scotchgard, before they too got phased out due to toxicity concerns. The report surmised that if the sum of these 7 acids in your blood is below 2 parts per billion, there shouldn't be any harm. If your level is between 2 and 20 parts per billion, there's a potential for harmful health effects. Although the exact mechanism by which PFAS cause harm isn't fully understood, exposure has most consistently been associated with high cholesterol, a decreased immune system response to vaccines and infections, kidney cancer, and decreased growth in infants. But PFAS have also been linked to dozens of other conditions.
Yeah, look at that. Liver enzyme alterations, thyroid disease, decrease in bone mineral density, kidney cancer, high cholesterol, ulcerative colitis, testicular cancer, breast cancer, hypertension, decreased antibody, type 2 diabetes, renal disease. The ones that we see rising the most is testicular cancer, thyroid disease, kidney cancer, breast cancer, diabetes, and also renal disease. That's the one we see on the rise the most. Of all the different kind of diseases that are on the rise right now, that's what we see the most. Well, there's also the reduced fetal growth and high cholesterol, decreased antibody response, hypertension, ulcerative colitis, and decreased bone mineral density, same as liver enzyme alterations. There's those 2, but the cancers are the ones that we see the most, and the diabetes, as along with other kind of kidney and liver issues, and cancer issues. Huh. Frig.
And above 20 parts per billion, the risk is even greater.
Damn.
So where do I fall on this graph?
Uh-oh.
Right. So I have the results here.
You're not going to tell me what yours were before I see mine?
No.
All right.
You're positive for PFOA.
Okay.
The level for PFOA for a US person went down from 5 parts per billion around the 2000s to around 1.46, what you have. So you're super average for a US person.
Great. Okay.
The good news is, though, no Gen X for you or for me, which is great.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
But the real surprise, I guess, is PFOS, the sister chemical. And it was used in a similar way, so stain-resistant carpets, treated clothing, and your result is at 8.93 parts per billion, whereas the US average is 4.3.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy because it was discontinued pretty much in 2002.
This is not the results I expected. I honestly expected very boring results of like, yeah, you're around the middle of the pack or a little bit on the low side.
And then for PFH excess, basically PFOS, but 6 instead of 8 carbons, your levels here are almost 7 parts per billion, but the US average is 1 part per billion. You're higher than 95% of Americans.
It shocks me because like I was fully walking into this meeting.
So he has a higher potential to develop some kind of disease or cancer because those are high in his blood. Oh, frig. Damn.
Expecting to be, roughly average.
Yeah, to me it's scary. You live a normal life thinking that you're taking care of everything, and then you have high levels of a chemical you never heard of.
The combined sum of all the PFAS detected in my blood was 17.92 parts per billion, more than double the US median. I'm just below the level where the national academies recommend additional screenings for PFAS-related diseases.
I had no idea I would come back with such elevated levels. I'd love to get the level sort of down a bit to a level where I feel like it's more in line with the general population.
Yeah.
But like, where could this have come from?
There are 3 main ways we get exposed to forever chemicals, and the one you'll hear the most about in the media is likely PFAS-containing products.
Shampoo, dental floss, paints, varnishes. Potentially dangerous chemicals. Dangerous chemicals. Toxic chemicals.
People are throwing out their non-stick cookware.
My wife threw out all our nonstick pans over a year ago, and since then we've been using stainless steel. She is very good at making it not stick. Me, not so much. But are pans really the problem?
The actual coating on the pan is Teflon, which again is just a long inert chain of carbon-fluorine bonds. So even if you ingest it, it doesn't react with your body.
If you have a pan like that at home, you probably don't need to throw it out.
The same goes for most other PFAS-containing products. Waterproof clothing, stain-resistant furniture, and sweat-proof watch bands might all release some level of PFAS, but the risk of direct exposure through skin is likely low. So the bigger problem is how easily PFAS from these products can end up in the environment. And many of the factories that make these products don't have a good track record of keeping the chemicals contained.
People don't understand that the stories that you see, for example, what was happening in the community in West Virginia, this is the same chemical and the same things that we're seeing play out now in Australia and in Japan, in Italy, in Germany, in the UK. I mean, there are a lot of folks that are still not grasping the fact that these are the same chemicals.
Our second main source of exposure is food. A lot of it comes packaged in PFAS-treated materials like takeout boxes, microwave popcorn bags, and burger wrappers.
If it's on a burger wrapper, is it a tiny amount? Is it a ridiculously tiny amount?
We actually did tests at the lab with stuff that usually contains PFAS. So, microwave popcorn, fast food wrappers, paper cups that are waterproof. So I have the tap water here from a house in London. Could we boil some water, because usually you interact with these products when they're hot, and then see if any of the PFAS leaches off and you potentially eat them or drink them?
This is citizen science, right? So it's like, there might be some error, but with a solid control, and then with the same tap water going to all of them, we can at least get something.
Yeah, and even if we get nothing, we'll know that people are probably safe using these products. Right.
Whisk it around.
Yeah, really get that PFAS in that
Juice
water.
is going-
Right, we get the
Well,
PFAS
it's
juices
supposed to
going.
be safe for human consumption.
Yeah.
That's the wild thing.
We sloshed it around there, hot water, boiling water for around 30 seconds, and then we tested that water to see if any of the PFAS that are used to coat these items would actually make it into the water.
Yeah.
So here's what I got. And these are parts per trillion now. So for PFOA, good news, basically no detection anywhere, except for the microwave popcorn. I will say these are very low levels, but hold your horses, because the microwave popcorn gets worse.
The thing about microwave popcorn, it's sitting in there wrapped up with the popcorn for months or years before you ever stick it in your microwave. That gives those chemicals plenty of time to like leach into the oils, and it's going to go all over the popcorn and you're going to eat it. This could explain some of our own results. The level for PFPEA, which is a shorter variation of PFOA, came back at 10 parts per trillion after the popcorn bag test.
Huh.
And you can see similar results in some of the other PFAS species.
But then microwave popcorn actually drops for PFOS. Why could that be? We don't actually know.
I was gonna say maybe the PFAS like went on that wrapper and found its friends and just hung out there.
Yeah, could be. I know we've only done like one test here, no repeat measurements, so we can't conclude much from this. But there's something to be said for when you're using these products, they're gonna leach into your water, leach into your food.
And research tends to agree. A 2019 study found that eating fast food and microwave popcorn especially can increase your PFAS load, while eating home-cooked meals doesn't. But even something as simple as reheating your food on a plate instead of in the original packaging could prevent PFAS from migrating to your food. Now, you might expect that these part per trillion levels we detected in the London tap water are nothing compared to the parts per billion you'd find in human blood. But the surprising thing is that to have 2 parts per billion of PFOA in your blood, you don't need to drink water with 2 parts per billion of PFOA in it. Because PFAS accumulate in your body over time. So even water with as little as 4 parts per trillion of PFOA combined with other exposure can be enough to maintain your blood levels this high. And this is why, in addition...
Yeah, I was correct. Because I always said that I always believed before even finding out about C8 that it's got to be a correlation between the accumulation of some kind of certain chemicals that are causing cancers and other kinds of diseases in people. But what is it? And now we know it's the C8 and those PFAS and PFOS and all that stuff. PFOA, it's those forever chemicals that are accumulating in our bodies until they reach a certain point, and then that's when it causes those cancers and everything whatnot. And other diseases. Huh. Frig.
To food, water is your biggest source of exposure. This is especially true if you live near a PFAS factory where the local water is often heavily contaminated. But the same goes for areas near military bases or airports. See, adding chemicals like PFOA or PFOS to water lowers its surface tension, so the water gets more slippery. And these chemicals also tend to foam up, so they make for an excellent ingredient in firefighting foams. They spread quicker, and the foam blocks access to oxygen extremely well. And since both military bases and airports frequently do fire drills with these foams, they end up seeping into the surrounding soil and groundwater. But it doesn't stop there.
Currently, we have reached planetary saturation levels for PFAS, which means that when you look up at that cloud and it rains unsafe levels of at least 4 PFAS species.
It turns out that our entire water cycle is contaminated with PFAS. So even when it rains on the Tibetan plateau, that rain contains PFAS. To check the water levels in your area, you can use these maps that show PFAS contamination across the US, Europe, and Australia.
Damn, there's no escaping it. So whether it snows or rains, it's spreading all that stuff around. Holy fuck. Fucked, man. We're fucked.
Australia. What about Los Angeles? Encino. That's where I spent like 7 of the last 10 years.
Crescenta Valley.
Those are all high.
Yeah. Santa Clarita, some PFH excess level is crazy. So maybe you're getting your water from Santa Clarita.
Wow.
There's a calculator. It could give you what an estimate in your blood serum is. What we can try to do now is put that up in the calculator, see if you get something close to what you have if you want.
Sure.
pFH excess. So typical value for an adult is 1 part per billion, and then the Santa Clarita water is around 37 parts per trillion.
If you look after like 10 years?
So after roughly 10 years of exposure, you would have 6.85 parts per billion in your blood. And then I can tell you that you are at 684.
That would explain things.
Damn.
Now, I can't say for sure where my drinking water was coming from, but if I was consistently drinking water contaminated at similar levels, then that would explain my results. But if you're worried about your own water, you should contact your provider directly for the most relevant information. It's concerning just how unregulated drinking water has been.
Yeah.
It was actually only a year ago, in April 2024, that the US EPA finally set legal limits for PFAS in drinking water.
The safe level for PFOA went down from DuPont's initial 1 part per billion to 4 parts per trillion.
So we're no longer talking about 1 drop of PFOA in 20 of these tanks. We're talking about 1 drop in 5,000. That's 5 Olympic-sized swimming pools. And if there's even a drop of PFOA in there, the EPA is concerned.
The same 4 parts per trillion limit was also set for PFOS, the sister chemical. And Gen X went down from the 70,000 parts per trillion initially proposed by Chemours to just 10. The same goes for PFH excess. For reference, the EPA's limit for lead in water is 10,000 parts per trillion, and for cyanide, 200,000.
It gives you a pretty clear indication of how concerned the scientific community is.
And just when we got EPA limits, we got a new administration in the US, which might be reversing some of the PFAS bans. So you can't always depend on the in the US, which might...
Trump officials quietly moved to reverse bans on toxic forever chemicals. Damn. Damn. Huh.
Be reversing some of the PFAS bans. So you can't always depend on the regulators, and you seemingly can't depend on the companies that make this stuff to dispose of it safely. So what can you do?
If your water is contaminated, you might want to consider getting a PFAS certified filter. Reverse osmosis, granulated active carbon, and ion exchange filters are all capable of removing PFAS out of drinking water. But the responsibility to filter drinking water shouldn't come down to the individual. PFAS should be captured at the source during manufacturing, before they ever reach the environment.
Yeah.
And some companies, like Pure Affinity, are developing custom filters to make that happen.
So, very lab-looking lab.
Exactly, yeah. So could you walk me through like what all these pipes do and what do you have in here?
So this water is representative of where you've had a big firefighting foam incident. Right. So you want to filter this water, but basically the concept is take it from the top through the vessel. As it passes through this material, it basically sticks on to some of the PFAS chemicals in water, and then you run into another part of treatment, and a third one.
To me, it seems like if PFAS are so like bioaccumulative and actually persistent and stable, they don't really react with things. So how do you force them to react with stuff in here?
Basically taking advantage of this long organic tail, as well as the polar head. And so you can have some electrostatic interactions with the polar head, and then you can have some hydrophilic and hydrophobic interactions with the tail. And by combining these 3 binding mechanisms, you increase massively your likelihood of binding PFAS, even if it's still difficult.
Right. Do the levels drop 100% already here, or do you see a gradual decrease in PFAS?
That's the cool question.
Okay.
So in the beginning, it drops 100% after this one.
Oh. So problem solved, or?
Problem solved for the time being.
Okay.
What we see right now is it will last about 40,000 volumes of this vessel. So a 10-liter vessel would basically provide all of the PFAS treatment for a household.
In a year?
For a year.
You want this to be in factories first, so it never gets into the water.
Yeah. We're talking to the fluorochemicals manufacturers, and they're really trying to move forward rather than just wait for regulations.
Everyone's true risk from PFAS will be different. It depends on dozens of factors, like your water contamination, your lifestyle, what you eat. But how much should you really worry about it? Like, if I'm at 17 or 18 parts per billion, is that the equivalent of drinking a beer a night or going out in the Australian sun without sunscreen?
So what I like to do is create this hierarchy of risk. And in terms of hierarchy of risk reduction, number 1 on that is stopping smoking, exercising, consuming a healthy whole food diet, and making sure you're getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep. Then you have medium levels of intervention, seeing your primary care doctor, controlling your cholesterol numbers. And then on the lower tier that you have, PFAS probably falls into that lower tier.
Being preventative about PFAS exposure is currently our only option.
Cholesterol numbers. And then on the lower tier that you have, PFAS probably falls into that lower tier.
PFAS probably falls in that lower tier.
Being preventative about PFAS exposure is currently our only option because there are no approved medical treatments available.
However, if you compare PFAS contamination between the sexes, male levels are consistently higher, at least up until around the age of 50, when menopause usually starts.
This is partly because menstruation, birth, and lactation are all ways PFAS can escape the body. PFAS can pass through the placenta and into the fetus during pregnancy. And then the baby can also get exposed through breast milk.
It's something that pregnant people should be extremely careful about. Young children are incredibly susceptible. They're drinking more water, they are growing, they're near surfaces like treated carpets.
Now, not everyone has to change their lifestyle because of PFAS.
But if you're in a high-risk group because of pregnancy or because you live or work in a PFAS-contaminated area, you might want to consider it.
Firefighters have especially high PFAS levels because their gear and foams are laced with them. Remarkably, a 2022 study found that when firefighters donated blood or plasma frequently enough, they reduced their PFAS levels by up to 30% within a year.
And it's kind of ironic that our health system's coming back to bloodletting.
What do you think about the idea of donating?
Our health system's coming back to bloodletting.
Do not recommend blood.
What do you think about the idea of donating blood as a way to reduce PFAS in the body?
I've never heard of that as a strategy. That's kind of interesting. Well, I definitely recommend people donate blood more frequently, not because of PFAS exposure, but because of the fact we desperately need blood. What's important to note is that, especially in this current administration, we need to be very careful about shifting budgets away from research agencies, because without that research, the guidance that I'm giving is going to be significantly more flawed. The reason I'm able to talk about what we know and what we don't know comes from that research. So if we're going to be cutting the budgets to these major agencies and letting scientists go, we're only going to get worse and worse information.
We are still a good few years away from proper medical treatment and better PFAS regulations because this is extremely tricky. There are places where we should ban PFAS completely, like hygiene products, cosmetics, and food packaging. And some countries are already doing that. But we also can't ban PFAS altogether, at least not yet, because we still rely on these chemicals for things like medical implants, and it's currently impossible to make semiconductors for our electronics without them.
All the tubing for the vaccine manufacturing is PFAS-based. They take us to space as well, our space suits. But even in these niche applications, we have to be responsible around how we use it.
People are coming together from a lot of different disciplines to create destruction mechanisms, to create novel capture materials, and to create novel replacements. I am excited and inspired by all of the great work that's going on around me. So I think if people want to learn more, I would advise them to learn about the risks, but then also learn about the new technology that's being developed that will hopefully put us in the right direction.
So to me, one of the most important things we can do is have discussions like what we're doing right here. If the story is and the information's out there, people can make informed choices about whether they want to continue purchasing things that have these materials in them. And what we're seeing is consumers, as they do become aware, are saying, no, we don't want these chemicals. And companies are voluntarily coming forward and taking these chemicals out of products because the consumers are now demanding it.
We've been here before with leaded gasoline, Freon, and asbestos, and each time we did the research and made the right decision to phase these chemicals out. With PFAS, we're just starting to understand the problem, but I'm hopeful we'll make the same decision again.
Interesting.
If you want to inform yourself more about PFAS, we've attached all the sources we've used to make this video down in the description. It's actually our longest episode ever, and we couldn't have made it without the help of our sponsor, Ground News. So if you want to be more informed about the issues around the world that are affecting you and everyone else out there, go to ground.news/VE or use this QR code. I really want to thank Ground News for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
contaminated because of a few companies and their greed. Huh.
And with, I just think that putting somebody who, a guy that sleeps around.
Okay, so I'll respond to that. So are you stating that when it comes to preferences, people are only entitled to having preferences as it relates to morals? Because women have, one last thing and I'll let you respond. Women have plenty of preferences for men that have nothing to do with morals. And they do, and they also have preferences that do relate
just
to morals.
relationally, even to just attraction, right?
It sounds like we went off topic from shaming someone, though.
Not really. Like, we're still on...
I think it's still somewhat on topic.
Yeah.
It's kind of flow.
But go ahead.
No, I'm
going to let this come in, but then you can
Christopher
respond.
Murphy donated $200.
Thank you, Christopher Murphy. Sorry for the
Andrew,
delay.
you can't reason with these women. They're driven by emotion and are therefore unreasonable. Reason and logic push society, ladies, not your feelings.
That sounds like an emotional response.
But when you go home, right? Because when you go home, you
It's not even funny.
want that woman with feelings. You don't want a woman that sits there and is analytical. You don't come home to a pair of boobs that are hard as rocks. You come home
some
to a
men do,
soft.
and
Some do, and
you know.
I mean,
but-
like I think there's a balance. There's just that balance that we.
How
need
is she
to-
talking about?
You make a fine point. I would just give the quick reputation for Brian and the gal get back into it. The only thing I would say is this. It is the case, you are right, that men are perfectly happy to have women who lead with emotion in their life if they submit to them.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm more mask in my relationship, and my current partner and fiance, she's more feminine, and she definitely like
She submits?
She submits to me because like I mean, she makes more money than me as a pilot, and me as like a chef and doing like more gig work and stuff like that.
That
So
has
I
nothing
just
to do with what submission is ultimately. But,
well, no, I definitely know that, but I just mean like
yeah, if you-
the
Did you
best
wanna-
of both
did you wanna
worlds.
continue?
If you don't mind just repeating, I kind of lost track of the.
You guys were focused on whether or not it was hypocrisy, Brian.
Oh, because
if
of,
there
like,
was a
the
focus
more-
on the higher body count
I think
for
that
men
if yeah.
versus women.
I mean, I think that if long term you're looking for somebody, like obviously you're going to want to connect on moral things. On
The hormonal roller coaster is real. Andrew is right. Sometimes I just need a nap and I'm being hysterical. And we need to understand this so they don't blow up their lives because of mood swings. Yeah.
on compatibility is a factor in a long-term relationship. So yeah, I think that if you're going to be not asking but looking for the preference of somebody who has a lower body count, you yourself should not have been like a hoe as a man.
Well, let me see if I can make a response to this by
Okay.
just asking you a simple question. Would it be a deal breaker for you if you met a man and he had all the right criteria? He was a millionaire, perhaps. He met the attractiveness scale that you wanted. If he had slept with 150 women, but he wanted to settle down with you.
I think if he was ready to settle down, then that's fine as long as he's clean. And now
Yeah.
it's just him and I were.
So that wouldn't be a deal breaker, right?
Right.
Okay, but for men, that's a deal breaker.
But for a majority of men, I want to know why.
Yeah,
Well, it
okay.
doesn't-
So here,
maybe
but-
logically, it
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
make sense.
Well, actually, it should logically make sense. Hypocrisy. People use this word the wrong way. Hypocrisy doesn't mean I'm guilty of the thing in which I'm telling you not to do.
Yeah.
That's not hypocrisy.
That's not it.
Hypocrisy has a experience of pretending. So let me give you an example. I smoke, but I tell my children not to smoke. Does that make me a hypocrite? Should I tell my 10-year-old they can smoke?
Well, I mean, 10 years old, there's a lot of things you shouldn't do at 10. As a parent,
Yeah,
you're gonna
but
say,
why-
"Hey," I do think that it's confusing for the child.
Yeah,
If
but
you're
the
telling
pretending,
me not to smoke,
that's why it's not hypocrisy. Pretending is what's the hypocrisy. So if I were to say it's wrong for anybody on planet Earth to smoke and then smoked, I'd be a hypocrite. But if I'm like a fat person, let's say I'm really fat, right, and I'm around another fat person and say, hey, you should lose some weight, right? That's not hypocrisy. That person actually maybe should lose some weight. You actually being fat doesn't have anything to do with whether or not that person should lose weight or not. It would only be if you said, right, I myself, right, as a not fat person, am telling you not to lose weight. That would then make you a hypocrite, right? Hypocrisy has you have to have some type of pretending associated, or it's not hypocrisy. People confuse this with just you are guilty of the same thing you're telling the other person not to do. And a great example of this. I was a former drug addict, let's say.
Okay.
And I'm telling people not to be drug addicts. Am I a hypocrite?
No, because you've changed your ways and you're trying to. I would think that as a man, you're trying to lead by example.
Right.
That's what a traditional man.
But if I said, okay, I'm a former drug addict, you stop being a drug addict and secretly did drugs, would I be a hypocrite then?
Yeah.
Right. That's what actual hypocrisy is.
Yep.
So if
I
a
need
man,
to see the definition. No, I'm just
so
kidding.
if a man has a preference and he says, I don't want a woman who has a high body count, right? But he's fine with his own high body count. That's not hypocrisy.
Okay, so I mean, to me, I'm still not convinced. It still seems like an unfair. Like, I mean, obviously people can have their preferences.
Well, you can say it's not fair.
Yeah, I just
but
don't
you can't say it's
understand-
hypocrisy.
I don't know.
What's hypocritical about it? Being guilty of that which you're accusing the other person, that's not hypocrisy.
Depending on the why.
But so when you say it's unfair,
yeah, they're dumb,
right?
I can't think of a better word.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand where the logic is behind it. If you guys,
what do you mean?
Well, you
The
guys
logic of what?
The logic of why it's okay for you, I'm not going to say you, men typically always they are known for sleeping around. If they can get it, they're going to take it because maybe women. I'm sorry.
Well, can you clarify when you say it's okay, what specifically? Because I don't think I'm making the claim that it's okay for men to be promiscuous, but I am saying it's okay for a man who has a high body count
to want a woman who doesn't.
Date a woman who has a low body count or who's a virgin.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. I just think it's the shame and you're disgusting and you're calling, it's revolting, and yet they're sleeping around doing the same.
I'm actually fine with that too. I'm fine with that too.
So,
but are you saying it's revolting for both
Especially
to be
for-
doing it,
Or just
like both to be
Well,
promiscuous,
so
or just women?
my viewpoint always follows from Christian ethics. So promiscuity in men is, just, from my view, right, is a no-no, just like it is with women.
Especially for chair format.
But while that's prescriptively true,
Yeah.
meaning this is a prescription I give men and women, I'm also going to give a descriptive truth. The descriptive truth is that it's less of a big deal for women than it is for men. And because that is the case, that women perceive it that way versus men, the societal damage is always going to be lesser if men do it than if women do.
Sure. Yeah,
That's
that makes
it.
sense.
Simple.
Honestly, yeah.
There's my
Until that
prescription.
changes.
My prescription
Yeah.
is that neither of you should do this. But descriptively, if this behavior is found in one sex versus the other, it's more damaging. That's why we have virtues. That's what femininity and masculinity is. It's a tie to virtue from the sex, right? So if women engage in one type of virtue and it does way more damage if they abandon it versus men, it's feminine. It's masculine. If men refuse the virtue and does way more damage to society, that's a masculine virtue.
So you're saying societally because men typically do it. Hold on, let me take this back.
No. The
Because
ramifications on society are, it's not as bad, right? The outcomes are not as bad.
Because
if
women are
men,
generally more accepting of a high body.
No, not just that, because of reproduction. Like
But how
there's a
many-
reproductive element which goes into it, which would make it worse for especially for the outcome for
What's your body
children.
count?
If it is the case that women are promiscuous versus men. Like, for instance, you could have 300 promiscuous men all screwing the same woman, right? for like the purpose of reproduction or whatever. That would be less bad than if you had 300 women get pregnant and be single moms, right? Like ultimately that would be worse, right?
Wait, worse for what?
Just for society in general. If there was 300 single moms
And those needed more.
versus one single mom, right?
Yeah.
That would still be worse. You would agree. Right?
Sorry.
I don't know. Are you trying?
Good. Just which
Right.
would be more optimal? Which would be
Which
better?
makes sense.
Personally, my boyfriend and my ex right before him both had very low body counts. I don't know the exacts, but I know it's pretty low, and I actually appreciated that in him.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not even saying that there's a matter of appreciation. We're just saying that ultimately, here's what I see: that women, generally speaking, have a lesser interest in the male body count than the men do with the female body count.
Sure.
And I also see the outcomes of if you have promiscuous women, because they can reproduce and men can't, seems to actually be worse if women are promiscuous than men. Because men can be promiscuous with a small pool of women, right? But if women become promiscuous with a large pool of men, there's going to be reproduction.
Is there a component here too to the, I guess, the unfairness and the double standard is that, and I agree with Andrew insofar as I don't think either men or women should be promiscuous. I don't think promiscuity is good in men or women. But I do know that there is some cohort of men who, for example, if a woman sleeps with a bunch of men, she's a slut. If a guy sleeps with a bunch of women, he's a stud. Like it's, and not all, trust me, there's men who frown on the guy who's promiscuous too, like I just said.
Right.
Like me.
But
I call them fucking degenerates.
I like that we've gotten here though. This is great.
Yeah.
But there is some men who will be impressed by a man who's sexually successful with a lot of women. So is that a component of your argument?
Yeah, I mean that's a huge part of it. So
And-
I mean I'm understanding where Andrew came from with the whole,
Right. I mean, I would, again, just to be clear, not in favor of male promiscuity.
Right.
But I guess my response to that would be, when it comes to the impressiveness factor, or men who sleep with a lot of women, they're like, oh, you're such a stud, you're so cool. The reality is, any single woman, if she wanted to, could be a slut. Any single woman could be a slut. Very, very few men can be a slut. Like most men, average man, he can't sleep with a new girl every single day. Every single girl at this table, if you wanted to, you could sleep with a new guy every single day of the week. You could probably fuck 3 guys in a day. You could probably fuck 10 guys.
Oh, hang on. I see you shaking your head. I will prove this to you. I will put a bet on the table right now for $500 that if you and I go out to the street right now with a cardboard sign, you hold it up and say, I'll sleep with any man who wants, and I hold it up and say, I'll sleep with any woman who wants, which one of us getting picked up first?
Okay.
Which one of us getting picked up first?
Probably me.
Yeah, huh?
But
Why do you disagree, I guess?
It's easier for a woman to go out and sleep around, but for some women that's not the case. And for some men it's easy to go sleep around. So it's like you can't even say it's easier for one gender over the other because it's up to looks at the end of the day.
Yeah.
There's attractive men who can sleep around and there's attractive women who can sleep around.
Well, okay. So look, just to be clear, I'm not saying that there's 0 men who are sluts. That's not even my argument.
Yeah,
there absolutely are men who can sleep with a bunch of women. This is not what I'm disputing. And then I think men, either if they're really good looking, they can do this. If they have like exceptional top tier charisma or personality, they can do it. If they're like, if they're super wealthy, if they're a dork, it's probably still gonna be a little hard, but like if they're super rich, might help.
So
then if
status, Forrest is upset with men
like she said,
score high on the
status,
attractive scale of 1 to 10,
so like a
who are sought
professional
out by women
athlete,
can
a
also have
musician,
his
an
pick of women as
actor,
well.
these men, even if they're not really that good looking or they don't have great personalities or whatever, although sometimes status tends to give the aura or
That's
the
what it seems like
halo
to me.
of charisma, even if there's not actually any there. But yeah, so those are the scenarios in which men can be sluts, so to speak. But I don't think most men fall into those categories. Most men don't fall into those categories. So the reality is, you can take a woman who's average looking, who's got a terrible personality, terrible personality. She has 0 status. She has no fame. She has no money. She doesn't have any of these things. She could hop on Tinder and sleep with 3 guys a day if she wanted to. Most women don't want to do that, but if she could, is what I'm trying to get at. Whereas like most men just can't do that.
You mean physically? I'm sorry.
What do you mean physically?
Do you mean they can't do that physically?
No, what I'm saying is they
like on the
wouldn't.
apps, they're not going to get enough
why can't they do it?
Even with like, so there's a degree of effort too, right? Like a guy who's really good looking, but he stays inside all the time and doesn't communicate with women, but otherwise could get laid, isn't going to get laid. So there is a degree of effort that's involved. But I would argue, like an average looking guy, even if he's like putting in like a really good faith effort, like he spends 3 hours a day on dating apps, he spends another hour or 2 messaging back and forth with different women, he's not going to get laid every single day. Whereas a woman, I think you could spend about an hour on a dating app, do some messaging, you could fuck three dudes in a day.
And I think that us women see it completely For me, anyway, I see it completely opposite. I was on like every app there was, and I got a lot of play, especially as like a masculine presenting person. But I think it was because I was a more masculine presenting person that I got so much play. So for me, I would definitely say that if I was biologically male, it would be so much easier for me to swipe right and link up than it would be because then, like he said, like women have periods. Women have.
You should try it.
I mean,
You should try that.
I have, and it was great.
Going to you though, have you been on dating apps at all?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. How many guys do you swipe no on the dating apps?
I don't know. I haven't been on recently, but quite a few.
Like what percentage of men?
I don't know,
If there's
maybe
100
like
guys, how many do you say no to?
Probably like 60-40.
60-40. Okay, but how many of those guys do you meet up with?
2.
You've only met up with 2.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Of all the men that you've wanted to sleep with, did you sleep with them?
No.
Okay. What's the rejection rate? So just to be clear, so you offered essentially I'm not necessarily suggesting super directly, but you offered to the guy basically, here's some pussy. You gave it to him on a silver platter and he's like, no.
That's not always been the case, but it's been more or less like, I don't know, in my experience, I've been willing to, but then it's just like the personality is just, I don't know how to explain it.
The guy's personality?
Yes, it's like.
Yeah.
Wait,
that's making Brian's point.
It's not good, and then it just makes me like.
Wait, you were willing to have sex in general, but that specific guy, well, I mean, I think we're all willing in general to have sex with people.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, of course. So you're saying, well, that's just a rejection then.
I mean,
some
yeah,
of
but
us,
I mean.
anyway. But so okay, but you were saying that. Wait, I'm just confused. So okay, of the men that you've offered sex to, were you turned down?
One time, yeah.
But just to be clear, I'm not saying like you had a boyfriend and one time he was sick and he didn't want to have sex that one time. I'm just saying.
No, I've been turned down before, yeah.
You've been rejected.
Yes,
okay.
I've been.
How many guys have you turned down for sex?
For sex? I don't really have.
Well, I have a way to maybe demonstrate this that everybody will agree with. I call it the flasher hypothetical. It works like this. Hang on. It works like this. We'll take a 25-year-old random man, 25-year-old random woman. They have an overcoat on and nothing underneath, and they're flashing people in a random Walmart parking lot. And what they do is they open up the overcoat and they say, hey, you want to go have sex?
What the fuck?
Tell me which one, man or woman, is going to have sex almost immediately versus the other one, man or woman?
Who I would have sex with?
No. Who any normal person
in general
normally would.
Probably a woman.
Okay, next.
I definitely say a woman.
Next.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Next.
Woman.
Next.
Wait. I'm kind of confused on the question.
Woman. Okay, that's the end of that then.
Right, done.
That's the end.
Women are more desirable.
Done.
To bring it back to this though, the whole thing is like, okay, why is there this double standard where men are kind of exalted for their promiscuity, not by all people, but by some group of men, whereas women are almost kind of universally looked down upon if they're promiscuous. It really just comes down to the impressiveness of the achievement.
That makes sense.
I think to some degree it's incredibly easy for women to get laid, whereas for men there's some degree of skill and complexity in order to achieve that.
So for
Like,
men?
as a woman, you don't need skill to get laid.
By the way, as demonstrated by our hypothetical.
Yeah.
Okay. As demonstrated by our hypothetical.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I've seen some pretty grimy, not that. I don't even know how to explain it. Just some grimy guys been able to get laid easily.
Sure.
Like,
yeah.
There's a guy who actually spread STDs around a school in my town because he was just sleeping around.
Well, was he grimy?
And there's going to be lots of other men who are around him who are like, how did you do that? But if a woman's doing that, there's no women around who are like, how did you do that? They all know how she did that.
Right.
She just offered it up, and men were like, sure.
Yeah.
Simple.
So it kind of comes down to like a skill thing. Like, oh, you didn't even have to work for it, so it's not.
So men are are they angrier then? Are some men angrier?
Wouldn't be angry.
That, no. Or just that they're like, damn, I want to be able to have sex more, but women get to do it easily.
Let me. I guess I
it wouldn't be either of those things.
I pose this question to you. I guess going around the table, of the men that you've had sex with, of the men that you wanted to have sex with, and let's be reasonable here, like you probably wanted to have sex with some like really attractive celebrity, but he's not in your orbit really. I'm talking about men you have like in-person contact.
What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? What is this? What is this?
What happened?
Yeah, well, you said like celebrity, and then I look over, she's beet red and giggling. She's beet red. Okay, so spill the beans.
I'm in filmmaking too.
Oh, okay.
Why are they repeating your line?
Was it
Was that
Jared Leto?
Yeah.
No, but I have friends that know him.
Did you say ooh?
No. Oh.
She said
Did
ooh.
she? Oh.
Did you?
I mean, I get it.
Was there a Leto connection?
No, not from. I know people that
Jake
know him and
Gyllenhaal?
that are on him. No,
Ooh,
that would be great.
Spill the beans.
I'm on. I see some of these people.
Spill the beans.
We're on the red
Spill
carpet.
the beans.
So
Your face was bright
it was
red.
bright red.
Okay. Spill the beans.
No, he didn't get to finish his sentence.
That's obfuscation. Don't let her obfuscate. She gotta spill the beans.
He was. You were in the middle of saying something.
Here, why don't we do this? Was it an athlete, musician, or actor?
Actor.
Actor. A-list?
Yes.
Ooh. Leo? Nah.
I used to be. Leo's great. No, not Leo and I. But I've met Leo a couple times. No, Leo's great. I met him a couple times. I really liked him.
Please don't take this offensively, or don't take offense to this. You're probably too old for Leo.
I think so. I think that's what happened. No, I think that's what happened.
By
I think that's
possibly a couple
met
of
me and he was like,
decades.
"Ooh,
He
so
only
close."
dates like under 25
Yeah.
or whatever. So
And that's okay. I'm okay with being too old for that.
we're gonna read a couple chats, but we can come back to the convo in a bit. We got 4. It looks like Lucas. Yes, there are double standards. It just is. Trust me, there are double standards that go the other way. When I turned 18, this is Lucas, by the way, I signed up with selective, I'm pretty sure, selective service. You didn't. When the Titanic goes, and he's going to continue here. Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate it. 2. Titanic goes down, you get whisked away to the lifeboat. I hang out and listen to the chamber orchestra. If we each go to the new trendy club, and for those who don't know the reference, when the Titanic was going down, the symphony orchestra was playing.
Right.
They're women. They've all seen the Titanic.
I don't know.
I had it when it was like double VHS.
If we each go to the new trendy club, you get in right away without paying cover. I wait in line like a schmuck for hours, only get in if I'm lucky, and still pay the $100 cover. When the beaches of Normandy needed storming, a bunch of 18-year-old boys were sent off to do the storming. While you stayed back and played Rosie the Riveter, double standards are simply part and parcel of the complementary yet contrasting reproductive strategies.
I don't think they're complementary. Ultimately, I think that that there's one's dominant and the other's not dominant. I don't even think it's complementary. I won't even give it complementarian status. I'm just unwilling to do that. I have better arguments for why it's not complementary.
Dude, I know who it was.
Who?
Carrot Top.
Oh my God, no. What?
You definitely did Carrot Top.
You know what? Listen, no, but yeah.
Would you do Carrot Top?
Who's Carrot Top?
You don't know Carrot?
Are the lights on? He's not as like.
She's like 18 or 19.
She would know
Carrot Top, dude.
I don't. Is he still?
Sorry,
is he
that's
still
some
out
boomer
and relevant,
that's some
or
boomer
I don't know if
shit.
he's done any comedy things lately.
He draws his fucking eyebrows in. I mean, come on.
Oh, we have a message here from Andrew's wife. This is Rachel Wilson, Andrew's wife. The hormonal roller coaster is real. Andrew is right. Sometimes I just need a nap and I'm being hysterical. Women need to understand this so they don't blow up their lives because of mood swings. You've got a big face on this. Do you want to? What do you think about the comment from Andrew's wife? What do you think there?
Well, she can accept it. That's why she is his wife.
Sorry.
Okay.
I mean, you could just like kind of lie and pretend that that doesn't happen with women, but it fucking happens with women. And if you talk to every man who's been in a relationship with a woman, they all have seen this time and time and time again, where it's like, how come my normally rational and pretty reasonable significant other has just lost her fucking mind? And by the way, they actually, and this is something a lot of men won't tell you, a lot of men take preparation. They have preparations for this event. They actually, like a survival kit, like a fucking survival kit in their home, like a first aid kit, like a flare kit. For if you're stuck on the side of the road, they have a preparation strategy where they're like, here's what happens when this thing happens. I'm ready for it. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
They have it all in place. You think I'm crazy? There's going to be men in the chat right now who are telling you. I'm telling you, they're going to be like, Yep. I'm ready.
I kind of love this just because it's like all we're asking for is some understanding. I'm not saying I'm being rational on that 1 month. Sometimes I'm extra sleepy. It's like I'm in a coma, or it could be the opposite. So I'm not saying I need you to lie to me. Just understand that if I'm losing my mind in this moment.
Not acceptable.
How do you differentiate between when a woman's being hysterical to you and when she actually genuinely does need you?
Here's the thing that's really interesting about delusion. The thing, and it is, well, hang on, it is a form of delusion, I'll explain. If you have a rush of hormones you would not normally have, right, it can make you crazy. You could do this with any human being on planet Earth. You could perhaps take a man, right, and rush him with all sorts of, like, positive male hormones, and they go fucking berserko, right, and, you know, possibly rip doors off handles, do crazy shit like that. The thing about delusion, which is so interesting, is that the person who's deluded doesn't know they're deluded. So you can't actually rationally, reasonably.
But how do you, as her husband, know when she's being delusional versus when she's like genuinely?
Well,
needing
just
you?
like I've been with her for years and years and years.
But what about someone who's in a new marriage, let's say, or a new relationship?
Well, it's not hard to detect. Usually for most men, that like, wow, this person was really cool 24 hours ago, and now they've lost their fucking mind. That's really weird.
Okay.
And they continue, and then wait, 4 days later, they seem like they haven't lost their fucking mind anymore. That's really odd.
But I think, like, as the woman who's going through something that you might consider delusional, and maybe she in the back of her mind does know realistically this is not something to blow up about. It's about having like a partner who understands.
They
that,
do
like,
blow up about it though.
Who?
That's the problem with the delusion, right? It's like if you're
But
in the
eventually
delusion,
you
you don't
cool
know how
off.
bad you are.
No, I know, but eventually you cool off. It's like having a partner who has the empathy to like ride with you through that roller coaster of emotion. Because what you're saying is,
How is that empathetic? The empathy
because
towards,
it's something you said hormonal that you
Where's
can't even
the empathy
change.
the other direction? The empathy the other direction should be like, look, I'm literally Jekyll and Hyde, and when I turn into fucking Hyde, I want you to be empathetic. It's like, what the fuck is that? No, when you turn into Hyde, when you become the monster, right? From Dr. Jekyll, it's like the
But
best
it's not
empathy.
like-
The best
it's not
empathy
just
they
taking
have.
a pill on purpose to make it
It's
happen.
not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why you
it's just
turn into Hyde.
natural.
It doesn't matter why you turn into Hyde. It just matters that you do.
Well,
So,
sometimes it does matter. Like if your wife, for
What do you mean?
example, is drinking heavily and she turns into Jekyll because of her drinking, that's a choice. But to have a
That's a choice.
period,
Yeah, yeah.
it's not a woman's choice to have.
Yeah, but what would a man do in most situations? Same thing. Be like, well, you got to stop drinking so you don't turn into Hyde, right? That
you can't
seems
stop having a period.
right. But here's the thing that's interesting about that, right? You can't stop that. But it's actually maximum empathy for a man to be like, look, you don't get to treat me like shit, even if you can't help it.
I get
That's
that.
fucking bullshit.
Not to treat anyone
Yeah.
like shit.
Not disagreeing at all. Yeah,
Not
correct.
There's boundaries, there's levels to it. But if the woman's not name calling, she's not, throwing things, she's not being extremely hysterical.
No, that's not it. That's not it.
There's
Listen,
a spectrum to it.
No. That's not just it. It also is like you might not be making rational decisions, even if you're being nice to me, that you normally would make. You know what I mean? Things
you have a
like
partner that has
It's
your
not
back.
just a matter of like you need to still be nice to me even when you turn into Hyde.
Yeah.
It's also you're not allowed to make like big financial decisions, big decisions about this. You're not allowed to like I don't know, embarrass me at a fucking party or something like you're not allowed to do
I get
any of
having
those things.
boundaries around those things.
Yeah.
I just would hope that, since you're married to a woman who can't help but have those things happen to her each month, that you would have some empathy for her situation, that she's not choosing to turn into the Jekyll.
But don't you understand, like, the biggest amount of empathy is exactly the idea of, like, I'm still going to listen to you because I know, right? Somewhere in me, I know that this is not, even though I can't quite detect it, like most women can't, they don't know when they're in it, that they're in it, right? Even though they kind of do, right? They kind of do. They can't
In the moment,
really,
it's hard
right? Exactly.
to admit.
It's hard to admit, and it's even hard to like deal with, right? So, isn't the best thing to do from the empathetic level to deal with a rational person, guiding you through that, to be like, look, you're out of control, stop, and you actually listen. Like, imagine that.
No.
I think it works both ways too.
Yeah.
Having a good partner that has your back like that.
Got to move it
Absolutely.
on just a little bit here. I did want to come back just for a moment before we.
It works both ways. Well, I mean, like, if she was listening to what Andrew said, he just said, you know, if you listen to your husband said, just listen for a moment saying, yeah, you're kind of out of control. Maybe you should let me go take a nap, maybe, or go have something like a comfort food, or maybe take a hot bath, something, you know.
You have to do a couple.
It's always on the man all the time.
I understand why it's considered a achievement for men to like have more body counts, but it doesn't explain why like it's despised that women have more body count. Like it's like a different thing.
Yeah, well,
it's not only
we kind of talked about it, but I think Andrew got into it with. Did you bring up paternity?
Well,
certainty or
they find it
uncertainty?
It's a matter of revulsion. So men find it more revolting than women.
Wait, she was asking why.
Literally find it more revolting. So, at its root, you're asking a fine question. So you're saying, okay, I get it that there's a higher achievement, right? A higher achievement level. That's why men would honor that over a woman who has a no achievement level because she can just open her legs and 100 men will run in, right? But what about the revulsion level? If one sex is less revolted by an activity than another sex, right? How do you reconcile that? Like, what do you do about that?
revolting meaning disgusting.
Why is there moaning in the background?
They just find it more disgusting than the other sex does.
You mean men find that more revolting?
They find it more disgusting when women have a higher body count than women find it disgusting when men do.
Why is this so? I hear.
I think it's rooted.
It's more of like a cultural thing.
But I don't think it's cultural.
I actually have something really good on this. Would you agree that women will find physical weakness in men as less attractive than men finding physical weakness in women? Does that make sense?
No.
So okay, when it comes,
he asked it wrong.
Yeah.
Well, okay, the trait of physical weakness.
Yeah.
Men are going to be very forgiving of physical weakness in women. However,
Maybe prefer it.
Sometimes.
Sure. Whereas I think physical, like demonstrable physical, like imagine a 5-pound weight, and the guy's like struggling to lift a 5-pound weight or something like that. I know that's an extreme example, but women are going to find physical weakness, I think, much more unattractive
than men.
Does that make?
It depends on
does
the
that make-
person,
does
because
that
I
make
know
sense?
women who
We're
love
not
a
asking you-
lanky boy.
Listen.
You know.
There's no example you could ever give about anything on planet Earth where we couldn't say it depends on the person.
Yeah.
We could talk about
Sure,
murder.
exactly.
We could talk about murder. We could talk about theft. We could talk about the most immoral. We could talk about incest. It depends on the person. Doesn't actually help us with this, right?
Yeah.
If we're
Yeah.
looking at it from a social scale, we would have to look at it at the social scale of how these sexes generally seem to respond to this. Is it the case that, generally speaking, at least in all of your experiences, you would definitely prefer to have a man who is at least stronger than you?
I mean, that depends. We're in 2025, so you're not building me a house, you're not building me a hut, you're not fighting off saber-toothed tigers.
Yeah, but all of
you are.
But
going,
all of those same reasons, like the building the hut and the fighting off the saber-tooth tiger and this and that, would be rudimentarily why it was that women were attracted to that to begin with.
Yeah,
It's built
back
in
in the day.
biologically. Well, no, it's
Well,
just
kind of back in the day.
always.
You still had tribes where there was women that were the warriors too. So I know you can do that.
Not
this,
really.
this, that.
Not really, but even
Police,
then,
yeah,
no,
the
there really
warrior.
wasn't.
So even with
Yeah, there were
periods
tribes that had the
and-
warriors that were women. But that's
and weakness and all of these things.
There really wasn't that many tribes where there was women.
We still
I didn't say there was that many. I just said that there was.
Don't think so.
It's dubious.
It is very, the anthropological evidence is very
All right.
Jungle back again. This guy's
They
a
have
legend.
pizza?
Pop champagne.
No pineapples.
Brian, Andrew needs some pizza bro.
Is this a pizza pop?
Yeah.
Wait, Jungle, is this a pizza pop
It's a pizza
instead
pop.
of a champagne pop?
It's a pizza pop.
It's a pizza pop?
Why do
Pizza pop.
the
Okay,
girls
I'll
want to
order
eat
us-
too? Why are the guys only?
I'll order pizza for the table. We'll do a little pizza
Am I the
break.
only one that likes pineapple on pizza? I
That-
mentioned it, and she was
Don't
like,
even say that around
Oh
him.
yeah,
He
I
will-
no pineapple.
He will just
It
lose
maybe it's
his mind.
the Asian Pacific Island.
My
Wait,
wife
let me eat the
loves it
pineapple.
too, but
Yeah.
that's how I know that Satan is involved somewhere there.
But,
So there's a little bit of Satan in there somewhere.
Somewhere.
Does that make sense at all, or no? Like
So
with the
you're talking about biology. Like if she's a virgin, you're sure that's your kid. Are you talking about
Well,
that?
yeah, in that case, but he gave the different example. If it is the case that women are generally attracted to men who are strong.
Yeah, so this is like biology or
Yeah, sure.
like evolution, right? Like if we're talking about evolution.
Well, in this case, we're just talking about, even if you didn't know anything about evolution, you knew nothing about it. Let's
Yeah.
just pretend you knew nothing. It didn't
Yeah.
even exist. You would still at least observe that men or women were attracted to men who were strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can at least observe that. You don't even need an evolutionary explanation. You can at least observe it. And that men generally aren't attracted to women who are stronger than them, right?
So you mean it's natural?
Well, just observable. You would at least observe that that is the case, right?
Mm-hmm. So, but like you give this example.
Yeah, I need you to answer the question. I see that you're kind of like not answering the question. Is that observable or not?
Observable that women prefer strong men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can observe that that is the case.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. And then you can observe the counter that men don't seem to prefer particularly strong women. It's not a preference they have. So when they're looking for women, they're not like, oh, the fact that she can really lift up heavy shit is a big deal for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can observe that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So what Brian's point was is like, if that's the case, we're talking about the distinction of observation in the intersexual dynamic and in the interpersonal dynamic. What were you moving it into? From the attraction portion?
It's already slipped my mind.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I just went through that whole fucking thing.
Moving on.
Well, no, we were
Is anyone
when it came
gluten-free?
to the disgust thing. Right?
Yeah, the disgust thing. It would be the same thing. It would just be like, if it is the idea that if like really masculine women, meaning they were stronger than the men, disgusted men, or really weak men disgusted women, is that like a double standard?
I maybe have something. Are there anything when it comes to, for a guy you're thinking about dating, are there any behaviors or traits that you might find disgusting?
Being not clean.
Okay, well, I think that could go both ways, but that's fair, certainly.
Yeah.
But are there any things maybe specifically related to this guy, Jungle? Okay, hold on. This guy. Again, this guy.
Popping him, bro.
And he's getting me a burrito.
$1,000. Pop champagne.
This guy's a giga chat, dude. Holy shit.
You can get
You're welcome, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Fucking welcome, Brian.
Ladies.
Jungle.
If the man of your dreams fits all your desires, asks you to bow
He's a
for
bow.
him,
He's a
would
bow
you?
fan. He's a bow fan and a bow enjoyer. Really quick. Wait.
It's bow.
If the, this is a great question. If the man of your dreams fits all your desires, asks you to bow for him, would you? We have to play the bow video. I'm gonna get on the here. Let me write down
is there- this is
pizza.
something different.
Hold on. Wait. Oh, Jungle, you're a legend, sir. Pizza. I gotta also. I got. He's get.
If you
so
get
this is a
fucking
burrito
pineapple
pop.
pizza, you're going
No,
right off
I'm
that
not.
balcony,
What do
dude.
you want? You want pepperoni.
Right off the balcony, bro.
You want pepperoni? And he did a burrito pop too. So we'll pull up the bow video in just a sec, then we'll ask them the question. I really quick just wanted to finish up on this. Anything like gender specific when it comes to disgust?
I'm only thinking about pizza and burrito.
Like how about this maybe? Like would you date, are you typically attracted to men who are like shorter than you?
No.
No. Okay, so that would be a bit of an example. It's kind of related to the ick. You guys all get the ick when it comes to guy stuff. You explained the paternity uncertainty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, last thing on the...
Well, I mean, it just comes down to ick.
Yeah.
It comes down to the ick.
It just comes down to preference and ick.
Yeah.
I don't know why that made
Christopher,
more sense than 2 seconds
thank you for the 20 gifted
It
membership.
comes down to the ick. They get the ick.
I have a quick
Well,
test.
you guys get the ick.
Yeah, guys get the ick.
I have a really quick test before we get into the bow video on the the whole easier to get sex thing, because you had some disputes about it. It sounded like you maybe had some disputes. I don't know. So
Should I send in?
here we can test this out really easy. Let's do this. How do we? You gave the example of the coat.
Yeah.
Flasher guy.
Yeah, I call it the flasher hypothetical.
The flasher hypothetical.
The flasher
okay.
hypothetical.
Here, we're gonna do it like. I don't want to do this.
Are you pulling up?
Oh no, we'll do a really easy test. We'll go. Oh, what the fuck? Here. Gabrielle, after the show tonight, would you like to have sex with me? I'm sorry I forgot your name.
It's okay, I'm not gonna
Nameless
answer.
woman.
Joey.
I forgot this is the best way to proposition a woman for sex, by the way, not knowing her name.
That's a no.
Miss,
Thank you.
Excuse me, lady. Would you like to have sex after the show tonight?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Would you've been celibate for like 3 years or something. Would you like to have sex after the show tonight? Oh, see, you've just been offered sex on a silver platter. You turn it down.
Hold on.
More to it.
We're also on a public forum. What if one
Oh,
of
so
these
you're
ladies
saying-
wants to, but doesn't want everybody to
So
know?
you're
fair.
So wait a second. So you guys are lying. Wait, hang on.
Because I've been in situations
So you
where I'm
guys are so you guys are lying, and you do want to have sex with Brian.
maybe I don't want 1,000.
I knew it. I knew it. I still have.
But even if that's
got a
the
chance.
case, wouldn't that make his point that like if any of you said yes, he looks like a fucking king, right? But if after the fact you're like, actually, Brian, you know what? I actually do kind of want to like, do this thing with you, right? After the fact, isn't it because you feel like you're devalued if right now you said yes?
Well, no, what if you're just a private person?
Yeah, a private person. Why? Like if you were gonna get some like esteem boost from that or like some crowns for that, wouldn't you be like, yeah, sure?
Yeah.
Not if we knew that as a heterosexual, which I'm not, like for these ladies sitting here, if they said yes to that question to one of you guys,
you should.
Maybe they should. Maybe they want to, but then when they leave here, the other guys who may think like y'all will then devalue them because their body count.
But that's the whole point.
Yeah, I think
like
we all
you
agreed
literally
on
hit
that
the
one,
nail
though.
on the head, right? So the whole point
Yeah.
would be he gets the crowns if
Stop
they say yes.
sitting there.
They get the shame if they say yes. So like, what if after the show we could make some like little arrangement or something like this, right?
But
in this case, you don't get the shame portion, right? Isn't that the
And
point?
whoever does have sex with me after the show, that's your last body. Like we're getting married. So you don't have to worry.
And that is kind of cool
I
though
thought
that
you're
he's like
someone
that.
who doesn't really believe in marriage. Am I wrong?
I'm just first
Who's
off,
taking one for the team,
question.
ladies? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right.
Just to be clear,
Someone husband that man up.
Just to be clear,
I gotta see this now.
You're all fucking, all of you are fucking degenerates.
Yeah.
All of you fuckers are degenerates. Every one of you fucking degenerates.
Just to be clear, I wasn't genuinely propositioning you guys here. This was for the.
Right. What?
Wait, now they're upset.
Now they're what the fuck?
You're like, what the? Now they
Wait a minute.
What the fuck?
What is
now they kind of
this?
want to
dare you say no? How dare you say no, right?
Pizza, burritos.
They're like, shit, maybe I should have said
Maybe
that.
you should say yes. Yeah.
Supply and demand. No, he's like.
Shit.
But
Damn, it's crazy. Okay, I need to get on this pizza.
And
then
she started it. She was like, well, but Brian, what if after the show it's the case?
No,
Just saying.
only
Just saying.
and true.
But yeah, just don't feel uncomfortable for the rest of the show being like, did that guy just trying to fuck me? No, it's just for the it was for the sake of the the what would that be, a rhetorical solicitation of sex?
Fucking degen.
No, it was a rhetorical solicitation of sex.
This is great.
All right, we have.
I was rhetorically asking for sex for the purpose of demonstrating.
Like a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I was trying to demonstrate an argument.
Yes.
Yeah.
To make a point.
Yeah.
Because like
next time you should make it more extreme. You should be like, hey, will you give me a blowjob after the show? You should just like take it one step like, to the next. You know what I mean? Just to make
More than
it.
sex.
Oh, just like.
Yeah.
I should be mean and setting an ice
maybe a
cream pop.
blowjob.
But only Brian Andrew can get ice cream in
He
front of the
doesn't
few
count.
But that's
cameras.
what I mean. It's like he can just keep going through them. Right?
Yeah.
You can, like,
Do you want to
once
make
they-
out?
Maybe you should go back.
Well, how about how about a
well,
makeout session?
No, all right, well, I'll just take a blowjob. You don't want to kiss me, but you're like,
The real win here would be if they
5
offered,
mother
now they're
sauces.
like, well, Brian, would you like some pussy after the show?
yeah.
But hang on, but Brian, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Would you believe him?
Probably not.
Yeah,
Well,
see.
I mean,
No.
if it,
Well,
So it can't really. Is it really a rhetorical win then?
would you take it?
wait, now I'm getting confused.
Yeah.
Now I'm just confused.
He not confused. Women are
That would be
also-
dangerous if Jared left.
All right, pizza.
Guys, we're a couple seats, guys. Christopher Murky Murphy, thank you for the gifted 20, and you sent it in twice. Thank you for the 40, man.
I feel like he keeps.
You're a legend.
But what about 60? His name a few times. Yeah.
The grift.
Oh, what about 60?
What about the grift, Kristen?
Pasty George, yeah, sent in an ice cream pop. Only Brian and Andrew can eat.
Oh my God, this is great.
Here's the thing. Is anybody who does a pop, I'm going to make this new rule. If you can actually specify in your pop, in your messages, whether it's champagne, pizza, I guess it's too late now for some of you, did it previously. If you want to single out somebody to not get champagne, like if you're doing a champagne pop and you're like, Chair 2's annoying me, they don't get champagne, you can specify. So, Pacey George, if you want to preclude someone from having ice cream, you can do so. But this is the second super chat you sent about an ice cream pop, so you better
pop that fucking ice cream, George.
Saddle up. Is saddle up?
Dude, no. You don't say saddle up, dude.
Saddle up.
You don't say saddle up, no.
You can do it. You can bring it back.
Coco,
you can't bring it back.
Saddle up.
He got it.
We have Chef Dylan, Chair 2. That's for you. What are the 5 mother sauces?
Oh my goodness!
I'm not sure
I've had at least 5 things of champagne right now, so I'm not quite sure.
No, you haven't had that much.
Oh,
no
what?
way.
For me, yeah. No idea right now.
What is mother sauce? Is that like a?
Yeah. Oh well, there's like 5 sauces for cooking that are like the staples.
That's another 20.
All right. There's some chats from Lucas.
Is Worcestershire sauce one of those sauces?
It is not.
Not a fan.
Yeah.
Worcestershire.
All right,
everyone.
everyone.
What's the sauce? What's
Let's
the
move.
sauce?
Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate it. All right, we have a bunch of chats from Lucas here that I'm going to get through. We have Lucas. Can we please? Oh, remind me the bow video for our good friend Jungle. Can we please, for once and for all, stick a fork in this blank slate? Social constructionist theory. Men have been since time immemorial and will continue to be viscerally and subconsciously revolted by promiscuity in women. This has been settled science for decades.
And it was also settled even before the scientific method was even introduced as a method.
Right.
This was something which was a matter of law prescribed by almost all societies globally because he's exactly right. It is a social constructionist theory, this idea that this doesn't exist, blank slate theory, that we have no preferences that are ingrained in us for the purposes of being revolted. He's told.
Hold on. Let's go to Twitch really quick. Where's that whatever podcast? There we go. Fucking ads. Fucking ads. How long is it? 16 seconds.
With new mixing bowl mashup plus
Let's
fan
see.
favorites s'mores, the new DQ Summer Blizzard menu calls for
Trade proposal.
Deal.
Where is the champagne
This summer,
pop?
you can't lose with our new DQ Summer
Oh, here,
Blizzard
it's pop
menu.
champagne. Triggers.
No, I'm grateful.
Yeah, that's.
When I say who is this guy, I'm like, this guy's a fucking legend.
He is a fucking legend.
Here, let me play this thing for him. He's a
brave and a decent.
Oh my God.
He's a brave and a. What does the F stand for?
Fever, jungle fever.
Fever.
It has to be fever.
It's gotta be jungle
What
fever.
if it's
jungle fuck you?
What if it's jungle fallopian tube?
Wow.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
I mean,
That's
I
it.
think I could be. I
think you're right.
It's possible.
Lucas, 2. This isn't the hill to die on.
Trigger.
You're not
So,
changing fully
99,
entrenched
pop
preference.
champagne.
Likewise, don't hearken to evolution as to why this primordial aversion to promiscuity should no longer apply, since we are now enlightened beyond our primitive
that's so funny.
impulses. Continued. 3.
Oh.
It's an incontrovertible fact that almost all animals, including humans, have not changed. Aversion to promiscuity should no longer apply, since we are now enlightened beyond our primitive impulses. Continued. 3.
Oh.
It's an incontrovertible fact that almost all animals, including humans, have not changed, i.e., evolved, in the last 200,000
You're
years
missing a
behind
Brian
a de
and
minimis.
being cheap, my friend.
Oh my God, this guy is on fire. Lucas, you're on fire with the words. The thesaurus has been brought out. Minimal local adaptations.
He's like,
He's Googling.
Yeah.
Oh my God, de minimis. That's a legal term, by the way. Well done, Lucas. He's an attorney, a very powerful attorney. Chat, if you need if you need an attorney, in New York City,
quick washroom break.
he's
I'll be
your
right back,
guy.
but I'll let this play for you.
Minimal local adaptation.
Why are we doing the voice?
I don't
still?
know.
I know. I kind of like it. Yeah. It's
In
making this better.
evolution, literally takes millions of years. Chair 3, as a male dating coach, I recommend against trying to convince men, at least conservative men, they should look past body count. Otherwise, you're looking at an incredibly short foray. As a men's dating coach, of course, if you're advising simp liberal soy boys, then disregard and Godspeed to you.
Well, he makes two really good points. Let me respond to both of them real quick. The first great point he makes is right at the end of it. Actually, progressives utilize feminism and utilize female promiscuity as a mating strategy. They actually do. They are the ones you'll see at the forefront promoting OF and promoting all of the female promiscuity they possibly
and
can.
I'm sorry, which men are you saying are promoting
Progressive
this?
liberal men.
Progressive liberal.
As a you know, instead of like conservative traditional men, progressive
we
men
see
tend
that.
to do this because it's a much better mating strategy for them because they're pussies. Literally, it's because they're pussies. So
there's some men that actually really love a woman
I'll
with a
take
high
this
count.
Pepsi challenge any day of the
Yeah.
week. Progressive
I mean,
men,
sure, with that one, yeah, but I've definitely noticed
they're pussies.
I
But-
just think if it's your preference, it's your preference. Whatever.
But the other point that he says is like he's right. So the modern incarnation of humanity is only what 200 to 400,000 years old. From an evolutionary standpoint. That's like meaningless.
Yeah.
It's like a drop in the bucket. Evolution takes millions of years for even gradual changes. So even if it were the case that this is the incarnation of humanity that's 400,000 years old, we have not gotten past this idea of like we're revolted by this for reason
Yeah,
A.
but it's interesting because a lot of us have already agreed that we already all came to it that we're like, oh yeah, we know men have this revolting thing against women with high body counts. Yeah, got it. Move on. The next topic was why, and then we're like, why?
Not really.
Why are
Like,
we?
There was a lot of different questions
we
around the table.
we pushed it because we're trying to get a full fleshed
Yeah,
out
we wanted to know
understanding.
Yeah.
At least that's where.
Now the only thing that I do is I've
Maybe
said
not
that
everyone
there are people that like, I mean, women too. Women can have a revolting thing against that too. You can absolutely have women that are like, I am revolted against a high body count, men or women.
We're just looking at the idea of like I would never dispute that.
Yeah.
I've known women who are
Right.
like absolutely not like playboys, things like that, discuss them viscerally.
Yes.
But generally speaking, if you're talking to a woman and you ask her the question I asked her, would you accept a man who has like 100 body count if he fits all the other criteria?
Yeah.
She said, yeah. But
Yeah.
you ask a
Settle
man,
down and
but
it's
you
just
ask the
him
man
not,
the
then
same
yeah.
question.
Right.
Would you accept a woman who meets all the criteria but she has like 100 body count? They say no.
Is it really important to ask? That's another question I have. What if I just don't want to know?
I don't think it used to be as important, but I think it sure is important now because of trends.
You think that the answer is really going to change that much depending on if the man's more conservative or more liberal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that that
Yes.
kind
I
of
agree
shows
to a
that
certain extent.
Yes.
different men have different.
Listen, 100%. I've had men who are sitting right across from me who literally say, I prefer that my woman is certified pre-fucked. Okay? They've said it
I've
out
heard that
loud.
too. No, I've heard that.
Okay, yeah,
I've heard
they've
it
said
too.
it out loud, and the reason is because they're like, you think I'm an ally, right? You like me now, right? I'm an ally for women's rights, right? And it's all a strategy to
But
try
those
to get
men
it
are
laid.
getting more women these days.
Yeah, fucking right.
sometimes
They get
than some
more-
of the
no, they're
traditional
not.
guys.
Shoot, if that's their tactic and that's what they want to do, more power to them. Let them live their best life.
I think that they're going
here's the thing.
undercover sometimes. Like, you're not outright saying, I'm a Trump supporter.
The men who showed up to like the women's march and wore pussy hats on their head, let me tell you something. Those are not guys who are getting a lot of pussy. I'm just
They
gonna
might
say they're
be.
not the guys.
I think it depends on their looks.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, but
'Cause remember,
do you
women
think
don't
the kind
care
of
as
guy
much.
who has good looks is the kind of guy who's gonna show up and wear a pussy on his head?
If the girl he's really into wants him to,
Oh,
maybe.
no way.
I think like we've acknowledged that these preferences and stuff exist. I
Yes.
think for me, and just watching the younger side. Oh, this dude is definitely donating.
Jungle
Okay, so we need
$1,000. Champagne.
Was there a
Ice cream pop. for chair one.
That's okay.
I'm definitely not a hypocrite even though I'm having pizza and ice cream right now.
Fucking hypocrite.
Okay, so we're gonna do pizza, ice cream, and I have to get a burrito for me because he insisted on the burrito.
Is there any way of doing gluten-free? That's so bad. I keep on saying that. I know. I was waiting so long to say it. I am. It's bad. I'll take the cheese.
Not bad.
Nah, you just gotta.
Preference.
Gluten is kind of poison, so
Is it?
I don't blame you.
It's not on purpose.
Wheat in general is such a bad gut irritant.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Have you tried it overseas or like in a different country
Anyways,
though?
we have a message here from Rachel Wilson. Liberal beta men are the only ones who see high body count in women as good because it signifies a willingness on her part to do anything with anyone, which is the only way they're getting any. That's Andrew's
Totally
wife
agree.
there. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it. Oh, bow video. Okay, bow video. Then I'm gonna get all the food situated. Mary, pull up the bow video. Or should we wait? We gotta wait until she's back from the bathroom. Okay. Here, while we're doing that, I'll read some of the pre-show notes. We got some stuff to get through.
What the fuck was your what's that Priscilla voice, bro? Why are you Priscilla? Why are you Priscilla modding?
I don't know.
Brian's drunk.
I don't know. I think it's the champagne. It's the champagne.
I liked it.
Priscilla
modding. I will do the next 10 minutes of the show
Priscilla?
in a Priscilla voice.
Please. Oh, that would be great.
If we do a crystal pop, one Ethereum, I'll do the Priscilla voice.
You can do that for 10 minutes?
I can do it.
He could do it.
Oh,
you know how he'll do it?
Oh.
But here's the thing. I'll hold him to the fire.
Yeah.
Right? You just got to shotgun questions at him so that he can't like divert it to run the time out. That's how we do it.
Yeah,
That's how we do it.
Fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I like
you guys
this.
Can ask me anything.
This is fun.
Yeah, you'll ask me anything. All right. Once she's back, we'll do the bow video, but we do have some other notes we're going to get into. Gabrielle, just curious. You got 2 lip piercings, right? Everybody's getting with the. Do anybody want a? What is it called? Oh my God! Sorry,
Water?
Champagne. God damn, bro. God damn.
I kind of like this.
Okay, hold on. Let me gather my thoughts here through the alcohol. Hold on. An appetizer of we have popsicles. Anybody?
What kind are they?
Fruit popsicles.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
All right, hook it up.
I'll take one.
I'm not allowed.
All right, but don't like.
Do you want? They told me I'm not allowed.
If there's,
oh my God! They told me I'm not
Wait,
allowed.
we got to do let's do one at a time so there's not like a amalgamation of like popsicle sucking sounds into the mic. So do one at a time. Did you want a popsicle? Okay, get her a popsicle. Then when she finishes, it's got to be one by one. I just can't have all of you doing the popsicle.
or like 2 at a time.
What's that?
It's the misophonia.
The what?
It's a thing. People they get bothered by noises. And
I don't mind. It's just it picks it up in the microphone, and they're gonna murder me if they're like, this is disgusting.
Or if people are like, this is
shit.
ASMR. Yeah.
Wait, so you have the 2 lip piercings.
Yes.
Do you have any other piercings?
I have a eyebrow piercing and I have chest piercings.
Okay, got it. Nipple piercings.
Yeah.
Okay. And when did you get the lip piercings?
I got them on my 16th birthday, so it's about to be 3 years, I think.
All right. What did your parents think of the?
My parents
Were they on board or?
Yeah, my mom's the one who took me to get them.
Your mom?
Yeah.
She took you
to get my lip piercings?
Yeah. Did she have piercings?
She used to have like a nose piercing. My dad had a nose piercing. They're not really. They don't care that much. It's their whole thing is like it's you, what you do. It's whatever.
Okay.
How it affects you is how it's gonna affect you.
Let's see, and then if there's anything else in your notes here, disagreements, but we'll get to those later. Let's see, Victoria. Who's Victoria?
Was that the 30-minute late girl?
Victoria? Oh, she, yeah, that's a no-go. That was another no-show. Joey? Oh, but you're up at the table. Okay. Natalie, going to you. You're a dating coach, a hypnotherapist, an author, and a producer. You didn't say you were a hypnotherapist in your intro.
I didn't. I have a lot of things. I'm sorry. I did say it eventually.
All right, can you hypnotize us all right now?
No.
Come on, do it. Or we should wait until Andrew's back.
You're right. Well, no, he knows. It's not like that. It's like what I do is I teach people how to like do a meditation where it's more somatic, where you can go back into a memory and reframe that memory so you're not as triggered by that memory anymore. That's really it. It's not to make it as like anticlimactic, but I don't do as much as the woo-woo stuff.
All right, we have a chat here. Name taken. Men are as disgusted by women with a high body count as women are disgusted by men with a huge Pokemon card collection.
That's a lie.
All right.
Some girls like that.
Listen.
Pokemon. If a guy had a Pokemon card collection, I'd be like, oh my gosh.
Does the popsicle count as ice cream? Am I being a goblin here?
I think that might be
I
what
gotta
you
wait
meant.
until everybody's back at the table before I get into the... Wait, here, just hang at the table unless you're... Because I think Andrew's in the bathroom right now. So here, let's do the bow video while we have everybody at the table. This is going back to Jungle's question. So keep this in mind while you're watching this following video. The question is, if the man of your dreams fits all your desires, asks you to bow for him, would you? Go ahead and play the video. Or no audio video is fine. Go ahead. This is my ex-girlfriend, by the way. Boom. Huge bow. Did you see that shit?
And she got rewarded.
Huge bow.
Huge bow. Giant
Frozen
bow.
water is not
and then, this is the rest. She's, doing the whole hamper thing. This was after a long podcast shoot. She had my dinner ready. She's got my beer ready. My noodles ready. I don't know what the fuck was in the left corner ready. The tomatoes.
Whole tomatoes, Brian.
Whole tomatoes ready. I actually dumped her because of that.
Yeah.
And then get ready, play it again. We're just gonna watch the bow part.
By the way, while you're doing ordering, you got to order in some of those.
Huge bow. Do you see the depth? Do you see the depth?
That's a really
of the
good bow.
That's
I had to teach her that. Like she tried to do give me a half-ass bow. I had to say no.
Full.
Further.
To your teacher?
Full bow.
Huh?
Did you say teacher?
Yes, that was my I was groomed.
I don't know. You have to teach her. My bad. It took audio processing.
So, the question was, if the man of your dreams fits all your desires, asks you to bow for him, don't ignore the other shit after the bow, just the bow. Would you?
I feel like the man of my dreams wouldn't want me to bow, but if for some reason he was on something and wanted it, sure.
Yeah, less productive.
Is it on board? Sure. Go ahead.
Guidance doesn't bow to anyone, first of all. So no, but if I
Okay, let me hold on. Let me paint. Okay, so you said you like thick
That's
white
right.
women.
That's right.
So she's thicky icky.
Racist.
She's the thickest white girl you've ever. Why your eyes? Your eyes are closed and
Think
you're
about my
picturing
fiance
that
at home.
shit.
That's right. That's right.
She's thick, thunder thighs, thunder thighs.
That's right.
Thicky icky.
Fucking degeneracy knows.
What the fuck? I'm trying to help her out.
All right.
I like the picture you painting. All right.
Yeah, and she's got. Do you like girls with color in their hair?
Oh, as long as they have beautiful hair, I don't care what color it is.
Beautiful hair. Okay.
Yeah.
You like
Preferably blondes.
Long.
Like
no,
blonde,
I actually
blue
don't
eye?
like blondes. That's crazy, but I like brunettes or black hair.
And if it was a blonde, would it be a disqualifier?
I think it would. I mean, that's just for me. I'm
Really?
not sure why.
You'd be
but,
like, oh, you're a beautiful woman, but you're blonde? No way.
yeah, you got to have a lot more to back that blonde hair up.
So, no to the bow. Okay. Would you bow for your
Yes.
perfect guy? Yes.
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 Yeah, I'll even kneel.
You'll need. Oh.
Kneel.
Yep. Yeah, she went. Yeah. She went there.
Wait. Hold on. I gotta play
Guy
something.
of my dreams? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anything you want.
That's awesome.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I feel like over the course of a couple of years, you have really driven this point home to the point where the answers are completely 180 from what they used to be.
I have single-handedly shifted.
You brought the bow.
Oh,
You brought the bow in, Brian.
I brought it in. Well, it depends on the panel. This panel seems. Would you bow for your perfect man?
Is it a one-time thing, or do I have to do it every day?
Every day.
Every day, no.
Every day. How about 3 times a week?
That's a good deal.
Perfect guy.
Bebop.
And he's not German. Because I don't know.
Bebop. Rock steady.
He can be less perfect, and I don't have to.
The Asian chick won't bow. The Asian chick won't bow.
She goes less perfect.
The perfect guy? You wouldn't. The perfect guy. So like.
Yeah, I think this deal makes him less perfect already.
But just one clarify. And Felicity, you.
Of course.
Of course.
She's doing the bow, bro.
Yeah. She's been having some relationship problems because she doesn't do the bow.
No.
She doesn't do the bow.
Now
I'm just kidding. There is no relationship problems. I'm just saying she should do the bow. So, okay. For you, though. Wait, you said no bow, no bow.
My girl bows to me, sir. That doesn't.
Okay. Well, wait, so are you more
bows
like,
and
I don't know
vows.
how like the lesbian relationships work.
Yeah, but
is
I really like this kneel thing
There
that
you
I keep.
go. I
I'm
like
hearing
that too.
about.
Was that good?
I think the kneel is better than the bow.
Huh?
I would have. Sure, yes.
Yeah, the kneel is better than the bow.
The kneel is better than the bow.
Because it's like kneeling on your knee, like proposing type.
No, I think
Wait,
I
can you
think I need.
demonstrate on the
I
chair?
really feel like I need
Free
both
is
knees.
crazy.
No, not a kneeling.
Yeah, I feel like I need both knees.
Not
Yeah.
a kneeling
Should
bow,
be
but can you just
knighted?
do it on your chair?
No,
On my
the
chair?
knighting is the one
You
knee.
don't have to do that.
No,
You don't have to do that.
No, it's a kneel on the chair.
What?
On the chair?
I was saying if you would
You
kneel
don't
on the
have to
chair.
do
What
that
the
if
fuck?
you don't
How do you kneel on a chair?
you can do it.
She doesn't. Her legs wouldn't be pointing towards the back of the chair. She'd have to be. She'd have to change her orientation to do it. To kneel on the chair.
Straight.
Fuck are you talking?
What are you?
on a chair? What the fuck?
Where's the Priscilla voice?
Oh, she said on one knee.
Oh, one knee or
Getting down
both
on one
knees?
Oh, wait.
No,
hold on.
both
Maybe two on a
knees.
good day.
But that's still
Hold on.
lower than
kneel.
just the.
When you say kneel, are you saying kneel like you're on both your knees?
No, because I can't get up
So
right.
Wait,
Like a proposal kneel, like I'm going down on
like
one
a
knee.
like a,
That's what
a
I was thinking
football huddle
originally.
kneel? Like your fucking football coach.
wait,
All
No,
right,
you're
team.
proposing.
Are we
You're
being
proposing.
All right, team.
That's
Take a
lower
kneel.
than the bow.
Take a knee.
No,
I get it
that's
though.
okay.
I think both.
Yeah.
knees.
It's got to be both.
No,
Yeah.
It's got to be both.
that's what I'm saying. It has to.
I have my reasons
It has
for
to
not
be.
Yeah.
No, the kneel.
Really?
has to
I would
be
do
both.
two. Yeah, I would do the kneel
Yeah,
for
you
sure.
gotta do
Man
both.
of your dreams, kneel.
It's got to be both.
Man of my.
I'll say this: for the perfect woman,
Nah,
I'll do the
there's
bow.
That's the question. Would y'all kneel to the girl of your dreams?
Reciprocal. That's
There is
what
no
we
perfect
want to
woman.
hear.
That's right.
For the
Reciprocal.
perfect woman.
Bro,
Right?
that's like doing the Black Lives Matter thing where
But-
you kneel. It's the same shit. You don't kneel for the perfect woman, dude. What?
No, he said bow.
Andrew,
That's a whole.
it's a compromise.
There's no.
Right.
Thank you. That's the most important thing in relationships.
Oh my
is
God.
Well,
compromise.
that's the only thing I would compromise on.
But
Nothing
it's a
else.
compromise.
Sure,
Everything
that's
else-
fine.
Start.
Everything
Are
else
you
has to
doing
be
it
my
every
way.
day or just 3 days a week?
Everything
Say
else has to
that.
be
Are
my
you
way.
in a relationship right now? Are you in a relationship right now, Brian?
I'm asexual
That doesn't mean you're not in a
and
relationship.
a monk.
Like,
I don't do that.
but Brian,
Not bald.
there is no
would
perfect
bow?
woman.
No, I wouldn't kneel. I would bow.
That's it.
You know what? Fuck
Not
it.
low enough. No, I'm just-
The kneel's kind of weird though. But
The
like,
bow?
But if
the
it's
bow, yeah,
sexual.
whatever.
It's behind closed doors. No one has
Okay,
it.
but here's look. And listen to this part. So here's the entailment
You would
of.
bow for the perfect
Hold on.
woman?
Here's the entailment of what.
Andrew, your wife might like you.
Here's the entailment.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Never do. You could. There's no way. They would never happen.
Here's the entailment of the. Wait, Pasty, you are a little goblin, dude. You said you were gonna do an ice cream pop. You fucking This
This is obfuscation. This is
Hold
fucking
on, I'll come to
obfuscation.
it.
It's
No,
obfuscation.
I will debate you on the
You're
bow.
obfuscating.
I'm gonna debate you on the. Hold on, just hold on. I just need to call Pasty out because you said you would do an ice cream pop, and where is it at? Pasty?
Obfuscation.
Jungle
Obfuscation.
ain't gonna protect you. Jungle's not coming to help you out, buddy. Okay, Pelagic, Bebop, and Rocksteady. Okay, not sure what. Thank you, Pelagic.
Yeah, Andrew knows.
Okay.
Is that an inside joke?
No, it's not. But it just registered with me, and it is pretty funny. But the bow.
Oh.
okay.
The bow.
Exact angel
Wouldn't even
of the
work.
threshold.
Thank you, Spyro, for the messages. Every time I see Niffer,
These are great.
It wouldn't even work.
I'm not going to forget, Brian.
Hold on.
Like, I'm not going to forget, Brian, about this bow thing.
Yeah.
Wait, I wrote down notes in case Andrew.
About the bow?
Andrew fucking challenged me on this shit. Hold on. I need my fucking response. What's it called when people have response?
A retort or a rebuttal?
Put a list of them.
Wait, what is it? Fuck. Wait, oh man, I had my fucking,
you know what though, Brian? I just feel like we should, I'm going to change the subject. I just feel like we should change the subject.
No, because you know you're about to get like BTFO'd on the ballot.
You're right. Let's do this. But I just want to make sure that you know you insisted.
Come on, Brian.
Wait, hold on.
You insisted, bro. You insisted.
Hold on. We'll do it.
Bowing
But let me let these chats come through because I don't want to be a goblin.
Yeah.
Christopher Murphy, long live.
Christopher Murphy donated
Shop.whatever.com.
$200. Long live Big Labia.
Hey guys, if you want to get a Big Labia Matter, shirt, t-shirt, or hoodie, shop.whatever.com. We'll give you a shout out. Streamlabs shows when people make purchases through our shop. Thank you, Christopher Murphy. You're a legend, sir. We have Lucas here, and then we have Big Jungle F. Hey, you didn't clarify, Jungle, what the F stands for. But
he doesn't need to. Now I feel like it's part of the mystique.
Yeah. I feel like we know what that F stands for.
Jungle Felipe. Jungle Fernandez.
It's that. It's Felipe. Jungle Fred would be so disappointed.
Lucas, someone in the chat suggested that Andrew and I debate each other. If I had to handicap it, this is how it would go. I believe this, and that. Yep, I agree. I submit to you this.
Jungle donated $1,000.
Another one.
Pop champagne. Chair 5. You are dreaming of me. So technically I'm the man of your present dreams. Congratulations.
Sure, fine.
When you bow after kneeling, dreams come true.
You know, Jungle, you're kind of hoeing around on the Crucible a little too much. You're hoeing around a little too much here, Jungle. I get the whole, support the people who support, but geez, how much is that, by the way, for Jungle?
I think it's been $6,000.
$7. Cheers to you, Jungle.
Speaking, hold on.
What does Jungle do?
In retort to Andrew on this, Jungle, if you'd like, I'll arrange. Do you want to go on a date? Do you want to go on a date with Jungle?
Yes.
What?
No. I'm sorry.
Can we see a picture?
He didn't like you anyways.
Yeah.
He didn't like you anyways.
He was just messing around. It was a hypothetical.
It was a rhetorical.
Yeah, it was rhetorical.
Brian, it cracked this perfectly good joke, and I feel like you made it kind of weird there.
Rocksteady is a random.
Nope.
I think you made it weird.
I think
you know him
definitely
better,
you, bro.
I think you made it.
It's definitely you.
Oh, okay. Oh, Pasty, you are a little goblin, Pasty. You just champagne pop or ice cream pop, bro. Wait, what? Thank you, Andre. Okay, thank you guys for the super chats. Wait, let me find in my notes.
Who the fuck is that Spurg, dude?
Who?
I don't know. Whoever you just put up is just spurging out.
I didn't even read it.
Oh, well.
He's just clicking through something.
Yeah. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, read 100 TTS 200. Do so through streamlabs.com/whatever.
By the way, thank you, Jungle. YouTube. It's been awesome, man. Thank you for so many champagne pops. You've been fantastic this evening.
Thank you,
He's
bro.
a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Thank you, dude. You're a legend. We need to. You know what? I feel like we got to give Jungle something.
Jungle's amazing.
How about you send Jungle a whatever labia sweater?
Jungle's like, look.
I got. Do you want? Maybe he just wants like a whatever one instead.
How about? Well, no.
A big labia one. That's like very niche.
How about both? Give them both.
Okay.
Yeah, give them both.
I'll do both. Yeah, guys, if you're enjoying the show, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, I'm going to do a couple shout outs here. Trevor, thank you for the 5 on Venmo. Thomas, thank you for the 2 on Cash App. Daniel, thank you for the 10 on Cash App. Laura GG, thank you for the 10 on Cash App. Appreciate it, guys. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. We're going to get right back into it. Twitch.tv, pull up our Twitch, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one.
Okay.
And I need, there's so much to get to. Bow, if you have Amazon Prime, drop us a follow and a Prime sub. And also discord.gg/whatever. Pull up the Discord really quick too. Oh my goodness.
Hold on.
The crystals are on fire.
Ridiculous.
Pull up the Discord. Guys, go to discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes on there. We post our stream schedule. You gotta join the Discord. Great community over there. And also, final reminder, guys, if you want to get yourself, I already said it, shop.whatever.com. And also Big Labia Matter. Okay, cool.
And
Thank
all
you
that
guys.
stuff.
All of that great stuff. Okay. So me and Andrew were going to debate, but I need to find all my notes here to just totally.
But until you
wreck
can,
them.
we should probably get you some of
Fucking
the
Jungle
show
beat me to it, the fucker.
It seems like you're kind of like a little scared.
That's the second time you demanded it. Find the notes. Second time, bro. Hold on. A little reverse psychology there for Brian.
You already have notes prepared for this? For like.
It was bound to happen. One
Yeah.
Day.
Oh, so he knew.
It was bound to happen one day.
Okay.
One day.
He was like, I know one day. I know. He's like, I know one day I'm going to admit that for the perfect woman, I would bow, and I'm going to have this debate with Andrew. Here are the notes.
It's going to be, here's how it's going to go, too. It's going to be hypothetical,
Octopus.
hypothetical, Andrew wins.
Octopus.
Watch.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he's going to make some really good points, though.
He's got to find it.
I'm excited for the points.
Cope. Brian.
Save him.
Hold on, Cope. I got it, bro.
Little Cope.
I got it. Hold on.
COP.
A roast pig.
Before we get into it,
before we
I
do.
need to pose her a question. I need to pose her one thing on the bow thing. So, okay. So your perfect guy. What? That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Your perfect guy, right? So this is. This would be the perfect guy in terms of what you would find most physically attractive, perfect guy in terms of what you would find in terms of personality, and then if you want, you could add on like he's a trillionaire.
Appreciate
So
fucking
he's the
DJ.
richest man in the world.
Oh, we should at
That's
least
when
take out
I'm
with the
saying
camera.
perfect. That's what I'm willing to grant for the hypothetical. Would you bow for that man?
Holy
If
shit.
you just saw what just happened, you would have lost your fucking mind.
Chair one
Is it
took up
on?
It's not a big deal. I'm just
the
I'm just
whole
It's not a big deal. It's no big deal.
Is it?
Holy shit, Chair one took up the
Did
whole
I
camera.
walk by the camera?
Yeah, no. Had nothing even to do with you.
Just
saying.
TOS?
No, nothing.
Oh. Oh.
Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Now I want to know what the fuck.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So you're all like OCD'd out all the time. And so if the cameras aren't like where
Oh,
they're
she
supposed
bumps the
to,
camera?
No, she walked in front of it, and we saw the back of her head for like a good 5 seconds
Oh,
before
man.
it's. Oh yeah, right. Whatever. Whatever.
It's not a big deal.
All right.
Okay.
He's a changed man.
Answer.
Yeah, right.
3 times a week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That she's negotiating it.
He's
Yeah, let her
saving
negotiate.
children, and world hunger is
Would you do
ending it.
well? I'm gonna up it, but would you 3 times a week? Would you do that?
Okay.
Okay, 7 every single day.
No.
I don't understand the differential though of like yes, 3 days a week, but no, not to 7 days a week. Well, like what's the reasoning there? Let me ask you a question. You're working on your PhD, right?
Yeah.
Once you get your PhD, do you want to become a professor? You want to? I assume you want to get a good paying job.
I want to become a professor.
A professor. How much do professors make?
Oh, I don't know. I'll work in China, but not very much.
Okay. If somebody came along, some like really weird autistic guy came along and said, I don't know. He came along and he was like, I'm going to pay you $1 million a year, and all you have to do is you have to work at my restaurant for 10 minutes a day, and all you have to do is just bow to the guests who are coming into the restaurant. Only for 10 minutes a day. And he'll pay you $1 million a year, and that's it. Would you do it?
I'll do it.
Interesting. Okay. So that's $1 million a year. But you wouldn't do it for your perfect man who's a trillionaire who conceivably your shared wealth would far exceed making $1 million a year?
I think it's a different thing because that would be a job, but now we're talking about my partner. Like, why does he want me to do that? I think there's some like power difference here.
Yeah,
Let's even grant
for sure it is.
Let's even grant that it is a power thing, and he just gets off. He gets off to it.
Same thing as the employer, though.
Well, I mean, they
if he has you come in for 10 minutes a day to bow and gives you $1 million, that's not about power.
Well, is it?
It's got to be about power, right? But you would
Something.
still do it, even if it was about power. The employer just wanted to see you
Well,
bow.
What if in every other aspect he's treating you with respect? It's everything that your perfect man, your relationship is about. All he's asking is for a moment of submission to be like, I love you, everything you're giving me, like, I appreciate everything you've given me. Yeah, it's almost like a thank you more than just like I'm your, I don't know, servant.
Subservient.
Yeah, it's not really in that way. I think sometimes people hear submissive and they think very negative. Would you?
It's really hard to imagine that. Like,
well, she's not into it. It seems like. So it's like he's not the right match then if she's not into it too.
It's just interesting because she's willing to do it for pay, but not for the perfect partner of her dreams, where she could probably live the rest of her life in a certain time.
I kind of get some of that with it being like your partner, because that's the person you share every meal with, you spend every night usually sleeping in bed with. So to know that that power dynamic is like off for her for the rest of her life in that relationship, whereas a job, she could come in a couple shifts, get a couple mil, and dip.
But look at you. What you're pursuing? Masters, doctors, which one?
PhD.
A PhD. A woman pursuing a PhD or with a PhD is probably not bowing to anyone. So I think it goes right back to the substance of person.
I think women with PhD would bow for $1 million a year.
We got one right here who has her nose turned up, and I would.
She said she would.
She's willing to do it as a job, but she's not willing to do it for the partner of her rest of her life.
Right? So this one, I have a bit of an internal conflict with. Do I think that there's men out there who are very prideful and would be very dominant in a relationship, but would still go to like a Caesar's Palace and bow for 10 minutes for $1 million a year? I think they would.
I think so. Yeah.
I don't think that that's even problematic or contradictory. The whole point here is the matter of like love and respect. Mm-hmm. The idea is that your partner, if they feel like it's showing them love and respect, for you to take the submissive position, they want to see that in a bow. Is that appropriate? That's really what the heart of the question is. Not whether or not you go to a Caesar's Palace and bow for a fucking $1 million, because almost anybody would, right?
Yeah, that's simple. That's 10 minutes.
If it would benefit my entire family to go to a Caesar's Palace and bow for 10 fucking minutes in order to get $1 million, yeah, I'd fucking take the $1 million and laugh on my way out.
But in regards to what we're comparing here, where it's her job for part-time work of $1 million a shift, and then the rest of her life is being spent with somebody. It's like you going to Caesar's Palace and they're saying, you have to give up your wife and your children. Here's $1 million, but now you're with me.
Yeah, but that's a completely different type of hypothetical that really doesn't dive in. I don't think the hypothetical gets to the heart of what we're trying to get to.
No, that's her argument, is that she would be willing to do it for work for the 10 minutes of bowing at a restaurant.
Which is exactly why I think the hypothetical doesn't get to what we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
I would just concede that I think that most men, if I went to basically any man on planet Earth and was like, hey, show up for 10 minutes and bow to people and I'll give you $1 million, he doesn't give a shit.
And that takes
He's like, whatever, I'll take the $1 million and laugh all the way to the bank, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't really get to the heart of what we're after here. The heart of what we're after is that if a man wants that type of submission from his woman, right, just wants it.
Yeah.
For some reason, he feels like this is the ultimate way in which he receives respect, and you really adore him and love him.
Come on,
do
Brian.
it.
Yeah. I've also dated men.
Oh, another one.
Jungleff donated $1,000. Pop champagne. Don't want a date. Don't need a date. My woman is stacked with precious femininity. The both of me is, if I want, she gives, because she trusts me. I don't ask for it. BTW, I'm leaving the F a mystery.
There we go, Jungle. There we go. I've dated guys that were like that like they loved that kind of dynamic, but they also appreciated that I, stronger in other areas. It wasn't like I'm always subservient. I'm always like submissive. It was like they loved that I was strong and had a career, and they empowered me in it, and it was this really cool power dynamic.
A different example that you could give her that wasn't specifically a bow. I'm wondering if it's the bow that makes it seem like it's a
well, I think the bow is
champagne.
The bow is fine.
Yeah.
Champagne. Champagne.
I think that the bow is a fine, fine example.
Pass the bottle down.
The idea here is like women get on their knees and suck men's dicks. It's like don't give me a bunch of shit about how bowing is too fucking. It's a little too much to bow. It's like no, it's not. Give me a break.
For every day to the same person, maybe though, that's
made by Brian Atlas, by the way.
I think if there's reciprocity though, if the guy's on his knees for you.
This is how I frame the argument. It's like, okay, you won't bow to a guy, but on the first date, you'll have sex with him. You'll give him head. You'll let him blast on your face.
That's
because I like that though, Brian.
The women feel like they're getting something out of that, whereas the bowing they might think is just like it's just weird for
I think she just may be an exception to the rule. There's always going to be exceptions. She may be the one of, one out of a thousand. Like, no, I'm not going to.
We found the diamond in the rough.
So
That's
I think
fine.
that's what it is. I feel like the majority, other than because you're a little more masculine presenting.
Yeah.
I think the majority of us were like, yeah, we're going to do that.
I think the more feminine women
The fuck? I didn't
may
even get.
bow.
What
I
the
think,
fuck?
like-
You went all the way over there. What the fuck? What the fuck?
It's here.
That's yours.
No, that's yours.
No way.
No, that's yours.
No, it's not.
I've been drinking from the bottles.
Did you want any more?
No, I'm okay.
I've been drinking from the bottle.
Do you want more?
Yeah, fill up
want-
more for
okay,
you.
okay.
Fill up more for you, and then the rest is for. Oh wow. Okay.
I mean,
Whoa.
it's gonna, we have
She
a little
went
bit
for
more
it.
time.
Yeah, she's not fucking around.
Jungle,
Former
you're a legend,
bartender.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jungle.
Thank you, Jungle. Oh my god, this guy is on fire. I still have some of the original bottles, so we'll do a cheers. Cheers to bowing.
Yeah.
I haven't. By the way, Brian, I just want to let you know. two times now, you're like, Andrew's running away from the bow debate, and I just wanted to kind of bring it back real quick. Just saying.
I'm out, boys.
I'm out, boys.
By
All
the way,
right.
the pizza and the burrito and the ice cream is coming.
It's coming.
It's on the way, boys. And
Not
women.
for you. You get nothing.
Oh.
I've done that. I did one time. Well, okay.
It
There's
foamed
one
up a
time.
bit.
You guys can
Yeah.
find this. There's some lore, right? I don't know if the frame was on me. Maybe they moved the frame off. Maybe Brian can put it behind the scenes. But one time, there was like an almost full champagne bottle, and I was like, fuck, nobody's drinking anything. So I had to make some content. So I tried to toss it back, and the whole thing flared up, and it just went all over me. It was terrible.
And there's something about
you
champagne
didn't
that bubbles more.
Oh.
Hey, Andrew Pasty's asking what he wants to do a specific kind of pop.
In front of the female panelist.
So
What do you mean?
could there's the pizza pop, there's the ice cream pop, the burrito pop, the champagne pop. He wants to do a unique
I
kind of
refuse
pop.
to do any type of monkey activity in front of women. Ever. I actually refuse to do that.
I mean, pasty. We have bottles of Cristal for 1 Ethereum. My Ethereum thing is in the description for the of the video, so you can do Cristal if you want to do something a bit unique. There's also some.
Oh, I know.
wait.
Hang on. I know what we could do,
What?
and this will really piss off Brian, and that'll make everybody happy. If you
What?
send in Brian 1 Ethereum, I'll light up a smoke in this
No,
room.
no.
Yes, yes. Oh, he'll be so fucking mad. He will be so pissed.
Look, honestly, I don't care. It's the
I think-
landlord.
Well,
I
you'd
think
be
all
all
the
right,
women
bro.
just
One
sided with
cigarette,
Brian.
one cigarette won't do it, bro. Dude.
Here's some options, Casey George. I'll propose some options. For a pop, so 1,000, you can have one of the guests, including me. Andrew, are you willing?
I ain't wearing the fucking
You're not
hat,
wearing
bro.
the hat?
No way.
Okay,
Mine is
I'll
Andrew.
wear
Do
it.
it for Andrew. 'Cause
For
that's
10
not a big
minutes,
deal.
There ain't
they'll
no fucking
wear
way.
the helicopter hat. You also, I have a couple Dr. Seuss books. You can ask one panelist.
I do want to see you wear the helicopter
You wanna
hat.
see me wear
I
the
do. For no, I don't have.
wear the hat?
I have no good
My
reason
God.
for
He's
it.
trying to deflect
I
because he
just
doesn't
wanna
want to
s-
wear it.
I'm not
It
wearing
should
the
be for
fucking hat.
Andrew. Do
Read,
it for Andrew.
Cat in the Hat. Somebody has to read Cat in the Hat. I have green eggs and ham, and I have the.
I do want to kind of see you
Oh, and
read
Harry
Cat in
Potter.
the Hat for no good reason at all.
So
Harry Potter
pasty.
over there.
Those are some
Read
options.
Harry Potter.
Those are some
Like a
options.
British in the hat.
Yeah.
I feel like he's stalling anyway.
It could be. He's enjoying the attention.
He's either Brian's alter
We
ego
have
or-
name taken. Whoa, wait. So anyone who drops 6K can get a date with the women who appear on whatever. Looks like Brian is officially advanced to the position of Ethan. Shaking my head for shame. Fucking D-Gen.
Fucking D-Gen.
Wow.
Name
Look, hold on. Look, it's not about the money, guys.
Yeah.
That's my girl. Gabrielle's my girl, and I'm trying to do her a solid. Jungle's the homie as of today. I'm trying to get,
As of today, he's my homie. As of yesterday.
He's
and
both
the day
of our
before.
homies. He's your homie and he's my homie.
I am.
What?
And he's my
Why are you
Caucasian.
going for the date? Why is Jungle going for the date?
He's going for the date.
I'm very tempted.
That she
Mixed
wanted to
race
do.
women with
She wanted to do.
piercings. He likes frizzy hair. Sorry.
Cigar
Curly hair.
red. Or
she likes
beautiful
cigar.
She likes.
What the
he
hell
likes
is sexism going around here, Bobby? What the hell?
He likes curly haired women with glasses and daddy issues and piercing. Wait, sorry,
You need a way
Thanks,
bigger
Andrew.
shovel.
No, I mean,
You need a way bigger
no.
shovel.
I meant, sorry,
We all cut each other.
You meant something else.
I didn't mean to say that. That was just like the champagne.
It was her fault.
She distracted him.
Yeah.
Oh, Pasty, you goblin. Okay, I gave you options. We got cat in
Okay,
the hat.
come on. I want to see Brian wear
He's
the fucking
trolling
hat.
10 Canadians.
I'll
at a
wear the
time.
fucking no.
I think
I'll
he
wear the
wanted-
hat. If you want, but you got to specify who you want to wear. Wear the
Brian's
hat.
gonna wear the fucking
Avon,
hat.
thanks for the
Andrew.
super chat. Appreciate it, Avon. You're a
I think
legend.
Brian would wear it and have fun.
Yeah, I am very
Andrew would
tempted
hate it.
You know,
to send a cigarette or a cigar
Then I
pop
would
for
not do
Andrew
it.
just to mess with Brian.
I
Thanks,
think
Andrew.
they've been really supportive tonight.
Yes, they have.
Because of the just total. The past 3 days, Andrew, you have had a complete. You've had 3 debates.
Lewandowski for the hat-trick!
And you-
Sanchez put it in! Oh my word, this is one of Lewandowski's finest.
Hat trick. Andrew, you really three debates
Do
in
it.
a row. You did
Yes.
fantastic. You secured the W's. You secured the victory for all 3 of your most recent debates. And I think this is just the audience coming in and they're doing a little celebration here because
As well they should. And but Brian, there's more.
this is a parade.
Aren't there more debates coming, including tomorrow?
Yes, we have, guys. Tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. Big debate. Possibly this might be bigger than all the previous ones. And then we have a special show on Tuesday. So be sure to tune into that.
Don't be a
miss it.
tease to it.
Both of them are going to be good. They're going to be good.
Wait, do you guys have like a master class type of? I feel like I heard something like that.
Debate
like on how to
University,
debate.
yes.
Yes,
So you can get
speaking
over to
of-
Debate University.
You're welcome.
Give me all of your money so I can go buy guns with it. But you will get something in exchange. You will learn.
Give me all your
debate,
money.
Wait,
and it will be good.
he said 1 Ethereum.
One?
Somebody said they sent an Ethereum, but
You got an Ethereum?
wait, Wait, so this guy on
10,000?
Twitch said 1 Ethereum. There you go. 4 minutes ago, but I do not see any indication of
There,
an Ethereum.
Ethereum lies.
And that's 10,000?
It's like right now I
Come
think
on,
it's
Master
2,500 last I checked
Oh.
for 1 Ethereum
One Ethereum.
crypto. But I don't see it, so maybe it was a little bait. Okay. Oh my God, bro, Pasty, you are being a little goblin, dude. Saddle up. Saddle up, bro. Stop with these super chats. You're talking a big game.
Give him
okay?
no more attention. That's what you do. Just
Pasty.
dry it out.
Andre, thank you for these two. Okay. See,
Isn't that what they say we should do with you
Thank
guys?
you, Andre.
What? Don't give him attention?
Don't give any of you
Oh my
any
God,
attention.
Christopher, you're a legend,
but
sir.
he'll just keep
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christopher. All right, we should get back to the show though, and then me and Andrew will debate a little later on about the bow.
By the way, I just wanted to ask everybody who's in the audience currently, either if you're watching from the Crucible or here from the Great Whatever, did you see that chick from yesterday decided to take 5 to 7 days off for mental health?
I did see that.
Yeah.
Andrew.
I didn't do shit. I was super nice.
You monster, Andrew.
What happened?
In 1v1 debates, I'm
can't
always
believe
super nice unless the other person's a fucking dickhead.
Yeah,
Do you usually
that's
say
fair.
people who are just like almost opposite of like your viewpoint?
Even no.
That's what the debate. I haven't seen one.
A lot of times, the closer they are, the more brutal the debate.
I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you like debating.
Well, I just think that my view is correct. And
Yeah.
so I debate it from a passion form because I think it trumps all other worldviews. That's what I debate.
Sure.
That's why I'm good at it. It's because I honestly believe my worldview is better. That's why.
Oh man, this
Sure, 5.
Hold on, Jungle.
You might laugh.
No, it's,
But I bet
you
you
can
I
see
featured
it in
in Ray.
you can see it in you.
Jungle's donated $1,000.
Oh, he wasn't trying
Pop
to
champagne.
get at.
You're destroying everything on Sir Jungle's name. I have a woman. She adores me. She's watching with me. Brian.
Oh,
shame on
you need to kneel, Brian, and apologize.
Right.
What did I do?
Bow.
I didn't do anything.
There might be a bow from the guys.
Fucking guy up who's got a fucking chick at home, Brian, after he supports the show.
First off, I'm also out of shape.
Hey, Brian. Hey, Brian. Brian.
Oh no.
Apologize.
For what?
Apologize.
For trying to.
Oh my God.
There was just a misunderstanding, in my
fucking
opinion.
horrible, Brian.
Yeah.
Outside perspective,
Why
it was
would
a
you do that,
misunderstanding.
Brian?
Wait, here,
We
let
now
me
know
play
you have a
his
woman.
last message. Though.
Okay, play it.
Hold on. You're telling me this isn't flirting?
Hang on, let me listen to it.
$1,000. Pop champagne. Chair 5. You are dreaming of me, so technically I'm the man of your present dreams. Congratulations. You won. When you bow after kneeling, dreams come true.
How does that equate to he wants a date, Brian?
I don't know.
That's not even in the same universe. He's literally contrasting a hypothetical. He's like, so since it is the case that you're dreaming of me all the time, just remember I'll always be here when you bow in your dreams to a man like me. How does that equate to like he wants a date, dude?
Oh shit! Hold on, wait.
Yeah, it's obfuscation. It's fucking obfuscation, bro. What's going on? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Pizza
They put
and
pineapple.
burritos.
Nah, I need to order the shit.
Fucking dude. What kind of obfuscate? What the fuck? Kind of
I still think it was a misunderstanding. So I will. Yeah.
How was
Not
that a misunderstanding?
Because he said, you're dreaming of me. Now, I know he probably meant a man like me, but it sounded like, oh, me.
No, he
Jungle
did mean
F,
him.
Here's $1,000.
No, he actually meant him.
Okay.
And then he says, I'm in your dreams. That doesn't equate to like, I want you. That equates to like, you want me. If I say I'm in your
But is
dreams,
that
how does that equate to I want
But wait,
you?
is that still okay for you to say if you would your wife be okay if you said something to that
Yeah,
equivalent?
if I said, oh, look, this chick, I literally dominate her mind in her dreams. My wife, why would she be
But why
upset
you
by that?
specifically? You could
Because that would be who X person would be dreaming of.
I get it.
I still think it could be easily misunderstood. That's all.
No
I'm
fucking way.
I could see where Brian was trying to give him a shot.
Sorry.
You know.
He sells her out and said chair 5.
Look, Jungle, I got your back. I feel like I got your back pretty good here. Brian
I'm
does
just
too.
saying Jungle, we understand, but it
Brian
could have
does
been
too.
Chair 5, we have your
He does
back.
too.
Yeah. Well, I got Brian's too. Brian was like, I just thought I was doing something good.
that part. That's what I'm saying. Like, it could have been easily misunderstood.
Wait, Jungle, I don't want you to feel like you're getting screwed over here. We're out of champagne.
You put on the dunce cap, bro. Put on the
Can you
fucking
tell me? Can you tell me what you want? You don't
No.
have to send in 1,000. Send
Put
in
on
like
the
a
fucking
10.
dunce cap so I can
He didn't
flick it.
specify.
Yeah, but did you see what you did?
didn't
Put on the
specify.
dunce cap so I can flick the fucking propeller, Brian. After what you did.
Okay,
sound like
this
the
is
monkey music.
Jungle F. We got to take a bit of initiative here. I'm assuming instead of the champagne pop, we're going to do a dunce cap pop. So I'm going to wear that shit backwards though.
Spin it, spin it.
What the fuck?
Oh my God.
Even
No.
the dunce cap is a dunce. It's just
No.
Oh no, it stopped. No! No. That sucks. My stream still running? Oh, it's still running. Just theirs kind of fucked up for some reason.
There we go. There you go, Jungle. Revenge, Jungle. Revenge.
Here, do it again.
All right. Oh, what the fuck?
You're too strong, Andrew.
It's a bad startup.
There we go.
It was
Let's
a bad
fucking
startup.
go.
Hang on, let's get it really moving here. There we go.
Now look into the camera, Andrew. Look into the camera.
I think you're enjoying this. Make the eye contact. It's important.
It's important.
Okay. All right. The show's been derailed for like an hour at this point. I feel like we should get back into
enjoying
it.
Well, Jungle started it.
It's all Jungle.
Yeah.
It's all your fault. Yeah. All your fault. We have a message here. One shot. Andrew, what's up? Forgive me for the simping I'm about to do. But
No. That's enough.
Oh, wait, what?
That's enough. Forgive you for the sim. I can't forgive you for the sim.
Wait, we got to do a sim tax. Here's
Sim
what we're gonna
tax.
do. I'm going to read it, but you're going to pay the sim tax. One shot. There's a luminous glow about you that captures everyone's attention.
That's fucking disgusting.
What the fuck?
I'm just gonna start hitting buttons, Brian.
Your elegance and radiance glows like the midday sun and are impossible to ignore.
Okay, now he's thank you.
Excuse me?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Really Brian.
What the fuck? One shot? Yo, one shot. You got to do a fucking champagne pop. That's your sim. You know what? Nah, look. Actually, yes.
Simp
You gotta
tariff.
do a champagne- if you're gonna do a simp message, you got to pay the simp tax, and that's a champagne pop. Avon, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. Or I'll leave it up for a little longer. These are below the read, though. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, $100 read, TTS 200. I know we've been kind of getting off topic here, just like meta conversation. We're going to get back into the substance of the show, talking about dating, but hold on. This guy, bro.
What?
Okay.
What?
This guy.
Another one. Jesus.
Jungle
guy's crazy.
donated $1,000. Pop
Chair
champagne.
5 can wear it.
Put on
I
the
DM
cap
whatever, so you
Brian
can check
for
that
30
later.
minutes, then
I'll
Chair
check my
5
DMs.
can wear it, just because. I DM whatever so you can check that later. And Andrew is
I'll wear it for 10.
100% exactly
Just
correct.
because. Then Chair 5 can wear it just because.
Where did you DM Jungle on? Is it my personal Instagram or did you DM on whatever? Because I don't see you on whatever. One sec. Let's see. Did you send it to my personal? Did he do it to the personal Instagram? All right, guys. If you're enjoying the stream, like the video. Also, damn, bro, I don't see it. Where did you DM? Tell me where you DM, Jungle. All right.
I have a quick question for you, Brian.
What's
With
that?
your big labia matter, is that like
you-
a deal breaker for you? I'm just curious. I'm just genuinely curious. Like, you know how people have their deal breakers and you're advocating for it? What if you met your perfect woman, but she doesn't have big labia? I don't even know what big labia would, what the size is. Are you measuring?
Are you like an innie or an outie? Is that what you're?
I'm not going to discuss mine. I'm just
Oh,
curious
sorry.
if that's a deal
My bad.
breaker for you.
If she doesn't,
If she doesn't have what you consider big labia, but in every other aspect, that's
it's
your...
not. It's not a deal breaker.
Oh, okay.
It's not a deal breaker.
I was just curious.
Yeah, that's
Because I see a lot of these men buying your BLM hoodies. So
Oh, speaking
I'm
of
just
which.
curious.
Speaking of which, guys, shop.whatever.com. We've got big labia matter hoodies, t-shirts if you want to get one. Shop.whatever.com, and we'll give you a shout out as if you send one in. Streamlabs can show merch purchases. Yeah, it's not a deal breaker, but it is a preference.
Preferences are allowed.
That's right.
I mean, women have genitalia preference. You guys want a guy who's cut. You guys want a guy with a big dick.
Yeah, no, there's nothing
fair.
wrong with preference. I was just curious because some
Nothing
people are very like, I know some women who are like, oh, you can't be under a certain, which to me is crazy, but everybody has their preference.
Yes, Pasty. We could probably do this, assuming it's available. But yeah, we could probably do that. But if it's like some super unique alcohol, but I think Andrew would really like this. So yeah, we'll go and buy it if you do the pop. But I gotta wait until he's back. He's out on the balcony smoking a cig. So, but yeah, we'll do it, Pasty. I'm gonna hold you to that though, Pasty.
Pasty needs to put his money where his mouth is. He's been doing 10 for.
What the? Wait, I'm gonna pull that up for. Yeah, I'll tell him. Thank you, Akon. Or wait, what? Okay, where are we here? Let me get through some of the show notes while we're just waiting. Let's see here. We got everybody's gone from the table. Natalie, are you going to do some hypnotherapy for us or what? Okay.
Marble.
Is hypnotherapy somewhat comparable to like placebo effect, where it's like, okay, maybe if they think they're making something happen?
So, yeah, actually, so some of it is that too. Like affirmations have been shown and proven that like if you force yourself to believe something or say it over and over and over again, you'll actually behave that way and can break through any limits or fears that you have. Tony Robbins is really good about that. So Tony Robbins has this thing where like
Let's see what Andrew says.
he'll do this trick and technique where whenever you're feeling down and out, you just get up, start moving around, move that energy, move that whatever. And then what he does is he'll like scream affirmations until he forces himself to believe it. So you can delulu your way into an amazing life for sure. So Yeah, that's kind of whatever you believe. If you can force yourself to believe that you're worthy and you're good enough, then you can definitely break limits, make more money, do all the things.
Who the hell?
Oh, you can go first. I ate a bunch of chips. Sorry if
Can
I'm
I
like,
ask
oh,
her a question?
Is it about hypnotherapy? Because please don't.
yeah.
Not specifically, more about like her strategy, I guess, for clients and stuff. So like, have you ever
Damn it, Andrew.
Have you ever been engaged or married, and have you gotten
said 30
people
minutes, right?
married
Or-
through your
I think
services?
so. I'll leave it on for a bit.
Yeah, a lot of my
I'm not gonna
clients.
screw over jungle.
I've been coaching for a long time. Coming up, I'm close
Share
to a
three is
decade.
Coca-Cola 5000.
I have a lot of clients right now that they're finding themselves. They're getting better in their career. They're finding the love of their lives. The women that are good pairs for them, getting married, all that. I was close to getting engaged, but he wasn't the right one, and I knew it.
Have you been to their weddings? Like, did you get invited as the matchmaker?
I typically don't really break those. I kind of like, there's only been very, very few clients that I've met in person, unless I'm doing a boot camp, but I try and keep that.
Okay.
Yeah, I keep that that
so
space.
So you don't engage in like
Oh my
matchmaking
God!
services?
Who the hell?
Bro, that's my word.
Dating and marriage.
I mean, I'm sorry, your hat is way more entertaining.
It's true.
It is. The hat is much better.
It is true. Okay.
And Andrew trying to
boys
flick
are
it.
more, they have a
They have the
different-
thing, yeah.
Hypnotherapy, though.
No, I don't really. But I told him I was like, I don't really.
I
That's
asked her if it was like placebo effect.
yeah. And you can, like I said, you can delusion your way into believing whatever you want. You know that. Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Christopher Murphy donated $200. How do you guys like bourbon or cigars?
Love.
Rob Samuels is a family
You don't love
friend,
cigars.
so I could hook you up
Yeah,
with
man.
some custom maker's mark.
That'd be dope. I'd love that. Thank you, Christopher Murphy. Send it through. Just send me a DM on Instagram and we can arrange for that. Somebody bought some merch on the merch store. It just says someone. Looks like they bought a t-shirt, so appreciate that. I think the food's here. Yep. Okay, so really quick, where do we have?
You see the women's like
Andrew.
eyes light up.
Andrew, is there a liquor ordering service in your area? If so, could you order a bottle of liquor of Andrew's favorite liquor so he could enjoy a glass of it, but not the whole bottle for a pop?
Yes.
What's your favorite alcohol?
So I'm a partial to vodka and soda, but you can get it pre-canned. I did tell Brian about this. I can actually walk right next door and grab those right now, Brian. It'll only take me a minute.
Okay.
Wait, you can get vodka in a can?
Vodka and
Wait,
soda.
hold on.
Would you like to have one with me?
No, I mean you're sober today. Yes, I would, but I'm not gonna. I can't break that.
So,
But yes, I would, but not right now.
Everyone else can have one.
is there a brand? Like, do you want whiskey or
There's
do
a
you want...
brand.
Okay, what is it?
Well, I just told you. It's called Mule. Yeah.
Oh, here, let me write it down.
Thank you for asking.
Or I can
too.
just like walk right next
Wait.
door.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
No. Hold on.
Oh, what's going on?
Important.
What?
Oh, do you want him to pay before you order, or do you want to already have it on hand for the
No,
pop?
he has to do the pop, then we'll get.
Then we'll get it.
Hey, see, we're waiting for you to put your
We'll get
money
the
where your
drink.
Okay, so we'll get the drink,
I'm
but
like,
you gotta
you
do the
gotta
pop,
pay
Hasty.
first.
No more. Okay.
No more
Here,
bullshit.
let me,
Send it in.
Andrew, can you ask a question for the
Of
panel
course.
while I get the food all situated?
Thank you, Brian. And thank you,
I
Jungle.
feel like he just wants to not be on camera with that dunce cap. It's restarting when you get back, Brian. It's right. I'm not gonna. I'm keeping time. Yeah.
It pauses. I'm sure
definitely-
that's yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about hypnotherapy.
Oh God. Okay, let's do it.
Why do you do hypnotherapy? You know
I
it's
don't.
bullshit.
It is.
Why do you
some
do
of
it?
it. So I don't. But I don't do it that much. I do a little bit.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's gluten.
No. No. It's okay.
That's more pizza for me.
Yeah.
That's
He
right.
can have mine. I would eat the meat off of it.
Sorry.
You just do the
Just
toppings.
put, yeah, I'll just scoop that off.
It's very keto.
You can just like wait
Yeah.
until all of the, like everybody grabs their piece. You know how at the bottom of the pizza there's always like
So
100
good.
toppings. Yeah.
It's my favorite. Yeah. When
Yeah, I always
everyone's
go
got
over to
their
the
stuff.
pizza box. It's like treats for fat kids, where you just like grab them and you just, like,
Yeah.
Every last
Okay, to answer your question honestly, like I've done some of it and I understand like affirmations. So I understand that if someone else comes in and gives me better thoughts than what I'm telling myself, like I grew up with a voice in my head that said some nasty things and
What?
mean things.
A voice in your head?
Do you don't have like a voice that tells you things, like an idea? Ideas.
Okay, I have an internal dialogue.
Internal
but
dialogue.
That's my voice.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so there was my internal dialogue that didn't say very nice things. So there was like hypnotherapy or people who would give me better affirmations or better things for me to say in my head, my internal dialogue. So that. But honestly, with a lot of it, getting the hypnotherapy certification, and I'm just gonna say it, getting the hypnotherapy certification was easy, and really honestly, I love NLP. I do NLP. I do love that.
What's NLP?
Neuro-linguistic programming. Tony Robbins does a lot of it. You do it essentially too. You have patterns, you spot patterns. People reveal everything. So you do a form of it for sure. Like you listen, you hear, you figure it out. That I really like that certification. But when I went off on my own, I started my own company and I started my own business. I liked the.
You can't do gluten. Okay.
Oh yeah, does everyone have? She got one. You got one.
I'm trying to like direct. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. Food's important. And then one more for her.
I'll take this one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great.
Thank you.
Perfect.
There we go.
There we go.
I just liked all the little fancy, not fancy, but the things. They'd be like, I've got this, and I've got this, and I've got this.
I'm a certified hypnotherapist.
Yes.
I'm a certified this.
Exactly. Yeah, there's some little things I'll do, but yeah, exactly. And I'm being honest with it. I did the certifications and all that because I wanted to be like, look, I know what the heck I'm doing. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna pull your head out of your
Isn't that kind of like guru shit though?
I hate guru shit, but yeah.
That is guru
But don't we all
shit.
have it?
No.
Don't you with debate?
I specifically make sure like that I don't give advice. So I always tell my audience I'm not your guru. I'm not here to give advice. I'm an entertainer.
Yeah, and you're really good at it. I mean, there's advice that I'll give, but mostly it's like you are trying to get the person to figure out what it is that they want and go after it. So, but I mean, I'm sure if someone came up to you and actually asked for advice, you'd be able to give it.
I don't.
No?
Here's why. So from my perspective.
Yeah. You don't want to fuck up their life.
Exactly. Well, it's not just they don't want to fuck up their life, but I think that unless you intricately know a person's situation from the inside out, and it takes a long time to do that.
Yes.
To really get to know a person, that any advice you give them is likely going to be bad unless it's basic.
Yeah.
So here's what I mean by that, right? Like, don't stick your face in that fryer. That's pretty basic advice I think anybody can give, and it would probably be pretty good, right?
Right.
The type of woman you want is X, way different.
Yes.
Right?
But I
Way
won't do
different.
that. I'll have them write that out, and then I can at least tell them why they're not maybe getting that. But usually with decision making, no, they can write it out. You can figure out how to go after what you want. I'm just there as like also someone to take accountability or help you with accountability too to get it.
Yeah. But like,
I think there'd be a better way of saying it. Accountability.
Show me your dead
I
butt.
get that, but the hypnotherapy thing, do you actually engage in that?
No, not really. There's only
what does that mean though? See that caveat? You're like, not
Oh, because I guess, so there's this that would be, I guess, considered under the umbrella. Let's say someone has a really big insecurity. They feel like they're not good enough. And so they're not going after the woman that they really want, or they're not going after their...
You give affirmations, don't you?
Yeah, there's affirmations. So, yeah, exactly, where you can just kind of overcome that. So that'd be under the umbrella.
Do you ever tell them to go to church?
If they want to.
Yeah, but like...
I have clients that I could tell, like, they're spiritual and they want that. And I would say, like, try different things, or, like, what are your hobbies? What are the things that really light you up? And they'll reveal it. They'll be the ones that say, I used to do this. I'm kind of feeling like I'm disconnected. So I get to tell them, like, look, if that's what you're really wanting, what are you doing? What's stopping you? Why aren't you going?
So then you try to give them like a gentle push if they kind of reveal that. Because
yeah,
I feel like most people with church art don't want it until they actually open up to it.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's amazing.
Round of applause, ladies.
Yeah.
The burrito.
This is for Jungle.
That is amazing.
Brian.
Yeah.
That's
Some
a good song.
intensity for
Is it gonna be a delicious burrito? Is that big fat burrito you're about to stick in your mouth, Brian?
Oh man.
What's happening?
With
the hat on, bro.
Twirl it.
Honestly, Brian, like the points are just going through the roof. I feel like.
We got the dunce cap with the burrito.
Yep.
This is the perfect. I love this. This is payback for that fucking pineapple pizza, you piece of shit.
He made you eat pineapple pizza?
It is payback.
Yeah, it is payback. You got me there. I don't know what else.
Remember that time you tried to keep me from In-N-Out? I got the In-N-Out, Brian. I got
Why
the
would-
fucking In-N-Out, and I posted it.
Why would you
enjoy the In-N-Out?
Yeah.
It was so good.
Exactly. Why would
good.
why would someone deny you in and
Because
out?
he's a fuckhead. Sometimes Brian's a fucking dick.
Was he
And
trying to
just-
help you? No.
No. He was just fucking with me because it was funny. And it was funny. Look, it was funny.
Okay.
But look at that. There we go, Brian. How's that make
He
you
made eye
feel,
contact.
Brian? I got my. Yeah.
I feel great.
Yeah.
Actually, that does look really fucking good.
I feel good.
Lie. It looks pretty good.
Yeah. That looks good.
I'll eat like a third of it. I can't eat all of it. I can't eat all of it.
Is it on the inside? Would I be able to if you don't finish it?
Whoa.
Oh, you think you're having some of this? You think you're gonna have some of my burrito?
I mean, I'll bow for it.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it.
No. Well, hold on.
I don't agree.
Yeah.
I don't
I know. I'm not gonna go eat and agree. He's like, no, I didn't agree to this.
I
I'm
was
just
trying
saying.
to negotiate a good deal. Okay, I was trying to negotiate a good deal. It does look like she could probably have a lot of that burrito, though.
Because she's not having pizza.
Just saying.
Empathy.
Look, there's a
I know
lot
you
of
got
gluten in this burrito. There's rice. There's the tortilla.
Rice is gluten free.
Okay, there's the tortilla.
Yeah, but I think
She eats around the tortilla. She eats around the tortilla.
Bro, it's a burrito. How do you eat around the tortilla?
You open it
the
up.
tortilla.
Oh, it is.
That's a perfectly good waste of a burrito.
I think so.
How could you ever? That's blasphemy, Andrew.
Listen. I agree
burrito.
that it's like borderline satanic to open a burrito, but
It is. I agree with that too.
she might be the devil.
Yes, I also agree with that too. Oh my God, there's gonna be people listening who actually believe that.
You hypnotizing people, you devil.
You did it. You did add guacamole.
Oh.
Where's the steak, Brian?
It's chicken.
The fuck, you got a chicken burrito?
Who gets a fucking steak burrito?
Everybody who's a
No.
man gets a steak burrito.
Shredded beef burrito.
No, steak.
No, my.
Yeah, straight steak.
It's got to be from a good place.
Who the fuck doesn't like steak?
Yeah.
Look, you out there in the whatever. Can you fucking tell Brian the steak burrito is the way? That's the way. Chicken fucking burrito?
It's a
Chicken?
safe bet.
You can stuff that thing with anything. You put
I'll
chicken.
go get a steak burrito. Does another burrito pop, and then I'll have the steak burrito.
There we go.
Fair.
Can we? Where's Felicity? Can you collect? Are you guys all done with the food? Maybe all done. I apologize. They put way too much sauce. They put way too much sauce on the sauce.
That pizza looks cheap and ass.
Oh, it looks like it. And he didn't get gluten free. I just. I know you're good.
Look, as the woman goes back into her native habitat and grabs the plates. She's voted.
That's a lot, just she.
Just bringing them over to clean up this.
That's funny. Yeah, this is funny. Let's watch her in her habitat.
Blimey, I can't believe she did it. These little critters can be really tricky sometimes.
Don't make eye contact. She might slam the plates.
You know, you ruined it.
I did.
It was a perfectly good joke.
It was,
great,
and I
then you just
killed
fucked it all up.
I fucking did. I
You
felt
know?
it too. I
Look,
actually felt it.
I have it on good authority. There's an Australian right now, literally the prince of Australia,
Yeah.
who is watching this right now, who is so fucking disappointed with
Yeah, I disappointed him, and I own it. I own my mistakes.
I actually have this on 100% good authority. There actually is the Prince of Australia, not kidding,
I believe you.
watching this.
Yeah.
And he is disappointed.
Yeah.
Now, the true king of Australia, his name, he has an Italian name, it's super weird, Vinny. But
Hey, Vinny.
I'm pretty confident he's watching too, the true king of Australia, and I'm just telling you, you ruined the whole joke.
I did.
You fucked it all up.
I did.
Everything was perfect.
I
you fucked
hope
it up.
I get redemption later, but I don't think I'm going
Brian,
to,
give
so
her the
I'll have
dunce
to.
cap. Take the dunce cap off. No, you got to get the dunce cap for that. So ridiculous.
It was too cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Pass it down. Put it on. See it. You gotta twirl the propeller.
Oh yeah.
There you go. There we go.
Hey, I got it going.
All right.
In
Cool.
the natural habitat.
That's good. It's a good look.
That's good look.
Good look for you. All right. Hopefully we'll get. There's a bunch of chats that have come through. We'll get through the chats, and I promise we'll get to the show. So, and we do have ice cream too for that ice cream pop, and then yeah.
There's more.
Pasty, where are you, bro? Pasty. Oh wait, Pasty, this freaking legend. This legend.
He did it.
You know
did
what?
He do it?
You know what? I
did it?
had my doubts.
He did it.
I had my doubts.
I did it.
All right, Pasty. Are we
But
doing a cheers to
He
Pasty?
is a man of his word. He is a true gentleman and a scholar. Pasty George.
No shit.
Wow.
Hasty George donated
Only for
$1,000. Pop
Oh
champagne. This is only for Andrew.
Only for the
Sorry,
Andrew and Brian.
panelists, You're not worth it. LOL tongue Andrew. Get your favorite alcoholic drink and enjoy it with
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay, we'll do that. I'll get that going.
There you go.
Can you, do you have your phone on you? Can you text me what it is?
Of course.
And then I'll send it to Mary.
Oh, wow, this is
we
really
have
good.
Barry,
No, just
Pasty, you're a legend. Thank
Just
you,
speak
Barry.
your
Thank you for
credit card.
you bought a T-shirt, it looks like, on shop.whatever.com, and then somebody else, no name, but items 3, so it looks like you bought like 3 T-shirts. Thank you so
Real
much,
quick,
man.
can you ask our OBS gal over here? There's the box of those things that's like right there in the fridge. She could just snap a pic and send it to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go behind
Okay.
real quick. I'll tell her really good. Hold on here.
Real quick.
Andrew, I'm going to have 2 chats come through.
Let 'em go.
Can you read them?
Gotcha. Curtis Leon donates $100. Brian, great job on your decade-long weight loss journey. Has not taken. It appears that you have gone down in weight from Jabba the Hutt to Pizza the Hut. Lachla, nay, might give you a chance now. No. Jungle Lab for a big $1,000.
Jungle donated
Pop of
$1,000.
champagne.
Holy crap.
Pop champagne. Chicken is for chicks. Steak is the only way. Andrew deserves a smoke in the studio. We hereby declare your DM should be there now in the personal.
Okay, so real quick, Brian. It was the drinks that I just had. You can just check the cans in the trash, maybe. They're like the little purple cans. They're the vodka soda mixers. Okay, so I do deserve a smoke in the studio, but Brian's obviously being a little fucking bitch, and there's no possible way that he's going to allow that because landlord, you know what I mean? So maybe we can compromise somewhere else, Jungle. I don't know. Maybe we can compromise some other way. I have no clue.
Film him smoking outside.
He's really butthurt. You won't let me smoke in the studio. At least one cigarette. Jungle,
Tell you what,
Jungle's mad.
here's what I'm willing to do. When I'm moving out of this place.
Oh, this fucking. What the fuck, dude?
Bro, I can't get evicted. I can't get evicted,
That's
Andrew.
fair. That's fair.
Not all of us are homesteading
Even one
with
drag.
like hundreds of guns on our expansive Michigan luxury mansions.
But some of us are in like a small farmhouse like myself and do have that.
No, I know.
And I'm happy with it.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Curtis, I saw
That
your
hat suits
message,
you.
by the way.
I like it.
Thank you for the well wishes.
She likes it. She likes the dunce cap.
Love it.
It looks good, honestly. Look, it
Not
brings
even
out
one drag of a cigarette in the studio for Andrew.
It brings out the intelligence in your eyes.
Right? Thank you. I was waiting for this is the first hat that's ever fit me.
Uptown, thank you for the. It looks like you bought a.
I'll rock
maybe
it.
a big labia matter. You bought a hoodie on.
Man,
our
they are
shop
buying
dot
up the merch.
It's
tonight,
crazy.
Brian. They're
It's
buying
crazy.
it up.
I want a hoodie.
Can we get a can we get a
We should all
T-shirt
get
over
one.
there?
The big label.
You gotta have
It
the
looks cheap.
dishwasher, squid shirt going.
That pizza
Octopus.
One point of
Octopus,
clarification.
the dishwasher octopus.
Was Jungle that last pop he did? Was he saying I have to go get a steak burrito now?
No.
Or
He was saying that steak, that chicken burritos are for bitches.
Chicks.
And that steak
Whoa, you didn't
burritos.
say bitches.
Well, no, he that's what he meant.
That's what he meant. But chicken for chicks
Jungle,
sounded
you
really
sent
good.
one in, so tell me what you want.
What do you want, Jungle?
Instead
What do you
of,
want, Jungle?
I'll get a second burrito. By the way, you don't have to send. You don't have to send in 1,000. Just send in a 10 to clarify.
Support Brian's
Yeah.
weight loss journey.
Pasty George.
The
Thank
pizza
you.
looks cheap and ass. Actually, it's pretty good. It was pretty good.
Well, here's what happened. So I asked for a bit light on the cheese and extra sauce, and they took that to mean no cheese and a fuck ton of
Yeah.
red
It
was a
sauce.
saucy pizza.
And it was way too saucy. I apologize for that.
I thought
It looked all right. Yeah, I feel like that's a little more Italian style. You get a lot of sauce on
Dude,
them.
everybody is losing their mind
Look,
over this burrito.
steak burritos are superior. They're fucking superior.
Steak like carne asada.
Pasty, we're getting to it in just a moment. Okay?
I feel like it depends
Even
on
my
the steak
wife
where you're getting it
eats
from.
the steak burrito, Brian. Even my wife eats the steak fajita and the steak burrito. Even she loves chicken and she still eats the steak burrito.
Okay, you're figuring for the message.
Who the fuck eats a chicken burrito?
All right, my pronouns are she, her.
El Pastor.
My
Yeah.
pronouns are she, her. I
For the rest of the podcast.
my man card's been revoked because of my burrito preferences. Ash, oh yeah, we'll do this, Ashley, in just a moment.
you're reading?
Michael G, chair 2. What's in the Trinity? These are below the threshold. Just FYI, guys, we're pulling them up. But
Oh wait, someone asked me if I slept with a client.
Have you?
No.
She's a cook. Yeah. She's a chef.
No.
Have you thought about it?
good pizza.
I've had
they
some
fucked it up.
When in the beginning, there's like a couple, because people are
Christopher,
surprised that
thank
like people think that like, oh, only ugly dudes will go get help. But like I have because
Okay,
I do
Brian.
career
You're forgetting
coaching
for the
too,
messed
so I'll have
up
some
pizza.
clients that are like gorgeous, very good looking, well to do. But once you start like talking about your family life and your problems and everything, and I'm just there, like I turn
Isn't
into
that like
their
a
mom.
first date?
Oh yeah, true.
Right?
yeah, good point.
Isn't that like just a first date?
Yeah.
Just-
No, it's never.
I have a quick question, Andrew. This
Yeah,
goes
Brian,
way
shame.
back into earlier in the podcast
Shame,
when you had
shame.
mentioned that men do actually better interpersonally and they have really close relationships with other men and things like that. So why is it when it comes to women in a relationship, they automatically go, nope, let me find somebody else. But with other men, you said questionably, even with close friendships, it could be a little bit harder to keep those, like they have to work a little bit harder for those relationships.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure
Unless I misunderstood.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait.
So,
If you're fine with this, Andrew,
Yeah.
can you hold that question
Yes.
for later on in the show,
Yes.
just so we can move things
Sure,
along
sure.
just
Oh,
a
yeah,
little bit?
100%.
But I'm happy to have you ask the question
Yeah.
a bit later. Guys, really quick, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, it's been 33 minutes since we last got a Prime. I think it's bugged, boys.
33 minutes, Brian.
I know, that's insane.
Angel
Check if you have a
numbers.
Prime sub available. Check if you have a Prime sub. That's
Okay.
twitch.tv/.
You guys have like the best chorus singing voices ever.
Oh, no.
Let's just try this. Can we
Sir.
just hang on? Can we just get this? Can
Sir.
we just get this? It's ma'am. Can we just get this? Can we just get this, madam? Can we just say Prime sub? Okay, let's try it. Ready? On 3. I got this. You got this. You're a good singer.
I am.
On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Prime sub.
Wait, it came
Purchase.
together.
I'm a little surprised on that one.
Damn.
I did what I could do. Right?
Yeah.
I did what I could do.
It was good.
It was good.
It doesn't cost anything to Prime sub, and you guys know you enjoy the
Pizza
show, so
during food
just
estimation.
Prime
Yeah.
sub.
By the way, everybody out there watching right now, like this video. It helps boost it in the YouTube
Oh, yeah, that's right.
algorithm, especially
Like it, yeah.
as the live viewership is popping off. Really appreciate that from everybody. Appreciate you guys, especially Jungle F. We did try to do the Prime sub. I don't know. I think you should make that like part of your soundboard now, Prime sub.
I could.
Yeah, you
definitely.
could.
That's kind of
Yeah,
cool.
This is
There we go.
This is for Pasty, right?
Yes.
The preferred drink, vodka soda. We have 2.
She loves those.
Well, it was just.
He has to. It was just for you two.
Shall we
but
crack
he
at
also,
the same time?
Did he
1,
give you guys
2,
the pop though?
3.
Yeah, he bought it.
Oh, I should have done it.
He bought it.
I'm just trying
Here
to.
we go.
I know,
To
right?
Pasty.
Yeah, now,
Salud.
down the hatch, though.
Oh no, I
This
can't
is
do
new
that.
to me.
Dude, I don't drink.
All right.
I don't drink like that.
We're gonna
but
try
I'll-
this. We're gonna try it.
I'll drink as much as I can.
Okay, 1, 2.
Oh.
Oh, what the fuck?
There already started. I didn't know you were going to do a countdown.
We're going to do a countdown.
Okay. All right. 3, 2. Wait. Okay.
You go on 3,
2, 1, go.
June shine with passion fruit, vodka, and pineapple at your nearest. No, I'm just kidding.
Please drink your June shine. You're manly.
You're
I'll drink the rest of it. Thank you. Tasty.
Yeah.
Cheers to you. Thank you,
In your
man. You're a
purple
legend.
hand. Passion fruit. And
We
vodka.
could,
But they wanted some. Can they have one?
Pasty
We'll wait
said,
for Pasty.
but we
We'll
got to
wait
be
for Pasty.
considerate to the. Pasty said it was just.
But there's
For
4
us.
in the pack, right?
We're just gonna have to drink 3 each. Oh my God, bro. Okay.
Nobody's leaving here tonight. That's just not going to happen.
It's great.
24-hour stream.
I don't know what I expected tonight, but it wasn't this, and this is great.
Speak volumes of the panel. I think they like us. They're trying to keep us here.
Yeah, I know. I'm
mean,
great,
y'all too,
and you all
obviously,
suck, but I'm
Exactly,
great.
but they're here for you. This is
Thank
really
you
good.
guys over there on Twitch. We have Jungle here.
They did why did you give like the bullshit? They did the prime sum pretty good.
It's okay.
Jungle's donated
good.
$1,000. Pop champagne. Chair 3.
We have different tastes in vocals.
Chair
I guess.
5 needs the
Wait,
hat.
chair 3 needs
She's
the
sad
hat.
that her dreams won't come true tonight. No more burritos, Brian.
Damn, bro. I was hoping he was like, what the fuck
I'm
is steak
out for
burrito?
a thief in the night.
Thank you, man.
Cheers, Andrew.
Hey, you're a fucking
Crucible
legend.
crew.
But cheers to you, Jungle F. Of course, always
I'm
cheers.
gonna pour one out for my homie Jungle F into
my
my drink.
homie.
I poured out some liquor.
And cheers to the Crucible crew. Thank you,
Thank you,
Jungle F,
Jungle.
for coming through big tonight. Really appreciate that very much. I think around $8,000 from Jungle.
Who is this guy?
None of your business.
Hey,
He has.
he's my Caucasian now.
Well, I mean, he has to be after that.
Is he white? Or?
Do you really think a black man can have that? No, I'm kidding.
What did he say?
Listen,
that is funny.
Black lesbian women at this table will not stand for this.
This is
No.
I've been drinking. I gotta go have a smoke.
All right, he's
I've been
gotta
drinking.
go.
It's not
I
my
think
fault.
for that
It's not
we
my
need a
fault.
purple can of whatever
Jungle.
it is.
They
man.
should get
I
a
feel like we
purple can for
did a
that.
purple
I think
can.
Andrew Shapp
You
would
know,
do it.
that's the least.
Andrew
That
Shapp
is
would do
funny.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Although baby girl is underage though.
Okay, never
What
mind.
did we have to
okay,
do?
I had to protect you. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm trying to remember. Oh, you know what? Here, let's do some show notes. We got to do the questionnaire. We got a bunch to get through. I'll try to do it quick. It's just been a pretty wild night here. Getting through to the rest of the notes, we're going back to Natalie. Natalie,
Yes.
you said you had a first date take you to a sex shop.
I did.
And he was also high on
Cocaine.
cocaine.
Yes.
What's that song by Lit? I'm on a plane. You know that song?
I haven't
By
heard it in
Lit?
a while. No, I didn't really hear
I'm
it.
not going to sing it. Never mind.
No, you're doing great.
It's like,
Do it for the one time.
I'm on a plane on cocaine and on a
That.
yeah, that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Lit. Anyway, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Were you aware during the day that this was happening, or was it later that you were like, wait a second?
Yeah, it was kind of all of a sudden I'm realizing that like he's talking a lot and his eyes are bulging. And I just was going with the flow. I was like, sure. I was early 20s. Okay. You know, I wanted to impress him and say yes to whatever. And we wound up at a sex shop and I don't have anything
We were gonna eat pizza with
wrong
Dorian
with
Friedrich
that. I
and
think
make
it's great.
coffee.
On a first date, not knowing the person, then watching them high on cocaine was crazy. What? No? You're gonna eat
No,
pizza?
I was responding to that. That's
Dorian
that's
with
Casey's either trolling or
Yo, Christopher Murphy, thank you for the gift of 20 memberships. You are a legend.
Christopher Murphy's been
Oh my
all
goodness. Oh my goodness. They're
Dorian
on
Free.
fire tonight in the chat. Here, let me play that.
What do we got?
Okay, and then you were on a different date with a guy. You really liked him. He drove you up the coast to his favorite restaurant at sunset because
47.
you said you loved seafood. It was simple, thoughtful, effective.
Meh.
Yes.
What sound is he?
Yeah, it's gonna be like a wah wah wah.
I don't know, man. That sounds like a lot of work. Oh, bitch, all these rules.
I don't know. That sounds like a lot. That sounds a lot.
Unless that he likes it too. Like if he was just doing it, going out of his own way. But I mean, he liked seafood too, and it was his favorite spot.
Oh.
It was like something that he was already going to in Malibu, you know? So it was like
a tag along kind of.
Yeah, there you go.
I personally think the best first date is to have the girl come over and do your laundry.
Absolutely. Just ask her and see. And then if she does, and you put a ring on it, right? That way you don't have to like date her. You could just get married to her.
You skip some steps. So
Yeah.
on a first date, would you guys fold the dude's laundry starting with you?
Fold laundry?
No? You don't do laundry?
For others, no.
Into the mic. Into the mic.
For others, no.
For your perfect guy, would you fold his laundry?
No. Why is this perfect guy also always asking me to do weird stuff?
Wait, can I ask you a
I love
question?
her.
Are your parents still together?
Yeah.
They're married?
Yeah.
In the household, like, do they both work? Or
Yeah.
they both have jobs? What does your mom do?
She works at a high school, but not as a teacher. In the office.
Administration?
Yeah.
Okay. And what does your dad do for work?
He used to be a high school teacher, but later he became a environmental
Timos.
I see.
Wow.
Okay. So you wouldn't do okay, not on the first date, but like you're married to the guy and he was like, "Hey, I want to marry you, but you have to do all the household no, hold on. You just have to do the laundry. All the laundry in the house." Would you do it?
He's chewing.
That's only in this condition will he marry me, or what is this
Sure.
deal? Like forever? Like I have
Yes,
to do
you-
the laundry?
Well, there could be extenuating circumstances like you're injured, you're extraordinarily sick, there's external problems which happen, and so because of those, he does the laundry because you're unavailable to do so due to no fault of your own. But for the most part, you're doing the laundry.
Is he doing the rest of the housework?
No.
So who does the rest of the housework?
Are we allowed to hire it out?
Yeah.
And get like a maid?
No.
Oh.
No?
Well, and even if you could, let's just assume it would only be for the means of which you could. And if the means were
Okay.
not there, then you're doing it.
Okay, well, I have a good example from my own life because we kind of.
Well, but hang on.
Okay.
Let's let her answer first.
Okay.
Then no.
No.
Who wants ice cream, by the way? Show of hands.
What kind?
It's just vanilla.
This is why, the Chinese, this is why foreigners come into the United States, they get feminized, they become feminists, just saying. They do.
She also went to Germany, which is
Right.
Yeah, but it is, that's true. But, even the United States is pretty bad too.
Yeah, but she just got here,
Got here what? You said 2 years, right?
9 months
No,
ago?
like
9
last
months?
September.
Oh, yeah. So Germany feminized her.
Ger-
Who would have ever thought that Germany would crank out feminists, Their history is not, it's not really a very feminist history.
They went like the opposite.
opposite.
Yeah, they kind of went.
Yeah.
It
happens.
It happens after a world war.
Mm-hmm.
We have Christopher Murphy here. Hey, is the audio lower?
Christopher Murphy donated
Can you check the audio?
$100.
It's way lower.
Can we silence chair 3 for 15 minutes?
Is that enough to silence somebody?
Was it lower? Oh, that's weird.
Can we silence her for 30 minutes?
Yeah.
So my understanding with you have to do chair 3. Oh, you have to do it's $499 for a 20-minute mute.
Yeah.
Mic mute. That's the threshold if you want
5
to do
minutes?
it. 20 minutes.
5 minutes though for 200?
Yeah.
We'll do 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll do 5 minutes for 200 if you want to send it. Oh, well.
That's fair, I guess. He donated a lot of subs.
Does he have to
so-
send it?
I guess. I talked a lot. I'm fine with that. Thank you.
We'll compromise.
Wait, no, the TTS is 200, so I don't think that's.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's not fair. Send in another 200, and we'll silence her mic for the
if you
whole
do another
duration.
200, we'll wait the whole duration of the show.
No, for 15 minutes. The whole duration of what it is.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
Sure,
that's
why
fair.
not?
Yeah,
Send in another one, Christopher. Pasty George, Andrew enjoying his chew packets and bypassing the no smoke. Thank you, Jason.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying to do what I can do.
Guys, if you want to get a message in, Reed is 100, TTS is 200. Also, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. If you want 100% of your contribution, go towards us. Mary, you want another one?
No. Me and you. You got to finish that.
Oh, no, I can't.
How much is even in that?
Oh, my God.
You're fine. Come on. A little more. Ready?
Give me a new one.
What?
You touched the lip part.
No, I didn't. I touched this part.
I'm a germaphobe. I'm sorry, Andrew. It's not. Don't take it. Don't be offended. It's not. If it was anybody sitting there and they touched this part, give me a new one, Mary. Oh my God! It's yours now.
Unbelievable.
Very wild.
That's gonna get
fucking
clipped.
believable.
Come on, Brian. Don't be a wuss.
I didn't even touch the lip.
Look, Andrew, your hand went like
I think
that.
I understand now.
Hey, come on, Brian. Don't be a wuss.
Andrew, you gotta grab. Look, let me show you the proper, and then the pinky has to be out. Okay, you gotta leave the pinky.
out.
When you drink, you gotta.
Is that good?
That's not good. Wait, was that
I don't know what you're gonna do.
Remember that I was gonna do a voice, but I forgot if
Priscilla.
Priscilla. I forgot if somebody asked for that. I don't know. All right.
Ready?
All right. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, but okay. If I judge the can, if I hold it from the bottom,
I can't drink like that, Andrew. Are you trying to get me drunk, bro?
Kind of.
Are you trying to?
A little bit.
We got ice cream coming, by the way.
Okay, ready? Here we go. I'll finish the rest of this while Brian goes.
I'm gonna take some very feminine
With his
sips.
pinky. Put your fucking pinky out. Put your.
I get to do it
pinky
my
out.
way, but the pinky has to be
All
out.
right,
okay?
pinky out. All
I'll
right.
drink it
Here we go.
as much as I
1,
can.
2, 3.
Little. Come on, Brian. Come on.
Delicious. Oh my.
What the fuck is this?
There's no bowls.
I don't have bowls, so
Ice
we're
cream.
eating out
Ice
of
cream
Out of plates?
We're eating ice cream out of. Keep the ice cream going. Give it to her, then pass it down. I get first dips. Actually, give it to Andrew. Andrew gets first dips. Sorry, no offense, Sharon. Shannon.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's how you. Yeah,
Andrew's
yeah.
been getting me. Andrew's been getting me.
Those things.
No, we know.
We know.
All right. All right. First, cheers.
Is that vanilla ice cream?
It's vanilla.
Yes.
What do you?
You don't like vanilla?
Wait, put. Okay, never mind.
I'm a fan
No,
of
give it,
vanilla
give it.
women, but not of vanilla ice cream. Okay.
No, give it. Go ahead. Pass it down.
I guess so.
I like chocolate ice cream.
I'm
With
not
the
gonna
exception
lie.
of my ex-wife, I like
This is
chocolate
very-
ice cream.
Well, Jungle. This is very good ice cream. Thank you, Jungle.
Oh, does it have like the vanilla bean? Like, okay.
It's actually good.
I feel pretty good about having the chew pack in and eating the ice cream at the same time. Gives it like a little bit more flavor.
A little kick.
Yeah.
We gotta get back to the show. This has been like 2 hours
Of having
food
fun.
and- Yeah. Well, you know, look, I wanna.
Are people having too much fun, Brian?
Come on, Brian. Don't be a wuss.
Is that upsetting?
I'm the fun police.
Is that upsetting to you, man?
the fun
we got
police.
a woman over here with a dunce cap who got her fucking mic muted. Thousands of dollars in super chats, right? You had to eat a fucking burrito. Now you're eating ice cream on. It's just a little too little fun for Brian.
Have you ever seen the movie Casino?
Yes.
There's a scene at the very beginning where they're introducing the characters, and I think it's. Trying to remember who's the character narrating. Joe Pesci's narrating. I forgot the name of his character in the film. Robert De Niro plays the protagonist of the film. I forgot his name in the movie.
Ace
And
is his name in the movie.
Yeah, and he was running sports betting when he was younger.
That's correct.
And they're all making a fuck ton of money. And
Yeah.
there's this. I forgot exactly verbatim what he says. But Ace was making the mafia, a fuck ton of money.
But he needed protection. Who put the protection
wasn't-
on him?
wait.
Who put
No, hold on.
the Godfather put the protection of Joe Pesci on him, bro?
Well, but the point I was trying to make here is that in the scene, when Joe Pesci's narrating it, he says something along the lines of, and he was making money hand over fist, but he never had any fucking fun with it.
Yeah.
That's me. Hold on, let me.
What the fuck is that? What?
Hold on. Casino, transcript. What?
I don't think the guy ever had any fun with it. You know, he did it methodically. That's basically what you're talking about. Yeah.
Here, I'll read it. Nikki. But the only thing he ever directed was the casino. He made his first bet when he was 15 years old, and he always made money. But he didn't bet like you or me, you know, having some fun with it, shit like that. Wait, hold on. Where the fuck? Now it's, oh my God. He bet like a brain surgeon. Wait, what? This isn't even, it's not even
Yes, it
accurate.
is. That sounds exactly like the dialogue.
He'd find out the kind of inside stuff nobody else knew, and that's what he'd put his money on. Even back home years ago when we were first hanging out together, he'd know if the quarterback was on coke. If his girlfriend was knocked up, he'd get the wind velocity so he could judge the field goals. He even figured out the different bounce you got off different kinds of wood they used on college basketball courts, you know? He'd be working on this shit day and night. There's nothing about a game he wasn't going to bet that he didn't know. Season after season, the prick was the only guaranteed winner I ever knew, but he was so serious about it. He was so serious about it, all that I don't think he ever enjoyed himself, but that's just the way he was.
Brian.
That's me, bro.
Did Ace need protection, Brian?
Yeah,
he needed protection, Brian.
He also married a fucking
hang on.
degenerate.
Did he need protection though, Brian? Did he take his cowboy friend and beat his face in with a fucking phone for disrespecting Ace? Yes, he did.
He did need protection.
Yes, he did. Just saying. Just pointing this out.
So I need fun protection?
No, you just need to have some fun.
Oh.
Even Ace had some fun. Well, now, it is true that Joe Pesci started fucking Ace's girl, though. I'm just pointing this out. He
did fuck Ace's girl.
He did fuck Ace's girl.
And then he got in the black book.
But when she tried to get him to kill his best friend, he did say, like, no, I ain't gonna do that for you, stupid bitch. So that was cool.
I watched Goodfellas recently. Good movie.
Great movie.
Love that movie.
Yeah.
These girls don't know what we're talking about.
No clue.
What do you mean? Am I a clown? Am I a fucking clown? Bop, bop, bop. I've seen it.
That's not how that scene went.
Well, I didn't say I knew it word for word, but I've seen the movie.
That's not how this scene went.
10
Am I a
years
clown?
ago?
Bop, bop, bop. What the fuck? You just disrespected.
Shannon, what do you
It's
want?
not a disrespect because he saw it 2 days ago and I saw it like 10 years ago.
Before that.
I know what movie you mean.
We got Stan here.
Bop, bop.
We got Stan here. Bought 2 items on the shop. Yo, thank you so much. Excuse me. Thank you so much, man. I'm a big fan of Andrew's crew. Thank you both for what you guys do, trying to shed light on what's going on. Yo, Stan, thank you for the merch purchase.
Appreciate it very much,
man. You're a
man.
legend. Thank you. Is everybody done with the ice cream, or
Are
we
you
still
done?
I'm still working on it, man.
Almost done.
I'm still working on it.
It's a lot of ice cream.
Oh no, we're getting fed well tonight.
Bop, bop, bop.
All right.
Bop, bop, bop. Okay.
Oh my God, the
Maybe you
viewers
don't
are
know
hating
Kendrick.
this.
It's
We
okay.
gotta
No, I'm just
we
kidding.
gotta bring it to the show. So,
Let me mix my cultures.
Shannon, we did all your notes.
How are the viewers mad about us talking about Casino and Goodfellas?
Well, no, that's good. That's good. But the food stuff, they're probably like, all right, guys, come on, move it on. You know what I mean?
I wish I could see the chat.
But we're talking about Casino and Goodfellas.
Yeah.
Who the fuck could ever be mad about that?
Maybe they haven't seen it. What's your demographic? Maybe they're under a certain age.
No, they definitely. My audience has seen all.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
My audience has impeccable taste.
Oh, yes.
In film and cinema.
The Crucible
All
crew
4
is slightly
million
better,
of them?
though.
That's debatable.
I'm just gonna point this out that the Crucible is slightly better with pop culture references.
Probably.
Oh, sorry.
Probably.
I might be making this up, and I might be completely wrong, but I'm standing by it.
Why is everybody up from the table?
I don't
All
know.
this food. It's supposed to be one at a time.
Because they had fucking melted ice cream. They're trying to wipe their hands off, bro.
Oh.
All
right.
All right.
Okay, let's get into it. Can I have a slave, please?
You seemed like you were very good at that before.
You know what? It's not
Well,
a
that's
slave. It's me
Felicity's.
being a mom.
It's
I got
Felicity's.
the mom instinct in
Oh,
me.
you're a mom.
I am a mom. So
can
I
you
said,
collect all the
hun,
plates and-
let me pick up your plates because that's what you do. Are you done with your ice cream?
I'm done, yeah.
Okay.
I can't wait.
I got you guys.
Not a big fan of the sweets.
All right.
You know, it gets in your beard. It's no good.
Okay,
You're
guys.
tasting
chat.
vanilla the whole night.
Chat. We're gonna get into some good stuff. All right. Can Mary get on the computer, please? All right. We're gonna do a quick react. Then we're gonna do. I need everybody back at the table, though. Hello. All right. So, guys, I'm gonna have you react to this. This shit went-
Wait, hang on. Before you do that, sit down. Where's the fucking hat?
It's right here.
Yeah, it's not on. It's not working. Yeah, there we go. Can somebody get the propeller spinning, please? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There, okay, now you can.
There you go.
Could you take that water off the table there? Just leave it on the side or something. All right, Mary, pull up the React. Yeah, we're going to react to this. This went viral on Twitter. This is this guy's Tinder profile.
Why are you already laughing?
The fish.
What the fuck? Why are you already laughing? No, you ain't laughing about the fish.
No, I am.
You're full of shit.
I really was laughing because the fish
Make it bigger.
picture is
Fucking
Bigger.
bullshitting.
Wait,
Too big.
Are we rating profiles? I'm not sure
Hold
what we're
on.
doing here.
So, okay. Well, let me explain
don't
it.
overthink
Let me
it.
explain it. So there's this app called Tinder Insights, and you can input your Tinder data, and it'll pop out your like swipes. Whatever. So he swiped 2 million. I'll repeat that 2 million times.
Holy shit.
He right swiped, 2 million. He matched with 2,000, only 2,000 women. He chatted with 1,200 of them. He went on one singular date that led to nothing. So 2 million
Wow.
swipes for nothing.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I got to ask a question here.
Sure, go ahead, go ahead.
If it is the case that this poor bastard did this, I still want to go fishing with him. Like, would the Whatever podcast link with the Crucible so we can go fishing with this fucking guy?
Who is he? Find him.
Who the fuck cares? Let's
We'll
go
do it.
fishing.
Oh, I thought you wanted to go
Hey, come on,
fishing with
Brian.
him.
Don't be a
Yeah,
wuss.
I want to go fishing with him.
Oh, I thought you just wanted. Okay, yeah, we'll do it.
Let's do it.
We gotta find the guy.
We got to find the guy.
That's really sweet.
We gotta find the guy. Christopher Murphy. Streamlabs doesn't process Amex. Communist. Chair 3 is muted.
Chair 3
All right.
is
Do you know how to?
fucking
Do you know how to
muted.
mute, Mary?
You've already been gone for like 10
Now, you know
Okay,
what?
just
She has some self-control.
mute
I
the
think
mic.
she can self-mute.
Yeah. Can you self-mute for 15,
Self-mute.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
So it's 9:50. Mary, let us know when 15 minutes.
Oh my
is
God!
passed.
Shut up! Fucking ridiculous. 15
Your
minutes. That's
vibe
all
is
we
well
asked. We asked for 15 minutes. Holy shit!
All right. So, ladies, reaction to the little thing I just showed you.
It's really shitty.
Dating apps are terrible, I think, for finding your, like, let's be for real.
Wait, this almost, remember the conversation we had earlier when it came to like dating easier for, or getting sex easier for women? So let's pull it back up really quick. Look.
That's a really big fish, by the way.
Look, he's, honestly, here's the thing. His female equivalent, she'd be a massive slut. Huge slut. 100+ body count. This poor guy swipes 2 million times. Nothing. Nothing.
Was he in the fishing boat, you think?
Was he in a fishing boat?
When he was 2 million fucking times, dude?
Yeah, that's
Can you imagine doing this 2 million
It does
times?
say like 5.5 years. I mean, if you're swiping,
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
saw
fair.
the
We
time
only
equivalent
got
on there.
one date after 5.5
No.
years.
No.
That's why dating
You're not
profiles,
paying
in my
attention.
opinion.
What the fuck? It
Wait,
didn't say
that's
one
what I
date.
saw. He went
No, it
on
was
one
one
date.
date.
Yeah.
Whoa.
One date, but that was it. And
Well,
he
maybe
didn't.
I'm not paying attention.
It's the alcohol.
We'll go with that.
There was one date, but there was no spark. So I'm assuming like he went on the date,
And then
but it
nothing.
didn't go anywhere, right?
2 fucking million
What it
times.
sounds
2 million times. These
I think it's
poor
the fish
men.
photo.
Oh
no,
my
part of
No.
it. Fish
Bro.
photo. You think
Bro,
that
hold
you
on.
like the fish photo?
Look, I'm about to say this, right? I'm about to say this. Y'all saying it's the fish, right?
No.
Here would maybe be the equivalent for a dude. So you're a white woman with like multiple in your bio.
Why are you making it racial, bro?
Because he's a white
I feel like
guy?
it's appropriate.
Okay, that's
my
fair.
bio?
Go
That's
ahead.
fair. That
Yeah,
checks
that's fair.
out.
Go ahead.
Actually, I probably thank you for that. I will bring it there. You have a woman.
A woman.
With,
There we go.
She's got Tinder profile with 3 kids in her photos, and she's like, "Yo, I got 3 separate baby daddies. I'm looking for the 4th." Like, I think in women's minds, like that would be the equivalent for the fish photo.
Except she would
You can just dump the fish photo.
Hang on. In
Dump the
Brian's
fish.
defense,
that woman will get way more dates.
That's what I'm saying.
Way more dates.
But maybe for the wrong reasons.
I think like women.
Well,
know
yeah,
the
'cause
fish
men
don't
just
work
wanna-
alike. Like that's kind of like an inside
Wait.
thing between women. Like if a guy has a fish photo, I feel like I've heard a lot of women talk about how they wouldn't go for a guy if he has like fish photos on his Instagram.
Why?
Not me, but I just have heard.
I think it's just like, yeah, it's like an ongoing meme.
It's like kind of like a joke.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
What the hell is wrong with men
It's
who
so
fish?
common. It's so common.
It's super common.
Did you see the size of the fish?
That was not
It's a
common.
big fish.
That was not common.
Impressive.
It's an impressive fish.
Impressive sized fish.
Yeah.
To be able to reel in, he can reel in the fish.
You just instantly are like, oh, this guy likes fishing. Fuck this guy.
No.
Like, what the fuck did he do?
Look, you have only so many.
Too much. It's
You know what, too?
it's
That guy
too
looks like the
much.
type who catches the fish and then releases it.
He does look like
See, I'm the fucking type of
What a
prick.
sweetheart.
I pull up those giant fish and I'm like, I ain't putting it back. Fuck you. I'm not. There's no way I'm putting that back.
What are you gonna do with that big ass fish?
Well, I just,
Eat it?
I,
Like, you
listen,
grab it,
listen.
like you get it.
I'm not
Cook
gonna
it up.
even do anything with it. But it's mine. You see how it's like, it's mine though. So I'm like, I don't need to do anything with it. I caught it. It's fucking mine. That's how that's supposed to
take a
work.
photo with it and then post it on a dating app.
It's kind of
It's like their
cute that they
hobby.
do
It's
that.
like their hobby. They're expressing their hobby. They like fishing.
We're taking that guy out for a fishing trip.
Let's do it.
The Crucible's taking that guy out for a fishing
Oh,
trip.
also, can we do this? I don't know if you saw this on Twitter. It's not dating related, but this poor kid, he, looked like a 9 or 10-year-old, got beat up in a playground by like a couple
Shiloh.
people.
Shiloh.
Huh?
Shiloh.
Shiloh?
No, nothing.
No. What-
Nothing.
Oh, Shiloh. Shiloh Hendricks, no. There's this poor kid, like a little chubby kid. He got like, some kids were making fun of him, or they were I forgot. Were they throwing rocks at his dog? I forgot what it was. And then he confronted them, and then one kid jumped him, and then another. It was like a 2-on-1, and he was all bleeding and shit. I kind of want to do something for that kid. If anybody who's watching who knows what it is, whatever. And then a bunch of like people on Twitter saw it, and all these MMA fighters offered them like jiu-jitsu lessons. And
So
stuff.
we can maybe back some of those MMA fighters up if they help this kid out.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that. That was that little portly kid who was in a fair fight and they got knocked out from behind.
It wasn't even a fair fight because the first one was a cheap shot, and then another kid came in, another cheap shot, totally fucked up, and he was
Fucking cheap.
crying. It was
It was
sad.
cheap.
It was sad. So
at least fight fair, you know?
Yeah, one-on-one.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Mary, pull it back up really quick. Here's what we're going to do, the panel. I want you guys to give him a looks rating on a scale of 1 to 10.
And don't lie. Don't fucking
looks
bullshit
rating.
us.
Starting with you, give him a looks rating, scale of 1 to 10.
I think he's an attractive guy. I would say like.
Fucking lie.
Am I allowed to say 7 for them? We can't say 7 for ourselves, but can I say that for him?
You gonna go on a date with him?
I am taken, but if I was single, honestly, I'd be interested. If I were single, he's someone I would have swiped on.
You know what I feel like? I feel like because you got the backstory here, that if I see what Brian should have done, just pulled this up and said, "What do you rate him?" I think it would have been a 2. But because you have the backstory, you don't want to feel like there's pressure on you,
He's
or
kinda
like
my
you would be a
type.
monster.
I would give him a 2. I mean, to other women, I know he might be a 2, but I mean,
Do
I
you
thought
see
he
what I'm
was
saying,
cute.
Brian? I feel like
I'm not lying.
I feel like
I would
if the
tell the
backstory
truth.
wasn't told,
It's
the
true.
ratings would be different.
It's true. What do you rate him on a scale of 1 to 10?
Oh, he's like a 6.
Oh, dude.
6, yeah.
Oh, is the mute? Oh, I guess we gotta skip it. Okay.
Did you write
Out.
it?
Party.
I give him
the
a 3.
roof. The roof. The 3. Okay.
I think
All
people
right.
are gonna judge me. I give him a 3.
Probably like 4 or 5.
Okay.
He looks like he gives good hugs. I
Oh.
don't know why that.
It's like he
That's
gives
not
good
what I was
fucking
about
hugs.
to hear, but okay.
I don't know. He looks like a sweetheart.
Does anybody rate based on hugs?
I do.
No,
Like a
you
good
come
hug.
on.
I love a good
But okay,
hug.
wait.
Oh,
where's
come
the-
on, give me a
good
fucking
hug.
break. Oh, you know what? I can't wait to go. He looks like he gives good hugs.
Are we rating strictly on looks though? Because I can take personality
yeah,
into
just
account,
looks.
but if we're just rating on
just looks and
that's
what
my
you
number.
saw. You are swiping. I don't know whichever way fucking women swipe on these apps, but you come across this, you see him. Which way you swiping?
I don't know. The next.
The next. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
All right.
Left or right.
What do you rate him?
I would say 4.
4. Okay.
He's kind of nerdy. I like nerds, but I give him like a 5.
Give him a 5. Okay. You like hugs?
What the fucking hugs
Hold
bullshit.
on.
You know what I do?
He looks like he's a really good hugger. No man, Brian, does any man ever want to hear, you look like you give great hugs? Does anybody?
Bad.
No, come on, that's terrible.
Why is that a
dude.
bad thing? Why is that?
Because what the man wants to hear is like, you look like you plant my face in the pillow. They don't want to hear, oh, you look like you give good fucking hugs.
Okay,
Come on.
imagine me opening
it's
with,
like a
I
woman-
want you
Hold
look
on.
like you.
It sounds friend zoning.
It's like a woman.
It does sound friend zony, yeah.
It's like a woman saying he would make a great husband.
Yeah. Yeah, that's brutal.
Oh wait, that's not a compliment.
No.
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 It all has to be
Because
like,
because what
aggressive and
because what that sounds like is like,
I wouldn't
fuck you, but you do seem like you're a good husband material, so I will fuck you.
So, but don't men kind of judge that way too? Like that looks like a whatever. I'm gonna try for that. I'm gonna fuck her, but I want to marry this girl because she looks like a good
I think that men's criteria and what they want in a wife is way less than what the criteria is for what women want in a husband.
So do you?
No. Well, it's not just a matter of looks. I think that men look for maternal instinct.
Okay.
I think that they're looking for like women who could be really good mothers for their kids. So like, if I were to see you and I saw the tats and this and that, I'd be, again, no offense,
It's
but
okay.
I'd instantly make the presupposition you're gonna be a fucking terrible mom. Fuck that shit. But my priority is also children, right? Other men might look at you and think, she'd be a fun ride, right?
Okay.
Literally, amusement park, fun ride. The question becomes this, though. If you know, kind of like all things equal, I think that men's standards for what they're looking for in wives is a much lower standard than what wives are looking for husbands. So, like, what are you looking for if you had perfect husband? Are you married right now?
I'm single.
Right,
I'm
right.
Single right now. I was married.
So,
I'm single.
so
right
let's go perfect husband versus perfect wife. What does that look like?
now. Perfect husband versus perfect wife.
Yeah. So your perfect husband is what?
I think that that's somebody who is a provider, not just for myself, but for the family, the
We
household.
got the provider.
Okay?
Sure.
Provider
Facts
is
and common sense for men.
somebody who is leading by example, somebody
Sure.
who's looking out for us to maybe correct us.
That
as
would
a
be
leading.
strong moral character, right?
Yes, strong moral character.
Strong
of
moral
course.
character and provider. What next?
Somebody who provides some emotional support in that sense. I think because I also bring some financial to the table, but even if I didn't, obviously
men who
be able to
obviously can't control.
understand me,
Yep.
to undergo, just like you were talking about earlier with the whole once a month, you're going.
You're out with your husband.
Mm-hmm.
A guy walks over, a rando, and he grabs your ass. Your husband got to knock that fucker out, right?
In my opinion.
He's got to, right?
In my opinion, yes.
Yeah, he's got
Okay?
to.
So, but I think that comes with being the leader, the protector.
So it's not just a matter of provider, right? Protector in the home, but it's also a matter of protector outside of the home. Other
Yeah,
people come.
of myself and of our family.
Of course. So he's got to be strong and a little bit tough, right? He's got to be. So there's actually a little bit more criteria here, isn't there?
Okay.
What is he looking for in you?
I don't know what he's looking for.
You don't know what he's looking for.
No, what is he looking for me to just be?
I'm asking you, what is he looking for? What is this guy who's a great provider? He's fucking epic. A guy grabs your ass out in the club, he's gonna knock him the fuck out. What's he get?
I mean, I would reciprocate as much as I can on every other level. I mean, I can't beat up somebody.
No, I'm not asking you to beat up somebody. What does he
Yeah.
get, which is similar to what you're getting?
Loyalty.
You expect loyalty from him.
Yes. Yeah.
That's
what
not
I'm saying.
something new you're bringing to the table.
Okay.
Him
so-
knocking a motherfucker out is something you can't do, right?
Okay.
So what
'Cause
is
he's the man,
what?
he's physically
yeah.
stronger.
So without the equalization,
agent looks
you say
cross.
loyalty, you're gonna get loyalty from a guy.
Maybe loyalty and brings in a lot of other things. We talked about being submissive or subservience. I know a lot of people take that as a negative, but it's like I'm not really sure. I've never really.
Right. Not
thought
really
about it.
sure.
I'm not really sure because, as you guys have said, it doesn't take a lot more. It doesn't. Men don't. Look for
So
the
the
same
standard is lower for men.
I'm not saying the standard is lower.
It sure sounds like you're saying
I'm not
that.
saying the standard is lower. I'm just saying I've never really thought about that because literally
But men always think about that. That's what's so interesting. Yeah.
I don't think men always think about that.
Yeah, they actually do. They think about things almost starting in a transactional rate, right? Like, what do I get versus what you get?
Okay,
and then they move
maybe.
into what they'll settle for versus what they won't settle for, right? What you get is the privilege of saying, I've never really thought about that. Isn't that kind of like slightly problematic?
It's not, but personally,
It's not?
It's not only because personally, I'm not actively dating or searching for my ideal person. Have I thought about it? Maybe.
You've dated plenty, right?
I've dated, sure. I've dated,
and
sure.
it still never crossed your mind.
I don't think it's after. Okay, we're not.
It still never crossed your mind.
No. It's not that it's never crossed my mind. I think it's just in a way like. So I'm going to take it a couple steps back to where when I was married, I kind of had my role switched where I was the one financially providing. I was the one, my husband.
Like a good wife.
Like a good wife.
There's going to be times, occasionally, perhaps your husband's sick, perhaps he has problems,
No, I'm
things
saying
like
for
that.
the majority of my marriage, I was the one that did that. So
Why,
I
though?
think roles, because I actually don't want to get into the details.
Okay.
So, but
whatever the reason is, right?
My point is from my perspective.
You did choose that man, though.
I did, but I think I felt years into it that there could have been forms of manipulation or masking. And
Fair.
When kids come into
I'll
the
just
equation,
grant it all. I'll just grant it all.
Okay.
But you move forward, right?
You
so
move
you're
forward.
moving forward. How could it be possible that you can tell me what your value is or the value of women are, but when I ask you the opposition, like, what is it that the man's getting on par, you're confused and don't know?
Because she doesn't have to.
Hang on.
I mean,
Let her answer.
go ahead.
No, it's okay. Can you say that to me one more time?
Yeah. What were you confused about? You said, I'm confused. I'm not really sure.
I think because I've never been in a relationship, I haven't gone past a few dates. I know you don't like the word trauma, but maybe I was a little traumatized from my marriage that I don't really know what a strong person should look like in a maybe traditional, more conservative type of relationship, which is something I would like to seek based off of hearsay and other people's anecdotal kind of situations. But I think that's why it's harder for me to say because I'm not sure.
Let's pretend that we take you out of your skin and we put you in a man's skin, right?
Okay.
So women supposedly are great at empathy. I've never thought so. I've always thought men were more empathetic, and I have great reasoning ability to demonstrate they're more empathetic, but I'm just going to leave it and assume for a second women are actually more empathetic. Just because you lead with empathy doesn't mean you're actually more empathetic, from my view. But here's what I would say. Let's take you, we're going to put you in a man's skin. You swipe across yourself at like 35. You're a 35-year-old man. You've been in the dating field, this and that. I look at you. What do I see?
I see.
Let's start with negatives.
Okay, negatives. Okay, you're really asking me to look at myself. So
I'm really asking
hold
you.
on, let me put myself out, right? Okay, if I'm a guy.
So hang on.
Yes.
Let's do this again. I want to make sure there's no confusion.
Okay.
You are supposing in your mind, hypothetically, you're a man tomorrow. You wake up, you have your same mind, everything else, and you're looking to date. You swipe across yourself. What are the negative things you see?
I think the first thing is going to be age. What is this person doing on a dating app at her age?
What age is that?
I'm 38.
Okay.
So, but I'm not on dating
There's plenty of 40-year-olds on dating apps.
There are plenty of
So
them.
what are the negatives?
Okay, so I think for men, that would be a negative. I feel like a lot of men look for younger women. So that would be one.
Okay.
I think depending on the person, I know you mentioned tattoos. That could be something. I got my tattoos with my
You're a
husband.
man.
I am a man in this
In this
situation.
hypothetical,
Yes.
what do you see when you see the tattoos on the sleeves and the arms? Tell me what you see as a man.
I don't know.
You don't know.
The reason why I'm telling you this is because, I'm looking. What type of tattoos does she have? Maybe the person that I'm looking for will be similar to me. I have anime tattoos on me. I have, you know what I mean? Like these are all. This is from video gaming. Maybe she's a little bit of a nerd. If I'm being observant,
You
If I don't like
you
tattoos,
got 7 fucking seconds that you're looking at these. Hang on. 7 seconds looking at this profile. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
If that.
Okay.
So 3 seconds. What do I see? I'm you. What do I see?
Let me actually take this back
All
because
right,
you're
let's take
like,
it back.
let's look at the negatives. But if
Let's
I'm
start. Hang on.
But if
we'll
I'm a
get to
guy-
all the positives.
No, I don't forget the
I
positives.
just want to see the negatives first.
Forget all the negatives.
No, fucking
If I'm-
bullshit.
No.
Bullshit, Cope. Start with the negatives.
It's actually not a cope. What I'm trying to tell you is I'm
Bullshit
looking
cope.
as a guy going on a dating app.
Yeah.
They probably would see me as, oh, she's showing skin. Maybe the age I can put to the side.
Okay, age
She's
is put to
showing-
the side.
So age, okay? So, okay, she's showing skin.
What does the
she's-
skin? Let's start.
There's-
We're gonna
okay.
do. Hang on. We're gonna do one at a time.
Which can be seen as a negative.
What
which
is
why
the
I'm bringing it
skin? What do you think the skin is signifying to the guy?
up. I think she's, comfortable with showing herself a little bit. She's probably a little bit more outgoing. She's not going to be.
Does it signify promiscuity? Maybe.
I think for a majority of men, yes.
Okay,
It
so
could
we got
signify
that.
promiscuity.
What's next? What's the next negative?
I don't know.
That's it. Those are all the negatives.
I'm not
You
saying
show a
those
little
are-
bit of skin. That's it.
Well,
That's
if I
the
had-
only thing they see in the dating profile.
If I have 7 seconds, I'm seeing age, I'm seeing skin, I'm seeing tattoos. If you don't like the tattoos, maybe, I don't want to necessarily
So,
say, but maybe racially,
hang on.
not their preference.
Hang on. Let's back up. I want to
Sure.
show you something
Sure.
that's interesting, and I think you'll agree.
Okay.
There's many videos of an infant dropping from a high altitude off of like a rail or something like that, and
Don't bring the
a man catching them,
Okay.
or even a woman catching them.
Okay.
Now think about this: an infant falls off of like a 4-story balcony. You have how many seconds?
You just have to react.
Like that, right? But all of the things that are processing in that microsecond is like, this kid's going to die. Here's what's going on. You can process so much information in a microsecond.
Okay.
But we can't do that with a dating app.
I just
Hang
don't
on,
know.
we can do that
Yeah,
with a dating
we spend
app.
less than 7 seconds on dating
Right.
apps,
So
I
if
think.
that is the case, right, and I can make a microcosm decision as to when to dive for that infant, processing all that information in a nanosecond, right, and catch it, you should be able to tell me what you see as the negative within that same nanosecond about yourself.
I guess so. I told you the biggest thing that I think would be a negative. The biggest things, because it's like a quick thing, is the age and the showing of skin. Those are the biggest.
Tattoos, no?
I did mention tattoos in case someone doesn't.
So
like
that's the
tattoos.
third negative. Anything else?
It could be a negative.
Anything else?
I don't know.
Now, if we pull that picture up, let's do this as an experiment. Brian, where are you? Pull that picture back up of the fisherman.
Okay.
I want to show you something interesting. We got 3 things from you,
Okay.
right? Don't bullshit us.
Are we talking about looks?
You got 3 seconds to evaluate. Give me all the negatives and tell the truth. They'll see right through it if you don't. Tell us the truth. What do you see?
The only negatives that I can see, and I'll be honest, are the fact that he might be overweight.
Okay, he's overweight. What else?
That's it. He's got, other than that, he's got a great smile. He has good energy. Yes, he's got a big ass fish. I've gone fishing. I know what that's about. Nice background, all mostly positives. The biggest thing is that he might be overweight. Not my type.
That's it, huh?
Yeah.
There's nothing else.
Let me see what it said on the thing. If I actually take the time to read it, because most guys won't read what's on the bio. If I'm not home, you can find me at the lake. There you go.
I smell bullshit from
because
chair
he's
4.
single, he spends time on the lake fishing. Okay.
All right.
So, did the chat see through that?
Sounds
I
a
think I was being
bit.
pretty
It does sound a bit copish,
Yep.
but okay.
What do you mean when you say copish? I know you've mentioned that even earlier. I'm just trying to get an understanding.
So like cope is the idea that you know that there's some type of problem, but you refuse to acknowledge
Sure,
it, so
just
you give
crumbled.
excuses for the problem. That's called cope, right?
Okay.
So
What
there's
would you
more,
say about him then?
There's more that you see about that. Oh man, I could give a laundry list.
I don't
In
think
fact,
that's-
let me just make it even
Okay.
easier. I'll give a laundry
So
list about
push
me,
up and cheer
right?
for you.
Okay.
I'm fucking old, right? I'm set in my ways, I got a fucking beer gut, right?
I mean, what do you?
I'm literally. Hang on. I'm literally fucking abrasive. I don't give a shit what most people think. But even just off of a picture, if I put my best self forward, right, it would still be something akin to like some interest that I had or some shit like that, and he would still look at it and be like, well, he's old, right? Maybe his teeth are a little crooked. Maybe his eyebrow is a little too kirked. Whatever the fuck it is, there would be all kinds of things that you could associate with me just on a picture look that would disqualify me instantly, right? Now, you don't get to see the fact that I am extraordinarily charming and charismatic, but what you would see is just the picture image, right? And that's it. Yep. And there's no fucking way that all of that is not processing the same time you look at that guy with that fish. There's just no way.
I think if I'm looking at it in a split second and going, this guy is not my type, I'm not thinking about any of that.
Exactly.
But I also don't.
It's intuitive, right?
It's sure. I'm not thinking all the
By
other
the way,
things.
this isn't a dunk on you.
No. And I'm not taking it that way. And again, as I've said, I think that
Holy
dating.
shit.
She got 2 babies?
Wow.
There's twins, Brian.
Those are
twins, Brian. Twins.
Yeah, but I mean, if you'll note, 2 separate fathers.
Wow. Oh, God. I mean.
It's not the same dad?
Well, no.
How can they be twins?
What?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Rock those babies and make sure they sleep sound.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a recessive gene, you fucking racist? This is fucking ridiculous.
There's no recessive gene from this thing.
Drink it or dispose of it.
I think my biggest thing though is I think that dating apps are terrible. I haven't done dating apps. I don't think that. If I met that person
Whoa.
in like IRL.
Donated $1,000. Pop champagne. So my wife asked and I accepted. She says that her attraction to me was my vast humor and stunning decisiveness. I lead, she follows. And she agreed.
What a
Chair
legend.
5 has to put on the hat.
Chair 5 gets the hat. Give her the hat. Give her the hat. And I'm gonna do a little. Freebie for Jungle here. I put on the shit. Oh wait.
Holy shit.
Wait, this was. I accidentally triggered it twice.
But now I want to see it.
What?
Well, now you did the now I want to see what the chat was, even if you triggered it twice.
It was the same one.
Yeah, I want to see it.
You want me to trigger it?
Yeah, trigger it again.
All right, I'll trigger it again. Why not? All right. Here, I got to do a freebie. It's coming up in just
Cradle those babies back and forth and make sure they sleep soundly.
I think it's super cute.
You get to wear a Pokemon hat the rest of the show.
There
this
we
is
go.
Ash's hat.
That's
There
Ash.
we go.
Hey.
She
wants
to
be the very best.
Whoa. So my wife
Jungle
asked.
donated
There we go.
$1,000. Pop champagne.
Come on, Felicity.
So my wife asked and I accepted. She says that her attraction to me was my vast humor and stunning decisiveness.
Oh, never mind.
She followed.
Switch hats.
Not paying attention.
There it is.
This is
Chair
pertinent.
5 has to put on the hat.
Jungle. Thank you. You're a legend, sir. Okay, let's here. Oh man, God, everybody gets up when I'm trying to do some. God
Who got
damn,
up?
bro?
One person.
She has to go potty.
Fucking,
It's one person.
but I got it. The segment has to. It's like a go around the table segment. Here, you know what? I'll come back
She
to it.
barely speaks English anyway. You know. It's just-
Fair point, I guess. Okay. Here, Shannon, getting into your notes, we're gonna do some stuff from here. What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
That is funny.
I said
Or wife, I guess.
100. Well, I'm with someone who I'm hoping to get married to, so I'm hoping between 100,000 to 150,000.
Okay, what about you?
Same, close to 3. Yeah, like 300,000.
300,000.
Have you ever been with someone who made $300,000?
Currently, so I'm
Yes.
happy right
I
there.
feel like
Okay.
Oh man.
Okay.
She makes 300. What does she do for work?
She owns several businesses. She works in aviation as well. So
Do you guys have a mansion?
not yet. Working on that.
But
too.
Okay.
well, here's the thing though. Forgive
He always has some.
forgive my
Right?
forgive my skepticism, right? But I do okay for myself. It's just a little bit. I do okay for myself. Even here, if you have the combined income you're talking about, like it's even 300 to 600,000 per year, I would think you would have a really big sprawling pad, right?
Well, we've only been together 6 months, and we have 8 kids. So that
8 kids?
Yeah, she has.
Wait, what?
I said that earlier, but I don't think anybody caught it.
I don't
That's
remember
right.
the 8 kids thing, Brian. Yeah, let's rewind that.
I have 2 boys. She has 6.
Biological, like your
Biologically,
kids.
that's right, and 6 of hers.
Yeah.
So even though our income
So
is
you've
pretty
all
great,
hopped up on the old pogo stick a few times.
a time or two.
Wait, your household is polyamorous?
No, not currently. No, it's just me and her.
How many of your kids live with you guys?
Well, hers are older. The first 2 or 3 are like grown.
Okay, we have everybody at the table. Okay, we'll go around on that, then we'll get to the other thing.
All right.
Minimum income for your future husband?
As much as me.
Which is what?
Over 300K.
All right, what about you?
I say 75K, just not in California.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
What about you?
60 to 70K.
You said 100K.
I said 100K?
100K.
Yeah, 60. Well, you said 60K to 100K.
What?
60 to 100.
Oh, well,
it is a minimum
I don't know
range,
why I wrote
though.
100K, but
Okay.
60.
Aim high.
What about you?
3,000 per month, so like.
You said 36,000 a year.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Reasonable.
That's very more than reasonable.
Somebody understands mathematics.
Here's what we're gonna do. We have, or wait, before we do Stifler, everybody stay at the table while I read these. Christopher Murphy, Andrew's hair is top tier Chad.
Agree.
I agree. It's very nice.
I'm not bald. Holy shit.
It's lovely. He's got great flow.
It is.
You missed mine.
Maga Ramble.
That's
Hey,
bullshit.
thank you so much for the super chat, man. Andrew, I have a boat in Fort Lauderdale. It's mahi season. Come on down. Also, women don't like me. Fish. What? This is he a pirate? Women don't like me. Fish pigs.
No. What the fuck was that voice?
Okay.
That was Jamaican,
fish pics.
That was like.
That's the right way, dude.
Women. I was like a leprechaun.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't know, dude. I get leprechauns and pirates mixed up.
Women don't like me fish pics.
Women don't like me. A fish.
What the fuck? You made it. You just took it and made it twice as cringe as the first time.
Trying to think of like.
Slap at the base. Slap at the base. Okay. Because they hate men, haven't hobbies they can't control.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't have a problem with the fish
Wait,
pigs.
maybe the fish thing is the same. But fishing is so much doper, but it's like women with fake nails, especially the long ones.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's like the equivalent.
Those are
like men
gross.
don't get that
I
shit.
can still type with
Really?
these.
You know what I mean?
Like the new Oblivion came out. The new
you
Oblivion
skipped
game,
mine.
and
Okay.
it's
You
remastered.
bastard.
And I couldn't wait to get my hands on it. And
You
man,
bastard.
what I rolled was epic. I made my own class. It's called a Paladin class, and it literally focuses on restoration and blade and a few other things. And it's not in the game.
Is
I
that
couldn't-
33?
Ah, don't fuck up my monologue.
Oh, sorry.
So we get into Oblivion, right? I got it. My wife comes out and she's like, "Honey, what are you doing?" I said, "It's Oblivion. Get the fuck out of here." And she was like, "Absolutely." And I sat down and I played it for 13 fucking hours straight, and I wasn't done. I couldn't wait the next day. And she was like, "Don't you have to stream?" And I was like, "Yeah, probably, but I'm playing fucking Oblivion, right? And it's remastered, and this is awesome." So here's the thing. My question, right? The ultimate question. If your man's playing Oblivion, do you shut the fuck up and leave him alone? You gotta shut the fuck up.
Does he make 300K?
Is it the weekend or is it the work?
Fuck the weekend.
13 hours.
Okay, if
Fuck
it's the weekend, go for it.
I did the equivalent of calling in sick. I was like, I'm moving the fucking stream. I'm playing Oblivion more.
To be
fuck
fair,
off.
it looks like a new game, so.
Yeah, so
Valid.
good. So
Valid.
good.
Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a prime sub, like the video,
Do you
Venmo,
play-
Cash App, whatever.
do you
Pod,
play- do you play
$200
Oblivion?
TTS. What?
Do you play Oblivion?
I saw the trailer for the remastered.
Get it. It's good.
I played it like way back, like originally briefly that I didn't get to. I was more World of Warcraft, you know?
I'm still on
I was
Baldur's
more.
Gate.
Okay,
I'm
guys,
not there yet.
Stifler, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7, starting with you. Go ahead.
Okay, so last time I was on, I said 6 or 6.5, and apparently I'm incorrect to your audience. So I'll go down to a 5.
Was I too mean before? Do you think I was too mean?
You did laugh.
You
Wait.
weren't here in person, so I think it was depersonalized. I don't blame you. I'm not mad at
I
you.
still agree with my former position, even though I'm here in person. There is
Okay.
no possible way you can give yourself that assert.
A 5?
No way.
I mean, I see myself in the dating pool. I am partnered, so clearly.
Let's.
All right.
Before we get into it, why don't we have everybody go?
8.5.
Okay, there you go. 8.5. There you go. Now you got to do it. You got to answer the question.
Is she past her mute time?
Oh no, the mute's over.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, mute's over.
Damn, I was enjoying the shit out of that.
So were we.
Yeah.
Get the new Mastered Oblivion, Brian. You won't
5.
regret it.
Okay.
Oh no, a 6.
Okay.
A 10.
Oh wait, was it on this? Was it on this angle when she said? Oh, okay. 10? Okay.
Yes. 7.5.
6.
Andrew, what do you give yourself?
I don't know, fucking 3 or 2. So over here, though, I got to ask you to the 10, right?
Yeah.
I just want to be sure.
Bourbon.
Do you think you're the prettiest girl at the table?
Obviously not, no.
That's weird.
I think I'm pretty to myself.
Yeah,
I
but
think I'm pretty to myself.
what was the question, though?
On rate our own looks on a scale of 1 to 10, can't pick
You won't
7.
regret it.
I chose 10. Our own. Oh,
But I don't understand. You consider yourself
I
to be a
consider-
10 by your own scale, but you consider that there's other women at the table who are more attractive than you who lower their own rates for themselves.
that's what they think of themselves, but this is what I think of myself. I personally think I'm a 10. I'm not saying I'm the 10 out of everyone, but to me,
Somebody
I'm
spin the helicopter on
No,
their hat.
all right.
Let me ask you this. It's actually an important question.
We're not answering
And there's a
for
reason.
what we think. We're answering for like what you would think general population.
Well, here's the thing that's interesting, right?
Like objective.
Everything moves into the perception. The question being asked itself is just a determined delusion. Very simple, right? So we could assume that if I asked every man that I walked across, rate yourself on a scale of 1
You
to
won't
10
regret it,
by
Brian. You won't
looks,
regret it.
how would you rate yourself? I think that the majority of men I came across would rate themselves somewhere between a 4 and a 6, even if they were very good looking. For instance, there's a man right now who's watching this podcast, guarantee it. His name is Jake. He's better looking than, from the female standard, all of you, and from the male standard, all of us, right? He would never rate himself a fucking 10 in a million years. The question becomes, why do you? Is it because A, you misheard the question, because I don't think you did because you repeated it, or B, is it because you have a false sense of security when it comes to your own looks?
I don't have a false sense of security. I think I'm attractive to myself.
Yeah, sure. So if there was 100 men and they were all in an audience and you went up in front of the audience and they had to rate you, right behind them, all of the women on this panel came behind you. And then they gave their ratings after. Where would they place you?
I don't know.
What do you think, though?
I'm not sure.
Of course you're not sure.
lit-
That's why I'm just asking you for, like, what your subjective opinion would be.
I don't know. It's
You
other
don't know your
people.
own subjective opinion?
Out of a group? No.
Okay.
If it's other people rating me, I don't know what they would think.
Well, let me ask a different question for all the women who are here. I'm asking for honesty. I'm not sure I'll get it, but I am asking for it. When all of you sat down and you made an assessment of your surroundings, as human beings tend to do, did you at any point scale things on the sense of, like, her hair is nice, her body's nice, her skin is nice, I wish I had eyebrows like hers, I wish I had eyelashes like hers? Did any of you make those assessments?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can you raise your hand if you did?
Yeah.
Why?
I think it's just like naturally when you're like meeting new people and that's like the first thing that you know about them, you just kind of go off of their looks.
Fair. Why?
I don't know. I think that's because that's what people, like she said, that's what your first impression of a person is what you see, and we are just by nature we do comparisons.
That's the
like
truth.
that.
Why?
Yeah, just natural. It's instinct.
Same?
Same.
I like looking at people.
I think I'm not very happy with my own body image.
So you compare yourself to others?
Yeah.
Fair.
Just acknowledging other people.
Just acknowledging. Okay.
We forgot to rate ourselves, by the way. Click on
Ooh, no, he did.
your rating.
What?
We forgot to rate ourselves, if I recall.
I rated myself.
Oh, did I forget?
You
I'll give
forgot.
myself a 5. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Sorry. my
So, well, I didn't forget, Brian. But anyway, back to this. So the very idea to me then becomes, all of you made assessments in comparison to the other women who were there. And if you're making those comparisons, did any of you, let me just ask this by hand raise, sit at the table and think that there was other women at the table who were more attractive than you? By hand raise, go ahead and raise your hand if that's the case. That makes sense to me as well. So when we get to the rating system, what do you think we're asking here? Like, what do you think we're asking here? Clearly, there's a diametric difference in distinction between the looks of some of the women on this panel versus others. It's not even an insult. There's massive differences in looks between the men who are here right now. Obviously, I'm very much better looking than Brian. But the point...
And he rated him higher.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is, right, is that obviously there's distinctions here. So on that assessment, understanding that that is the case, understanding that you even grant that you were making those judgments, would any of your self-ratings change by a show of hands?
No.
Not a single one.
No.
Okay.
I said what I said.
Okay, well, I got some stuff I want to say.
Do you guys
Can you
ever rate
carry
the
the show,
women?
Andrew? Don't carry the show, Andrew. What the fuck, Brian? Brian?
Maybe not, maybe not.
I can't keep up with you, Andrew. You've been getting me sloshed off of vodka, all this. You drink heavily. I rarely drink.
What do you mean I drink heavily? I barely drink.
Okay, you drink mostly heavily. Most of the time.
Rude.
I'm about to
smell.
those babies.
I can't take this shit, Brian.
What the? You just said you were hotter than me.
What's that?
What's that?
Hey, I was.
Did you hear how he said that?
Wait.
He said that like.
Wait a second.
I like said like I'm his son.
Wait a second.
And I said I cursed. Dude, I actually no. When he said that, I felt fear. He's like, what the fuck did you just say?
So okay, hang on. In my defense, from the charismatic perspective, it was a way. Hang on. It was a way to provide like a sense of comedic relief. It's not because I actually think that I'm better looking than Brian, even if I am.
Oh no, it was a joke.
Even
I'm
if
not
I
upset.
am.
I'm not upset by it.
You seem pretty upset by it.
I'm not. What the fuck? I'm not upset.
Nobody's convinced Brian. Is anybody convinced Brian's not upset?
I'm
by
not
a show of hands.
I think you're upset.
I have captured the entire. I've captured the entire panel.
Fuck.
No. I've captured
You're
them,
gonna
Brian.
turn them against me. You're gonna turn them against me. Well, I'll ask a couple questions to you. The sole 10 at the table. Can you tell us a guy, like maybe a celebrity, famous person that you think is a 10?
I think is a 10?
Yeah, like a guy who you think is a 10.
Ooh.
What the hell? Okay.
No celebrity crushes.
Okay.
One eternity
Maybe
One eternity
Messi,
later.
the soccer player.
Who?
Okay, all right. My whole plan is failed.
Right. Thank you.
Squandered.
In terms of looks, you're talking about.
He's cute.
Who?
I mean, he's rich and one of the best soccer players ever in status and successful and all that. It's like an average looking guy, though. I mean, he's an average looking guy.
I'll need a 10 out.
When you say 10, like, come on, really? Like, don't look. 10? Is he a 10 because of all the other shit surrounding him? The fact that he's one of the best soccer players ever?
No, he's just cute. He's cute.
Wait, is cute a 10? Can you be a 10 and cute? I feel like 10 is like jaw-dropping. You literally, they walk past you and you just are in awe. Your head snaps and you turn. Head turn.
You want me
head
to give a
turning.
different celebrity then?
Sure, give me a different celebrity. He's also kind of short.
I don't care about
He's probably shorter than you, maybe. I don't know.
I
Okay.
don't think he is.
He's a great guy, though. What? Give me a different celebrity.
Can it be a girl celebrity?
No,
it has
don't
to
forget
be
to
a
burp
man.
those babies.
Mine would be Jordan, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Birthday
Michael
babies.
Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan.
Huge difference.
Okay.
He was in
Have you
Sinners.
slid into his DMs?
Now why would I do that? No, I'm pretty sure he's married.
I mean,
Why would I slide into his DMs?
I didn't know he was married.
Is he?
So you're a 10, he's a 10. You think that's a good? If he was single, would that be a good match?
No.
So he would be settling for you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But you're both 10s.
Bro. Okay.
Bruh. Tell me, bro.
Tell him.
What's
Tell
up,
him,
dog?
girl. Tell
Okay,
him.
okay, the thing is...
What's up, dog?
the
Tell me,
thing-
dude.
Thing is, one, he's significantly older than me, so I think that'd be a deal breaker. Two,
For you or for him?
For him, and possibly for me too. I mean, I don't mind, but probably for him.
Okay.
Two, he is rich and famous. I don't think he wants to settle for a hostess in a little town barely anybody knows about.
Yeah, but guys don't really care about a woman's status.
I gotta take a piss.
I
Be
don't-
back.
it just wouldn't
I'll
be a
just
good
run
match.
here.
I
I gotta
don't
go
wanna be
quick
with
wash
somebody
break. Be back.
famous.
All right, that's
That'd
fair
be
enough.
inconvenient.
All right, name taken says, so wait, Oblivion is the reason we haven't had any TikTok invasions recently. Andrew, fair?
No, I've given you guys actually more TikTok invasions recently than you've ever gotten, even with Oblivion. But that's because I needed to afford the DLCs.
You should stream it.
I needed to afford the DLCs. That's for me, Brian.
Oh, that's fair.
That's for me. By the way,
That's fair.
all of you got to get your super chats in because I'm only going to be here another half hour. I always have a hard out at 2 o'clock my time, which it almost is. And I got a debate tomorrow, so just throwing
Does
that
that
out.
mean we're all out?
Nope.
Andrew's time?
No, no.
Nope. But unless you guys can convince Andrew to stay a bit longer, well, so then I'll try to get through the important stuff.
All right,
Let's get through it.
Okay, so going to you really quick, can you give us a guy who you think is on your level, who's maybe like famous or celebrity, just looks wise? Because you said 7.5, right?
No.
I can't think of any because I think they would look better if they are famous, like if they are movie stars.
Well, I mean,
Brian's famous. You're pretty
you
famous,
are more
Brian.
good looking.
What's that?
But you said you were more good.
I'm more good looking. I mean, she is right, Brian.
She fires.
But he's way more famous.
I don't know. Andrew's pretty famous.
You're pretty famous.
Andrew's pretty famous. Andrew's a famous guy. Would you date Xi Jin? What's his name? The president of China.
Xi Jinping.
Would you date him?
You don't know
No.
Xi Jinping's?
Bro, I don't know how to pronounce. I'm sorry.
All this political. Man,
Xi
Brian.
Jinping. I know the fucking spelling, but I don't know how to pronounce it properly. Would you date him?
No.
No.
The most powerful man in
No,
China?
no.
No?
No.
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 He's kind of fat.
Yeah, but he's.
He is kind of fat, right? He's kind of fat.
Is he married?
Oh, you're not gonna. Is the CCP gonna do away with you when you get home? Is the CCP coming?
First of all, he's married. Also, he's old, so
Okay,
Can you say I'm not a CCP spy?
no.
And Xing is fat.
Andrew.
I'm not gonna. say
You're not gonna say it. Yes. Well, she does have to go home. Just saying.
All right. Let's see here. We have. Going around the table, just to finish off on the looks rating thing. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? Better looking 10 years' time.
No.
Okay. You're 37. Better looking in 10 years' time.
Yep.
20 years' time.
Yeah.
30 years' time.
Nah.
Okay. So better looking at.
At 10 years.
Yep.
You're 37.
That's right.
So you're better looking at 57.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What about? And clarification. You're 29. Were you better looking at 19, or better looking now?
Honestly, I'd say pretty even.
Can you just tilt your mic down a little bit? Okay, pretty even. What about you? 37. Better looking at 27.
No, I was around 400 pounds back then.
And then 18 versus 37.
Even bigger
Even bigger.
back then.
Damn. Okay.
right.
You're 37. Better looking in 10 years' time at 47.
Can you back up just.
What?
All right.
Go ahead.
No.
And then were you better looking at 27 versus now at 37?
No.
Better looking now. Okay.
Yeah.
And then 18 versus 37.
Better looking now.
Better now. Okay, you're 38. Better looking in 10 years' time.
No.
Okay, and then going back 10 years, 28 versus 38.
No, I was probably prime at like 35 a few years ago. Yeah.
3 years ago. And then 18 versus 38.
I don't know. That's almost a different person. We look like two different people, 18 and me now.
So which one's better looking, I guess?
I think that that's going to be a little bit subjective. At 18,
Sure,
I looked
I
very
agree.
young, like a little girl still, a middle schooler. So it
Okay,
just
but you were an
depends.
adult. But
I mean, 18, sure, but yeah.
yeah, well, were you better looking at 18 or 38?
I don't know. I don't think I can answer that.
All right, that's fine. 18, will you be better looking in 10 years' time?
Yes,
20 years' time?
possibly. But I'll say yes.
30 years' time at 48?
No.
Okay. You're 29, better looking in 10 years' time at 39?
No.
And then you're 29, were you better looking at 19 or better looking now at 29?
I think at 19.
Wow, that might be the first ever honest answer ever on this. Here's what we've
Okay,
done.
she's pretty rational. She's been asking very rational, very based questions the entire night. She's been like, can you justify the shit that you're saying? And I'm like, actually, I would prefer to do that.
It checks out. So here's what we've done. We've put every single one of you into an AI filter. We've aged.
But before you show that, can
Nice.
I ask a couple of questions? Actually, I'm going to start with you guys because I'm always wondering about this. So you said if you were to retract time, you're more attractive now than you used to be. So if I go back 10 years, you're more attractive now.
Yeah.
Now let's say that you had the same access to the resources you do right now.
Oh.
Hang on. And you had the same like thought process on giving yourself augmentations, whether they're breast implants or lipo or whatever they are, right? I don't know what they are and I don't care. But I'm just saying whatever they are, you had the same like mindset for that and for exercise, diet, this, would you be as attractive now as you were then?
Yeah, it was sobriety. Back then I wasn't sober
So
and I looked
that's gone.
terrible.
That's
so yeah, so if I have sobriety back then and I have that, oh my God, yeah, that's
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just made poor choices when you're younger.
Yes.
But if it was equalized, you still think you would be attractive when you were younger.
That I might be more attractive 10 years ago
Sure.
if I was sober
Yep.
then. I might still look the same. I don't know. But yeah, it was definitely a lot of it had to do with like drinking a ton.
Okay.
And looking terrible.
Same over here.
I think at 18, if I was more, because I mean, I wear makeup and stuff.
Sure.
Again, very young. I think if I had all the same access, I mean, I guess my assumption was we don't have like, we're in 10 years from now, we're not talking about like, oh, if I
Yeah,
could
no,
get
I
fillers.
understand. I understand.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm getting this correctly. At 18, sure. If I wasn't still very young-minded, I had my mind now, I was maybe taking care of myself, sure. Then at 18, I probably would be more attractive than I was at 35.
Here's why I bring this up. I ask this question often. I'll ask it real quick to this panel before he pulls up the AI images, right? And we'll just do it by a show of hands. If I were to ask you who's the fairer sex, men or women, let's start with men by hand raise. Let's do women by hand raise. Are they the fairer sex?
Fair meaning.
Yes.
Better looking. Are men or women the better looking sex? Is it men by a hand raise? Is it women by a hand raise? Okay, so basically everybody says women. Now let me ask it this way. If it is the case that women no longer have access to makeup or any sort of augmentation, meaning breast implants, meaning lip fillers, meaning any period, if I ask the same question, who is the fairer sex, men or women, raise your hand if your answer changes. You.
I think it might, yeah. Because I think that there's a lot of men who are naturally like pretty attractive and they don't have to do a lot of like changing to their appearance. But there's some women who are like attractive just solely on like their extra stuff.
My challenge would be this. Men have not changed much since 1800 if you go back and look at pictures, right? There's still no makeup for us, and there's still basically just beards. We get beards. We don't get much else, right? We get beards, and that's about it.
The ones who are lucky.
Yeah, the same. Yeah, exactly. Same thing in the 1800s, right?
Yeah.
But if you go back and look at the women of that time versus the women of now, I think you would be way more hard pressed when you're talking about who is the fairer sex when we get rid of all the augmentation and makeup. That's all I'm saying.
I thought men did wear makeup.
They did.
I mean,
Well, no, no, they didn't.
But
The
some
white
do.
face, like
The
what you have in
over-
English times.
Yeah, but
And
so
then
did,
the-
but
and then
even
they
in
went to
those
Parliament.
times, women still wore makeup, and men
Dudes
usually
wore
only
eyeliner.
wore it when they were in courtly positions.
But are you looking at them though from a male or female gaze? I feel like
I would look at it from both.
But,
So if
but
I
I don't think you can see the way that like maybe a woman might look at a man and go, yeah.
I
he
feel
looks
like I'm
great.
way better at juxtaposing myself in the shoes of women than women are good at juxtaposing themselves in the seat of a man.
Okay.
So when I look at it from the woman's perspective, right, I understand why women think, in modernity especially, that women are the fairer sex. But they have every shortcut available, which men don't. We have two choices: banger bodies and beards. That's about it.
Good choices.
We can't decide on balding. We can't decide on any of these things, right? We have those two things, and you can't shortcut those two things. If you're a man, you don't get a banger body. Some of it's genetic, but you've got to be fucking disciplined no matter what, right? Men can't wear makeup. They get shamed if they do liposuction. They do height extensions. They do any of these types of augmentations. Fuck no. That's out, right? Woman gets a butt implant, great. Boob implants, great. Tummy tuck, great. Lip filler, great. Massive amounts of makeup, great. And that's why it's like, are they really the fair sex? You know, when we start to break it down, are they?
That's a good point. Men don't have to do anything. They just roll over. And I always said that too. Men could just roll over and like look amazing, and you're like,
But that's
"Damn,
because I
that was
still
good."
think that women appreciate and find older men attractive, where men, as a majority, look at women
Yeah,
when they're
we can move it
younger
on.
as more attractive. So
Okay.
that's why I bring up the male-female gaze.
Yeah, I understand
Okay.
the distinction.
That goes back to the trench coat thing, though. If you're taking a bare naked woman, bare naked man, and you're expose themselves, I think, you know, it kind of sucks for guys, but the bottom line of it is no vagina carrying person at this table has to do much but carry a vagina, and we're going to get play.
Correct.
Women don't have to. We are already the
Totally
elevated
agree.
sex. I mean, that's just what it is.
Well put. Well
That's
put.
right. That's right.
You know, we're going to actually save the AI thing for a little later. Mary, pull up the one, though. Here's that Fisher guy as a woman. Now, look.
Wow. She's super
She's a
cute.
bit big boned.
Every fucking, like 50% of the guys who saw her is going to bang her, right?
She downloads Tinder. She's getting laid that night.
Yeah.
That hour?
night.
You mean that hour?
That hour, sure. Yeah. Total differential. Just thought it was
If
worth
she put like,
pulling it up.
come over right now and fuck me, she's getting fucked, right?
I mean, they don't. Girls don't got to even.
But
be
if
that
they
direct.
did, but if they did,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
She would get a guy.
Yeah.
It would come off pretty sleazy, but yeah, she could do it. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to get into the questionnaire. So we're going to, let's see. I don't think there's really anything on the height thing that's I found particularly shocking. Joey, no, actually, yeah, nothing too crazy on the height. We'll just do bear then. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on hike?
I think I put man. I think
Okay.
that's what I put.
What about you?
Take the bear any day.
You?
Random bear.
Random bear. Okay.
I said man.
You wrote neither, but you have to pick one.
I'll pick one. Probably man.
Probably man?
Man.
Okay. Why do you pick bear? Why do you pick bear?
There was a time I was actually hiking and I was out in Zion and this guy started following me.
Okay.
Yeah, and in that moment I was like, fuck, if there was a bear, the bear probably would have run away.
Because the bear is probably thinking about eating me or chasing me. The man may be thinking about killing me, murdering me. What kind of augmentations do I have? All of those other things that some of the
Why would you
males
think
have
about your
mentioned today.
augmentations?
I mean, all of the things that we kind of brought up today, or that some of the men brought up today, is why I would choose a bear over a male any day.
Here's what I'm going to do on this one. So, me and Andrew would just totally destroy you guys on this debate. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to state
Debatable.
categorically that we've won the debate without even arguing the points.
Sure.
Sounds like a man thing to do.
Why are you robbing me?
Andrew said let me.
Why are you robbing me,
Because there's
Brian?
better stuff.
All right, fine.
If you can stay longer.
I'm staying for a second.
If you can stay
No,
longer.
I can't stay for longer, but I'm going to...
If the hard's out, yeah, I'd rather get it to other stuff
right.
then. Okay, so let's see here.
But
What's
I
gonna be-
do like the preemptive declaration of victory. I'm a big fan of that.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was okay. So what's
It was men versus women, and we were outnumbered, and we still won exactly how it should be.
Would you, Andrew?
Great.
What would interest you more, the tea stuff or the like women oppressed feminism stuff?
Let's start with tea and move on to feminism.
Okay, so we'll be quick on the tea
I'll make
stuff.
a little bit of extra time if necessary
Okay,
as we
fair
go
enough.
through it.
All right, so we have, let's see, Moon, you say it's wrong to refuse to date a transgender person because they are trans, and in addition to that, Gabby, you said a man dating you agree a man dating a transgender woman is straight, and you also say you agree a man dating a transgender woman is straight. So that's Gabby, that's you. And then Moon, you said, you didn't say that it's straight, but you did say it's wrong to refuse to date a transgender person because they're trans. We'll start there. Why? Just curious. So if I refuse to date a transgender woman, that would be wrong. Why is that?
Depends on your reasoning for not dating her. Is it just because she's trans?
Yeah. Yes.
Sure.
I believe personally that a transgender woman is in fact a woman.
Why?
So if you're speaking biologically, if she's had biological surgery that presents as a female, I believe that is presenting as a female. It's like if you drive a truck. I mean, you
Well, let me give you. Let's try to. I'll be as good faith on this as possible if you are. So let's back up.
Yeah.
What is a woman for you? What does that mean?
For me, as a woman who dates women, I would say someone feminine, someone probably with breasts, probably with a vagina.
Like a real one?
You know, real as in, yeah, a physical vagina, yeah,
Like born with it?
No, not necessarily,
Okay.
no.
So let me ask you this. If I were to ask you, let's pretend for a second I'm like your 10-year-old son.
All right.
And I come to you and I say, Mom, I'm not gay, but I'm going to go suck my girlfriend's dick.
I'm not gay, but I'm going to go suck my girlfriend's dick. All right, I hear you.
How do you reconcile that with him? Or no, not 10. Let's say like 14. How do you reconcile that with him and be like, no, you're right. That's not a gay act to go suck your girlfriend's dick. Can you just like walk me through the logic there?
Yeah, I know it's probably going to be different than yours, but first of all, I wouldn't care because that's my child.
I'm not saying you care. I'm not saying that from your view.
So there's nothing to reconcile.
There's anything that's wrong with that.
All right.
We're asking a specific question about homosexuality, heterosexuality, gay or straight.
Excuse me every time.
He's asking this question: is it gay if I do that? Am I a gay person if I go suck my girlfriend's dick? You say to him what?
Have fun.
Yeah, I know, but that's not. What's his question?
Would
though?
choose me every time.
My son wouldn't have a question.
Yeah, I know, but if he did, what is his question that I asked you?
You're gay is a term that people in society chose to describe your sexuality. Whatever my child, whatever descriptor he wants to use to describe his sexuality, that's up to him. It doesn't matter who he's having sex with.
What I'm asking you for, repeat back to me the question that your 14-year-old son's asking you.
I'm having sex with a transgender woman. Am I straight?
No. What's the question your son's asking you?
Maybe I'm not getting
If I suck my girlfriend's dick, Mom, am I gay? I want you to repeat that so I know that you know what he's asking.
If I suck my girlfriend's dick, am I gay?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you walk him through that? Tell me.
Easy.
Okay.
Do you like this person?
Sure, he likes this person.
Does this person like you?
Absolutely.
Are y'all going to be engaging in this sexual activity in a safe place?
He says sure.
All right. Are their parents okay with it since they're probably both minors?
Sure. They say sure.
Have fun.
Okay, great. But what's the question though?
There is none. And for there to be one, I would not even say that I was a loving parent towards my child if there was any other question that didn't involve their happiness and their safety.
So you just basically never answer the question.
No, because there isn't one.
Right. Okay. And then who was the next one?
Yeah, so Gabby, you said that it's straight. for a man to date a transgender
So,
woman.
Gabby, your son comes to you. I'm going to ask you the same
Yeah.
question. And he says, hey, Mom, right? I'm 15. I can make my own decisions now. I'm in a separate relationship. I'm going to suck my girlfriend's dick. Is that gay?
No.
Can you walk me? Hang on. Can you walk me through what you would say?
Wait, why did they got to be 15?
16, whatever.
18?
because she's the mom. And so I'm like 15, 16, 17, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
All right.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant for the point.
Do they present as a girl, as a woman?
Sure.
Oh, no, it's not gay. That's a lady. Lady with a dick.
A lady with a dick.
Yep.
I'm a lady with a dick when I want to. I mean, so does that make my partner hetero when I wear a strap?
Well,
no, I mean.
well, hang on. I feel like you just lied to me.
How?
Do you have a physical penis?
Nope.
Well, then why did you just say you're a lady with a dick? You just lied.
Because a dick is something that goes inside a vagina. It doesn't have to have blood.
So a
pumping through
cucumber's
it.
a dick?
If you use it as such, I mean.
Yeah. So a cucumber's
if you
a dick?
If you attach it to a person,
I feel
hey.
like when I say the word dick, I mean a penis that is attached to a male. And when you say dick, you don't actually mean the word dick.
I sure don't. Because
Right, exactly. So what you do is you just avoid the question.
No, because does the girl get off on the cucumber, or does the person with the vagina?
Sure, let's just assume they do.
This
Then
would
I'm
be
sure
this
she
would be like
considers it a
me
dick.
saying pussy is like
peanut butter.
If I got
It's peanut butter, bro.
If I got a piece of meat from the
Okay.
grocery store
Mm-hmm.
and made love to it, that's a pussy.
Not at all. That's not the same at all. Not the
That's
same
you
at all.
literally said like a banana or like a cucumber would be a dick.
Oh, obviously, a piece of meat isn't the same shape
Sure,
or
too,
anatomy
is
as
Okay,
a
then fucking
vagina.
mango. I don't know, whatever the fuck looks like.
No, so maybe if you said like if you carved a piece of meat into a
Sure,
vagina
too,
and
is
put a
full of
hole
shit.
in it.
You
but
carve the piece
Is there
of meat.
such a thing as a dildo?
Of course there
Is there such a thing as a male penis?
As a male penis, like a yeah.
What's the difference between the two?
One has blood pumping through it, one does not.
Okay, great. So then it is the case that if I were to say to you that you're going over to suck your girlfriend's penis, we're talking about one category, not the other, right?
We're talking about what I call a fleshy penis.
Okay,
Sure.
so if we are talking about that, then how can you possibly say a cucumber is a penis to you?
Because the same way, if I put on a strap tonight and I go home and my
Then
girlfriend
you have made the
sucks my
category
dick-
differential that that's a dildo and not a penis.
No, it's not about the. So it's not about the equipment. It's about the wearer. If you put on a fake vagina today, right now, and you said to us, "I am now a woman. I have on a quote fake vagina."
Wait, it's fake though.
That's why I'm saying
It is fake,
To
though.
us, it may be, but if you are presenting and telling us to respect you as a female person,
But is it true?
do you believe it's true?
I know.
Okay.
Of
so I
course
think-
not. It's like objectively not true,
I
right?
think exactly. So that's why it's
And I
not
know it's
about what
objective-
you feel
I
like.
just
It's
wanna
about
say,
what
I
the
know it's
wearer
objectively
feels.
not true because you made the differential yourself. There's a difference between a dildo and a penis.
Of course there
So
is.
if there's an attachment distinction, if you have that same attachment,
Mm-hmm.
homosexual meaning same sex, you suck on the penis of the same sex, how is that not gay?
I don't think there's a difference because gay just means you're having sex with someone of the same sex.
Got it.
However,
Wait, no. What does gay mean?
that you're having sex with someone of the same sex.
And if you're having sex with someone in this case, who you call your
Sex-
your girlfriend and has a penis, they are the same.
No, because if that girlfriend with the penis decided to that she wanted to be a he or a they, it's not about the sex, it's about the orientation of the person. I have a full vagina biologically, but if I present it as male and I said I'm a male and my partner respects me as a male and uses he, him pronouns, that makes me a male.
You said gay is somebody who engages in sex with somebody of the same sex.
That's right.
If you engage with sex with a person who's a male who has a penis, even if they present,
think that
hang
you're-
on, even if they present as a female, by your own logical criteria, they would have to be gay.
I want to put it this way. I think that your questions are reserved for a specific subset of people who simply don't get it and never will, and that's just fine with me. Because those who do,
But you do realize that like logic has to be consistent or
no,
so logical.
I feel like the
You don't
human
feel like logic
sexual
has to be
experience
consistent?
is not quantifiable, calculatable,
Oh, I can't
or
wait to hear
describable.
this. Go ahead.
No, I have a question about like the words that you use. So you're saying, is it gay? Is it gay? Is it gay? What if we said
No. Wait. Don't lie. I asked her what gay means, didn't I?
Well, yes.
And what did
I mean,
she
I don't think
say?
anybody can
Hang
deny
on, and
what
what did
gay
she
means.
say?
She said that it's having sex with someone of the same sex.
So it's not me. Hang on. So then before you get into whatever you're about to get into,
Okay.
I actually asked what her criteria for gay was and used that, didn't I? Hang
Okay.
on. Didn't I use actually what her criteria for gay was?
So can I?
Hang on. Didn't I
Yes.
add? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Now go ahead.
What if we, instead of using the word gay, use the word queer?
Okay. Well, queer means what?
Queer means like having sex with people of either the same gender or a different gender than you, but it's still not like.
What makes you queer though?
Like
what makes
I guess in that instance,
what
it
makes
would be
you
the
not
gender part of it would make it not specifically gay or straight.
So if I were having sex with a biological female as a biological male, but she identified as being a male and I identified as being a female, we changed nothing. We changed no phenotypical. Hang on.
It's up to you
hang on,
guys.
stop. So then all that makes it queer is that we self-ID that we're queer?
That's right, because
Yeah,
who cares about
I
what you
guess.
think or what you think or what you think?
So then how does that word have meaning?
It
What is
doesn't.
Hang on.
It doesn't.
Exactly.
That's right.
Perfect.
I don't know what do you think about this argument, Andrew?
In a way.
If when women who are lesbians told us we were lesbians, we actually said,
yeah, what makes Brian not a lesbian, actually?
He doesn't have a vagina or identify with a vagina.
Oh, that's
or consider
crazy.
Himself.
That's crazy.
Are you
to
a
me,
woman?
though.
Do you consider yourself to be female?
It's about his identity.
I know.
It's
I'm
about
not
his
ready for that
identity.
yet. I just got to ask, if Brian flopped out his penis and said it's a vagina, and a
That's
woman
not-
sucked it, is he a lesbian then if he identifies as a
are you guys able to scoot over?
If he identifies...
This way. Just a tad. Sorry, go ahead.
So if Brian identifies as a lesbian, he whips out his penis, a woman sucks it, right? He's a lesbian.
Is he? I mean,
If he wants to say he is,
that's
then
up to him and the woman he's doing.
He might be ridiculous, but
Then what are we pointing to here with these words? They're empty labels. Like me, I'm Andrew. You guys all know that I'm Andrew. What makes me Andrew, though? What makes me an Andrew? If there was another guy sitting here, like let's say Brian's name was Andrew, there's two different Andrews, right?
Yep.
The label is empty then. It doesn't point at anything. It's just a label that says, I'm Andrew. But if I wanted to give a descriptor for something like heterosexual, homosexual, I'd have to be pointing towards some behavior, activity, something, right? Something I'd have to be pointing to. So what am I pointing to?
If the question is labels, I can't speak for any other LGBT
No, it's not just
person,
labels.
but
It's definitionally, if Brian says he's a lesbian, what makes him a liar?
it's that he doesn't have the follow through of actually showing that that's what he's interested in.
What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything.
he's not dressed like a woman. He's not presenting as a woman.
So you can only
He's
be
never
that gender
taken on
if
that
you
identity.
So you can only be that gender if you present that way?
Nope. If you
Well,
say
then that's a contradiction.
For him,
All right,
for-
fine. We can move on.
Are there transgender people in China?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Is it accepted though?
Yes.
Not widely.
Not widely. Okay.
It's providential, right?
Like secretly?
Yeah.
I guess so, but there is a famous dancer as well as a comedian, a talk show comedian who is like trans, like she.
Okay.
But
And,
it's also hated, right?
Okay, so
Right.
you said
It's
That makes
your-
sense.
Yeah, you wouldn't want your family to.
you said a man dating a transgender woman is straight. Why do you think that is?
It's all a matter of definition. Like if you say it's transgender woman, you already define her as a woman. Then automatically, like that person would be straight.
Right, she's right. It's just trivially true. So if you define it as such, it would just be trivially true, but it doesn't point at what we're trying to point at. So she's right. Like it would just be trivially true if you said a woman is anybody who identifies as a woman. I identify as a woman. Then it's trivially true that I'm a woman.
Yep.
Right. But it doesn't point at anything, right? We're not pointing.
Who's pointing?
I
Well,
feel like
because-
I'm in the
because
middle. I
anytime-
understand what you're saying, but
because
I
anytime
understand
we
the
make-
people who have that mindset
Yeah, because
as well.
anytime we make a definition of anything, we want it to point to the thing we're pointing to, right?
Why does any human feel like they need to define or point towards any other human sexuality?
Because
or what
we
they're
couldn't
doing
have
behind closed
communication
doors?
if we didn't have definitions for what we're trying to communicate.
Well, that needs to change.
No, it doesn't. If
I
I'm
feel like
smoking a cigarette and everybody knows what cigarette means, and you're trying to convey the information that I'm smoking a cigarette, but I'm actually chewing gum, does it make sense that you say cigarette for gum if nobody understands what you're saying?
Unless you're chewing nicotine gum.
Yeah, but they see what I mean? Like, you just made my point for me.
queer, it's that the reason that in this circumstance of the example you were giving before with the son and the transgender girlfriend, it's that you wouldn't specifically say, is it gay, because the person
No, but he
is
does say that.
queer.
He does ask that.
So I would say queer.
So what is a woman?
A woman, I mean, oh my gosh, I have to get into it. Like,
Yes.
a woman basically is usually a person who is born with a vagina and the genitalia of what we typically would know as a woman.
Usually he's doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Usually,
You
it
see,
is.
It's doing a lot of.
Because I know that there's people who
Yeah. So
don't
what is a woman? Like when we point to a definition, we don't say usually,
No, I
right?
know.
Because otherwise the definition doesn't mean anything.
Try to
Right?
be
Like
inclusive.
if I said a camera's usually a component base that a camera had, but also an electrical board had, I'm not pointing at anything. So what is a woman?
A woman is someone who has a vagina.
Born with a vagina.
Yeah.
Wait, can I ask a clarifying question on that?
Okay.
So you're familiar with the term neo-vagina?
Actually, I'm not.
Okay, so you know.
Neo?
But she said born with.
Oh, is that something like you?
Did she say born?
She
I
said
thought
born
I
with.
thought she was a woman with a vagina. Can you repeat it one more time?
I would say, yeah, a woman born with a vagina.
Oh, okay, fair enough. What's a woman?
Anyone who presents or identifies
What is
as
a
a
woman?
woman.
Your definition.
Has a vagina.
Same, has a vagina.
Wait, well, just to be clear, transgender women can get a surgery that gives them what they would call a vagina. So
Now,
just want to clarify.
They wouldn't
when you
be
guys
biological, but they
Right.
would be a woman, a transgender woman. And
so
I do
just yes, that's what I'm
Transgender
getting to
woman.
because because I don't consider the transgender surgery what they do, the bottom surgery. That's not a vagina. So I just want to be really precise in our language here. Are you saying a woman born female with a vagina?
So
or?
a woman who's born with a vagina, and then a transgender who goes through the surgery is transgender woman. What other people want to call themselves and do, yeah, that's up to you to label.
Okay, so are you agreeing with her?
I'm agreeing with the same.
Okay, so a transgender
I
woman
do
is a
see
woman.
a distinction between the two, but they're both women.
Okay. What is a woman?
A woman is someone who either presents themselves as a woman or goes through the process to be able to present themselves as a woman, because there's a difference between sex and gender.
Okay. And what is a woman?
Like, a woman is a person with a vagina, but like I know people are sometimes born with no complete vagina.
Like intersex?
Hermaphrodite.
Intersex?
Intersex, like they have both. Like
It can be. They would call those chimeras or hermaphrodites.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about those cases, but there are cases that like their genes are like
XXY?
No, but like XX, but however they're
Sure, they're still
like,
males.
No, they're females.
XX is male, XY is,
No.
or I'm
No,
sorry,
XX.
XY is male, XX is female.
Yeah, yeah.
But you can have XXY,
Yeah. Yes.
right?
Yeah,
And things
but-
like this where you're still the opposite sex.
Yes, but I'm not talking about that
Here,
case.
What is
like,
a woman? Just define it.
What is a woman? A woman is a person with a complete vagina, or like they have problems with their vagina, but they were raised up like as a social female.
Okay, so you're talking like a birth defect.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. What about transgender women? Are they women?
Like, do they still have a penis?
But I'm a bit
No,
confused
we're
because
just asking you what-
you said born with a
didn't-
vagina.
No, I said with a vagina, I think.
Yes.
Oh, you said a woman is someone with a vagina, not
Yes.
born with a vagina.
Right.
Okay, so that would include at least in your view, that would include transgender women.
Do they still have dicks?
Yeah, they cut
Sure,
their dick
let's
off.
say they get rid of the
If it-
penis.
Yeah, then it's okay.
Okay.
Then it's one. Okay, cut one follow up on that. Can a male become a female?
Well. Okay.
They can do whatever they please and identify with, but personally, I just and
Well, hold on. So I'm asking you a question.
Yes.
So there's gender.
Can a man
hold on,
become a
hold on.
woman?
No. There's gender and sex. So I'm talking gender. Can a man?
I
become
gotta
a
get
woman?
going.
I
It's
think
getting
some
late
of
for
you are
me.
gonna say yes. If we're talking about sex,
I'm gonna
can
end
a
up
male
staying up
become
too
a
late.
Female.
So I'm gonna bring you over to.
If it's not about gender, no.
Okay. Can a male become a female?
Let's see.
I don't think I get the question.
Can you scoot your mic that way a little bit? Yeah.
So the separation between sex and gender. Gender is your expression of how you identify. Sex
Who
is your
can I drop
actual
my- drop you off to
physical
here?
body.
Yes.
The old PlayStation.
Can a
2.
male actually become a female?
Quick answers if
Yes.
you can, guys.
Yes.
If they're a hermaphrodite and you have both inside of you.
I'm speaking in generalities here. I'm not talking. I'm not looking for like the.
I'm even willing to
the
accept it.
fringe.
I'm
Yeah.
actually willing to accept the specifics. So if you.
Oh, here we go.
Gets the monster ball.
Yellow, violet. His reassuring words. Leon takes a seat back at his desk while he gives Dinosaur some space to get dressed again.
Who else is on?
Wait, were we
There's
naked?
Queso.
Oh. Wait, did we take off our clothes?
With new mixing bowl mashup
Ah.
plus fan favorite s'mores, the
course.
new DQ Summer Blizzard menu calls for a
trade proposal.
deal. This summer, you can't lose with our new DQ Summer Blizzard menu.
Long time no see.
The people have spoken. Taos is Canada's #1 German-engineered SUV.
Come on, freaking stream. Freaking.
Now the new
Commercials.
2025 Taos is even better.
Ah. Oh, I miss my mate. Is Marvel my main game? No, there is no new update.
They need to solo for the game, all of their quests, the main story quests.
Rerun
assignments.
VOD.
So I
Okay.
feel like if you choose to be a tank or a healer,
Let's see about that.
Ironmouse.
Dark Souls pet.
What's this? Ah, tutorial shit. I don't need that. Let's see. Let's wait this out. What do we got?
Oh yeah, that's pretty funny.
Attack. Lock. Yep, right.
I guess it-
pretty
press out the Iron Mouse, I guess.
I'm pretty much a
Swing
gamer.
a shield for some reason. F it, that's all I need. Let's do this. Oh, my first victim. Prepare to die. Why am I so tired?
Oh, killed. Oh.
We're playing with Connor on Tuesday.
Oh, it doesn't already?
Okay, so stamina is a
Oh,
thing.
fuck you then.
And it wasn't quite. Excuse me. Get away from me. fuck.
Wonder if she'll allow it. Maybe her, maybe. Oops.
Did he give himself one too? Bedroom. Dinosaur is lying in bed on her turned stomach with her long legs
ratings.
raised
Okay.
high up in the air.
Oh, what the fuck are you?
Pictures Ko as Mr. Robson, who is snuggling sweetly against her. Gently knees her with his.
Shut up. No raid, then fuck you.
I think they're little. Another intense day. Who would have?
Cost 2 channel
with you?
points. I don't know how good the resale value could be, you know.
Ren. I guess I could try Mato, I guess. If they...
Yeah, I was... but that was pretty quick. You know. 2 games is still very quick for me. That's true. I'm not too sure if I'll play much of this character at all.
Raid Shadowlands. I never played that yet.
I mean, it's fantastic. Really that easy. But it ever in the you press shift. That's all I know.
As a viewer, for you.
Thank you for the very tasty dark.
I gotta go now. Have fun.
Tremble before fast.
Hey, thank you for rating. Oh my god.
Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
The hell?
That's any chewy.
Alright, well. I gotta go now. I'm gonna press out. Thanks for watching. Oh, sorry. I'll be back on again tomorrow. Same time, 9 p.m. to whatever. Alright? So thanks again for watching, and until next time.
Thank you.